Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to a new video. Before we begin today's chapter, I invite you to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, it would help me a lot if you left a comment with your opinion, as that motivates me to keep bringing you more stories. Now then, get comfortable and I'll leave you with the fanfic. Chapter 1. Getting rid of the demon. 3 days had passed since Konoha had been attacked, and for the newly reinstated Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, it had been 3 days of hell. Strangely enough, while most of his woes would have thought to have been caused by the 50-foot-tall fox that decimated the village, you would have only been half right. A small baby born just moments before the attack, an innocent child that had never done anything to harm anyone. He wasn't even capable of supporting his own head, let alone causing harm to anyone. But it was unfortunately this exact fear that was causing all of Hiruzen Sarutobi's troubles. For the child was not an ordinary 3-day-old boy. This was a Jinchuriki, the host to the very same 50-foot fox demon that had just devastated the village. "Hello, Sarutobi-sensei. You look like you have seen better days," came a voice from a nearby window from where the Sandaime Hokage was sitting. "Jiraiya-kun, you are a sight for sore eyes. It has been hell around here." "I am missing being retired already," Hiruzen said. So he did it after all. "I was hoping the stories I heard were false information." "Why did he have to use the Shiki-Fuin? There were other ways to seal a bijou," Jiraiya said sadly. "Is that why you returned? Just to see if the rumors of Minato's demise were accurate?" Hiruzen asked. "Well, yes and no. Minato's son, Naruto, where is he?" Jiraiya questioned. "Ah, the boy. He is safe and healthy. He seems to be happy most of the time, just like his mother. But he looks so much like his father already," Hiruzen said. "I guess I have to take up my role as godfather and stay here with him now. Or I could take him with me. Either way is fine," Jiraiya said solemnly. "I'm afraid I can't allow that, Jiraiya-kun," the Sandaime said. "What? Why not?" Jiraiya demanded. "Several reasons. For one, I need you to look after your spy network. We need it more than ever at the moment. Secondly, if IWA found out you were looking after a child, they would know who it was straight away. Why do you think they gave him Kushina's last name, Uzumaki? Don't worry about the boy, Jiraiya-kun. I will make sure he is safe," the Hokage said with a smile. "Can I at least see him once before I have to go?" Jiraiya asked. "Of course you can. Strange I didn't quite picture you as the fatherly type, Jiraiya-kun. Just goes to show just how much there is I still don't know," Hiruzen said with a smile. Hiruzen left the comfort of his desk and signaled Jiraiya to follow him. They walked until they came to a room with the door slightly ajar. "He's in here," Hiruzen said quietly. They quietly entered the room so as not to wake the boy, but he was already awake. 3 lines on each cheek that look like whiskers. Is this the sign that he is a Jinchuriki? Kushina never had them. But then again, her seal was different, wasn't it? Jiraiya said. "No, from what we can gather. Those marks were there before the sealing. So they are only birthmarks. If I was to have a guess, I would say it was because his mother held the kyubi when he was born," Hiruzen said. It was at that moment Naruto yawned and gazed up into Jiraiya's eyes. "Would you look at that? Same eyes, and I think his hair is already becoming spiky like Minato's," Jiraiya said, looking down at the boy. "I bet you're going to be a great ninja one day, kid. I will be back when you're older, so don't go getting too strong without me," Jiraiya said. A small smile crossed his face, and he went into his pocket and withdrew a small green wallet that looked like a toad and placed it in the crib next to the tiny blonde. "A wallet? Interesting present to give to a baby," the Hokage laughed. "Maybe, but I wanted to give him something that he could use later on in life as well. Anyway, have they rebuilt the bathhouses yet?" Jiraiya asked, changing his tone from serious to that of a super pervert. "No, not yet, sorry, Jiraiya-kun. You're going to have to wait to do your research, I am afraid. It is a shame too, because that book you brought out was brilliant. What did you call it?" Ika. "You could make a killing if you turned it into a series," Hiruzen said. "Maybe you are right. My last book didn't really sell many, but this one is selling like nothing else," Jiraiya said. "Is there anything else you would like while you are still in the village?" Hiruzen asked. "No, I should be on my way. If I have to leave, I better just get it out of the way now. Keep the kids safe, sensei. I do not want to have to face Kushina when I die if Naruto gets there before me." "Oh, and I am sorry to hear about your wife," Jiraiya said, and just like that he was gone. 8 years later. A short blonde-haired boy was sitting alone on a swing watching the other kids play. In the past, he had attempted to join them, but they had always said they were not allowed to play with him. Even the kids at the academy seemed to be extra cautious or simply avoid him. There were, however, some exceptions. The lazy boy Shikamaru was usually nice enough, but unless you enjoyed watching clouds, he was not the best person to hang out with. He also liked playing Go and Shogi, but Naruto didn't know how to play either of them as he never had anyone teach him. Naruto, still sitting on the swing contemplating whether or not he could find a way to join in the other kids' game, when he heard a voice from behind him. "Hey, you're one of those weird people with no pupils who think they are a noble or something. So do you think you are better than us, huh?" the voice said. Naruto turned in the swing and saw 3 older boys bullying a girl from his class. He remembered trying to talk to her once, but she went red and was unable to respond, so Naruto just figured she was like everyone else and wanted him to leave her alone. What do they think they are doing to her? Her name was Hinata, wasn't it? She looked scared. Maybe I should help her out. I don't care that they are older than I am, Naruto thought as he got off the swing and started to make his way over to where the bullies were now forcing Hinata to bow and apologize for something. "Hey, what do you guys think you are doing? Leave her alone," Naruto ordered as busting into the clearing. "What the? Oh, look, she has a little boyfriend," one of the bullies taunted. "Hey, isn't that the kid our parents said to stay away from? He doesn't look scary to me. He is just as short as this one," the other bully said, pushing Hinata to the ground. "I said leave her alone," Naruto yelled and jumped up, punching the bully who had just pushed Hinata to the ground in the face. "All right, we will let your little girlfriend go, but you are going to pay for that," the bully replied and punched Naruto in the gut, forcing him to kneel, and was unable to block all of the punches that were sent at him. When they finally relented, they left Naruto with 2 black eyes, a bleeding nose, and lots of small cuts along his face, arms, and legs. "Oh no, Naruto-kun, he got hurt to save me. What do I do?" Hinata thought as she slowly approached the blonde and became more and more concerned when she looked at the state of him. "I need to get help. Oh, where is Ko? I need his help," she thought desperately. It turned out the young Hyuga heiress's bodyguard was at that very moment approaching. "Oh, Hinata-sama, there you are. Come, it's time to go home. I have a mission tonight, and I need to prepare for it," Ko said. "Please, Ko. He needs your help," Hinata said, pointing to where Naruto lay still unconscious on the ground. "Hinata-sama, get away from that thing at once," Ko ordered. "But he is hurt. He might need to be taken to the hospital," Hinata said. "That is of no concern of yours, or mine. He got himself hurt. It is not our obligation to take care of that thing," Ko said. "But he got hurt to save me. We should help him," Hinata said, bordering on tears. "I will not help that boy. Now come on, we need to get you home. Just forget that you ever saw the boy. I am sure he won't bother you again," Ko said as he pulled Hinata from the area. She could only look back at the place. Naruto was slowly regaining consciousness, worried if he was going to be okay. It was another 30 minutes before Naruto was able to crawl over to a tree to support himself to stand. "Why? What did I do? Why wouldn't she help me? I saw her leave as I came back around. Why does everyone hate me so much?" Naruto said to himself, not caring that the sun was no longer lighting the now dark playground. By the time Naruto finally found the strength to begin his walk home, the sun had long since set, and only the streetlights on the corner of every street lit his way. "Looks like you finally got what you deserved. Who should we send the congratulations to?" came the voice of a man approaching behind Naruto. Turning around, Naruto recognized him as a member of the Konoha police force. Naruto never really had a good relationship with the police force. He had been the cause of far too many pranks for any of them to sympathize with Naruto's current predicament. "Look, I have had a bad day. Just leave me alone," Naruto snapped in reply. "Oh, I don't think I should. You are a disrespectful little whelp who needs to be put down for the good of the village," the man said, and Naruto stared in horror as his eyes turned red with 3 tomo in either side. "You know, I think most people will cheer for what I am going to do," he said, taking out a katana from his side. Before he could even move to strike at Naruto, however, he was stopped by the arrival of a man in a weasel umbu mask. "I think you have done enough to merit an express trip to the T&I department," the umbu said. "Itachi, you know what he is. Just let me finish him. It is because of that filth that we Uchiha have been watched more carefully and had our district compressed until we are almost uncomfortable," the man spat. "I do not care. I will not allow you to harm the boy," the umbu said, before grabbing the man and disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto gave a sigh of relief, but soon lost his breath as he heard a new voice come from behind him. Well, that got rid of your bodyguard. Now you are all alone. Normally, I would oppose working with that man, but we had the same goal and nobody else was willing to help. But don't worry, I am not going to kill you. I wouldn't want to risk freeing the beast and returning its power. Instead, I think I will just take you far from here, so you can either find your own way back or preferably die in whatever way you see fit, the man said. And before Naruto could even call for help, he was knocked unconscious with a swift punch to the face. It is time that we got rid of the demon from Konoha once and for all, the man said before tying Naruto up and stuffing him into a sack and disappeared in a puff of smoke. With Itachi. Itachi arrived at Umbu headquarters with his Uchiha prisoner and took him straight to be handed to Ibiki. Weasel, I thought you had an easy assignment tonight. I didn't expect to see you here, the scarred torture specialist said. Well, tonight my easy job was not as easy as I thought it would be. I was supposed to be watching young Naruto-kun when Kiza here decided that my charge didn't deserve to live anymore, Itachi informed Ibiki. That's not true. In fact, I wasn't going to harm the boy at all. I just want him out of the village, Kizu Uchiha said. What are you talking about? I saw you draw a blade on Naruto-kun, Itachi said. Maybe I just wanted to scare the little brat, Kizu replied. Regardless, the punishment for attempted murder of Naruto Uzumaki is death. You should be aware of that, seeing as you are a member of the Konoha police force, Ibiki said. Blow it out your ass, Ibiki. I'm not scared of your mind games. You would have better luck getting me to break with that snake whore you allow to work here, Kizu spat. Anko Mitarashi happens to be a good friend of mine, and I would advise not calling her that in my presence, Ibiki said. Or what? You will kill me sooner, Kizu laughed. He is clearly drunk, so we are not supposed to kill him. But may I recommend a few hours in the torture room with Anko, Itachi recommended. Why not? Should be entertaining at least. Do you want to stick around? Ibiki asked. No, I need to get back to watching over Naruto. Kid gets into all sorts of trouble, and it is rather amusing to watch, Itachi said, smiling beneath his mask. All right, good luck keeping up with him. Not many people can. I saw young Tenzo try it. He thought the boy was just going to be at the academy all day, so it would be an easy day's work. Then by the end of the day, he comes into the Jonin bar and collapses from exhaustion. Kakashi and Yugao had to carry him home, Ibiki laughed. It's true he can be a handful if you need to chase after him, but remain unseen all day. But I like it. There is just something about the kid that is calming and friendly, Itachi said. Have you ever thought of talking to him when you are not on missions? Ibiki asked. I am not supposed to. Hokage-sama wants the boy to grow up like any other child, and he doesn't think my influence would help that. And my father has forbade anyone to befriend the boy. It is a shame too, because I think he would be a good friend for Sasuke, Itachi said. Same line Kakashi got. He was not allowed to have prolonged contact with the boy until he became an official ninja. I don't understand it myself. The kid has no friends and is lonely, and Hokage-sama is worried that Kakashi might teach the boy more than he is ready for. The only thing Kakashi could teach anyone is how to be over 2 hours late all the time, Ibiki laughed. Anyway, I have wasted too much time here already. Goodbye, Ibiki-san, Itachi said before he disappeared to locate Naruto in a shunshin. Itachi arrived at Naruto's apartment. He was sure the young blonde would have made it home by now. But Itachi arrived to find Naruto's home completely dark and Naruto nowhere to be seen. That is odd. I only left him a block from here. Maybe he went to have dinner at Ichiraku's before heading home, the stoic Uchiha thought, and once more shunshined away. Again, Naruto was not at Ichiraku Ramen, and now Itachi became slightly worried, even though he would never show it. This is not good. I need to find him quickly, Itachi thought, and this time left without using a shunshin, so he could look around the area in case Naruto turned up. After close to 30 minutes later, Itachi was clearly worried. He could not find any sign of Naruto anywhere. Something that was impossible considering the boy wore a bright orange jumpsuit. I need to tell the Hokage. If Naruto is missing, he needs to know, Itachi thought, and one last time disappeared. He arrived at the Hokage tower and quickly entered and went straight for Hiruzen's office. The Hokage was reading one of his favorite books written by his student, and the moment there was a knock on his door, the old Sarutobi quickly hid the book from sight in fear of it being one of the many kunoichi who opposed Jiraiya's masterpieces. Enter. Hiruzen called once his book was well hidden. He gave a small sigh of relief when Itachi entered. "Oh, Weasel, what are you doing here? I thought you were busy with an assignment," the Hokage said. "That is why I am here. Tonight, just after nightfall, there was an attack on Naruto-kun, which I prevented, and I took the person responsible to Ibiki. However, when I went to find Naruto-kun after I finished with Ibiki-san, I could not find him anywhere," Itachi said urgently. "Are you saying that Naruto is missing?" Hiruzen said, standing up and looking worried. "Exactly, but it doesn't seem like he is simply hiding anywhere. I have already checked his favorite hiding areas," Itachi said. "Could it be that Naruto has run away?" the Hokage asked. "It doesn't look that way. His room has been undisturbed. If I was to hazard a guess, I would say he has been kidnapped," Itachi said. "This is not good. Go fetch Kakashi's team. We need to find Naruto immediately," the old Sarutobi said urgently. "At once, Hokage-sama," Itachi said before giving a small respectful bow and exiting the room. 2 days later, Kakashi walked into the Hokage's office with a defeated look on his face. "Ah, Kakashi-kun, tell me you found Naruto-kun," the Hokage asked pleadingly. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. We looked everywhere. Search parties are still looking, but not even the Inuzuka search teams can find any trace of him. All that we know is he left the village with someone from Konoha, and they were skilled enough to loose any hunter ninja or tracking teams we sent after them," Kakashi said. "Then I guess it is too late. I'm sorry, Minato. I have failed you in every way," the old Hokage said sadly. "It isn't over yet. He could still turn up," Kakashi said. "Yes, and he could also be sold to Kumo. You know how much they love Jinchuriki," Hiruzen said. "If that is the case, I hope I live to be far older than you do," Kakashi said, his voice shaking slightly. "That's not a nice thing to say to your Hokage," Kakashi-kun, Hiruzen said. "Yes, but in fairness, Hokage-sama, you can only punish me while I am alive. If Minato and Kushina find out we lost their son and failed to protect him, then they will make us pay for an eternity," Kakashi said. Hiruzen paled when he thought of the prospect of what Kushina would do to him if they failed to recover the young blonde. "We need to redouble our efforts immediately," he said quickly. "I had a similar response. I will inform the teams at once," Kakashi said before leaving the room via Shunshin. "Good luck. I do not want to have to tell Jiraiya about this. I promised both Minato and Jiraiya I would keep you safe, Naruto. I am sorry wherever you are," Hiruzen said as he looked out over the stone faces of the Hokage monument. Reaction to Naruto's disappearance was far from one of concern. On the contrary, most of the village seemed to be in great spirits. Nobody but the top-ranking Jounin and Umbu had been informed of Naruto's kidnapping, but the villagers were just happy because they had not seen Naruto for a few days. There was of course some people in the village who were worried. The old man and daughter that operated Naruto's favorite place to eat knew something was wrong when he didn't show up for any ramen in 2 days. And at the academy, only one person seemed to realize he was even missing. A young Hyuga girl who had been forced to leave the blonde when he was battered and beaten. Land of Forests. A long-haired man carrying a large sack was jumping from tree to tree. At the speed of an 8-year-old child, it would take months for the demon to return to Konoha from here. That is if he ever found his way, the thought smirking victoriously. Suddenly there was movement in the bag he was carrying. "Oh, so you are awake again. But don't worry, I won't need to knock you out again. I think this would be a perfect place to leave you. After all, I still have a mission to do, and I wouldn't want to upset Hokage-sama, would I?" the man said before jumping down from the tree and tossing Naruto to the ground, the bag opening around him. "Would you look at the demon has healed all the wounds. That might help him to survive. Oh, well, I guess I can't luck out completely," the man thought to himself. "Hey, I know you. You're the bastard that left me in the park after I saved that girl from your clan." Naruto yelled in accusation. "Looks like you got me. But so what if I am? There isn't anything you can do about it," Hyuga said smugly. "So what are you going to do, kill me?" Naruto asked angrily, refusing to show how scared he really was. "No, I won't be doing that. It is far too kind for filth like you. Instead, I am going to leave you here to die in whatever way you see fit," Ko said. "Fuck you. I am going to make it back to Konoha, and then I am going to make you pay," Naruto roared. "Well, good luck with that. I eagerly await your return." Ko laughed before kicking Naruto in the face one last time and quickly removing the bindings on his arms and legs before jumping off into the trees. Chapter 2. A Friend for Life. Naruto awoke in the middle of a forest floor. His head was ringing. "Oh man, what happened to me?" Naruto asked nobody in particular. Then it all came flooding back to him. The kidnapping, being carried in a large bag, and every time he woke up being knocked back out. And finally being dumped in the middle of a forest completely alone. Man, I don't know where I am, or how I will ever get home. What am I supposed to do? Naruto yelled, hoping someone would hear him. Unfortunately, he had no such luck. Guess I am just going to have to find a way to get back to Konoha later. I need to find some people first, Naruto thought. But his mind was soon driven from that frame of mind when he felt his stomach growl. "Oh man, I am hungry. I have to find something to eat quickly," Naruto said, and began frantically looking around for anything that looked remotely edible. He could not see much. Despite it being the middle of the day, the density of the forest made it hard to see far in front of him. As far as anything edible went, he was again out of luck. There was nothing, just trees. As far as the blonde could see, there weren't even any beetles in the area that he could force himself to eat. "Looks like I have to keep moving and hope to find something while I move," Naruto thought. And he stood up and began running through the forest as quickly as his small 8-year-old legs could carry him. Konoha 2 days later. Itachi was standing in front of the Hokage with Kakashi. "So how has the search gone? Any sign of Naruto-kun yet?" Hiruzen asked. "It has been over 4 days now, and there is still no sign of him. It is obvious to me that whoever the culprit was has a great understanding of how the Konoha hunter and tracking ninja teams operate. I suggest it is probably someone from inside either of those branches," Itachi informed the Hokage. "Has there been any ninja go AWOL in the last few days?" Kakashi asked. "No, all ninja are accounted for," the Hokage informed the copy ninja. "Then may I suggest you look at what teams left the village that night and have a team search along any expected routes they may have taken." "Well, let's see if I put together both of your suggestions. We have 3 teams and 2 solo missions that left on the night that Naruto disappeared. There are 2 tracking teams that I sent to look for Jiraiya as he has not delivered a report in a few weeks, a hunter team that had reports of a sighting of Orochimaru. Also, Shisui Uchiha has been sent to deliver a reply to the rebels facing the Mizukage forces to inform them that we cannot give any direct support but will supply some weapons and funding. Finally, Ko Hyuga has been sent to Taki to deliver a message to the new ruler there. Shibuki, I believe his name is," Hiruzen said. "If it is one of the teams, then it will mean that this has been planned for some time. However, Shisui and Ko are both highly respected members of their clans and are loyal to Konoha," Kakashi said. "We will have to send teams out to follow the path of each of them. I still do not want to think about the prospect of any of them betraying Konoha like this," Hiruzen said. "We will send our teams out at once, Hokage-sama," Itachi said and gave a respectful bow before leaving. "I want rest until we find him, Hokage-sama," Kakashi finished before leaving after Itachi. Land of Forests. Naruto had been walking almost non-stop for the past 2 days, and all he had found to eat were several berries on a bush that, while kept him going for a while, were not enough to defeat his hunger. He had thought of giving up several times, but every time the thought crossed his mind, a stronger one kicked in, telling him to keep going and to never give up. It was because of this determination he eventually came to a road. "Yes, I did it. I can get out of here, but I am so exhausted. I just need to keep going for a little longer until I can get to a town," Naruto told himself before picking a direction at random to follow the road and taking off. Naruto continued to walk, and soon he was getting lightheaded. He was so tired, and eventually the excitement of finding a road that he could follow wore off. Naruto's strength was fading. For an 8-year-old boy to go without proper food for about a week was taking its toll. It seemed to be a battle between Naruto's will to continue and how long his body would allow him to. In the end, the blonde lasted another several hours before he collapsed face first in the middle of the road. "Is this it? Do I die here without ever accomplishing anything? I was going to be Hokage. I would have gotten everyone's respect. But instead I die here on the side of a road in some kami-forsaken forest," Naruto thought as he struggled and failed to return to his feet. "Why?" was the last word Naruto was able to choke out before he fell into unconsciousness. The blonde lay there for close to a day before a horse-drawn carriage came along. A small boy sat at the front seat holding the reins. He was about the same age as Naruto and had shoulder-length black hair that was tied up into a ponytail slightly to one side of the back of his head, so he fell over one shoulder. "Hey, there is a kid in the middle of the road. Mom, Dad, come quick," the boy yelled upon seeing Naruto. "Who is it, Jisei?" said a woman who had long black hair that ran down to her waist. "I don't know. Look, he is passed out in the middle of the road," the boy said. "Oh my, would you look at that? He is so young. Why is he out here all alone?" the mother said, and grabbing the reins of the carriage, she forced the horses to stop. "Kenpei-kun, help me with this boy," the woman yelled as she jumped down onto the road to inspect Naruto. "Oh my, look at him. He looks like he hasn't had anything to eat in days. Just how long have you been out here?" she thought as she checked Naruto's vital signs to make sure he was still alive. "Is the boy still alive, Monako-chan?" a short man with curly brown hair and thin glasses asked as arrived beside her. "Yes, he is, but for how long I do not know. He seems to be holding on by a thread. He needs water and some food," Monako replied. "Well, let's get him into the carriage. We have water in there, and we will have to feed him yogurt until he regains his strength," the man said, and picking up Naruto bridal style rushed him into the back of their carriage. It was over a day later before Naruto eventually stirred. "Where am I? It feels like I am moving," Naruto thought before he opened his eyes to find himself inside a rather luxurious room that seemed to be designed to double as a bedroom and dining room. Naruto tried to stand, but his legs felt like jelly and he collapsed on the floor. "Fuck me, this is just not my week, is it?" Naruto cursed mentally. "What was that?" came a child's voice from just outside the room. Seconds later, Jisei entered the room before calling for his parents to join him. "Oh, thank Kami you are all right," the mother said, concern etched through her voice. "A light? I can't stand or move. How is that all right?" "Where am I anyway?" Naruto asked. "Well, you are in a lot better condition to how we found you, but I guess you still have a long way to go. As for where you are, we are still in the land of forests. We are heading home to a small village that is not too far away from here," Monako replied, while helping Naruto back onto the bed. "Hi, I'm Jisei Busher. What's your name? And why were you out in the middle of nowhere like that?" "I thought you were dead," Jisei said. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. I'm from Konoha," Naruto said proudly. "Konoha? How did you get this far away from home?" Monako questioned. Naruto went on to tell them the story of his kidnapping and how he was dumped in the middle of a forest he had never seen before. "Oh my, that is just horrible. Why would anyone treat a child like that?" Monako said, disgusted at what happened to the young blonde. "I don't know. Not many people seem to like me for some reason. Parents keep their children away from me, so I can't make friends, and almost everyone who isn't openly showing me glares of hatred just ignores me altogether," Naruto said. "What about your parents? How do people treat them?" Jisei asked. "I don't have any parents. I'm an orphan." Hokage said that my parents were heroes that died the night a giant fox, Kyubi, attacked Konoha. But he said he doesn't even know who they were, Naruto said sadly. "Well, you can stay with us until we can find a way to get you home, right, Mom?" Jisei said. "I suppose so. Why don't you find him a change of clothes? That bright orange jumpsuit is both filthy and horrible taste," Monako said. "What's wrong with my ninja gear?" Naruto asked. "Ninja gear? Aren't ninjas supposed to be stealthily? You stick out more than the sun in the sky with that thing. I was able to see you from a mile away when we found you," Jisei laughed. "At least change the color," Monako suggested. "What's wrong with orange?" Naruto replied. "Well, it is disgusting for one," Monako said bluntly. "I like orange," Naruto yelled indignantly. "Well, I still believe that you can do a whole lot better than that," she replied, and pulled out several sets of clothes for Naruto to try on. Naruto looked through them. There was nothing a ninja would wear, but in the end decided on a white t-shirt with flames at the base because it had some orange in it, and some casual-looking cargo shorts. When he was finished getting changed, he again tried to stand and was pleased to find that he was quite capable of performing that simple task again. "We're home," came the call of Kenpei from the front of the caravan. "You're going to love it here. There is so much to do. I am going to teach you all the things I do for fun around here," Jisei said enthusiastically. "Sounds great," Naruto said, happy that he might finally have found a friend. Konoha 1 week later. The old Hokage had given up. Anyone who had seen him was sure of that. Not only did their search for Naruto turn up nothing, but everyone that had left the village had returned, and there was no reason to question any of them. The only person Hiruzen was slightly suspicious of was Hyuga, because the tracking team said that his scent was different than normal, and at one point he seemed to make a shadow clone so he could continue on in two different directions. But that was not enough to send him to Ibiki over. And the tracks of one of them vanished after around a mile, so he supposed he had just sent a clone to scout a possible alternative route. There was also the problem that both of the teams that he had sent to find Jiraiya had returned empty-handed. This was not an unusual occurrence by any means, but if there was anyone who could find Naruto when nobody else could, it would have been his old pupil. After yet another week of searching, the old Hokage was forced to give up the search. It had also become clear that Naruto was missing to the villagers, and there were several parties that had been going on almost constantly. In fact, as much as Hiruzen hated to admit it, the village was the happiest it had been since Minato was named the Yondaime. What would you have thought if you saw this Hashirama? Did you ever imagine your village would turn on a small boy? And Minato, would you still have the same faith you put into the people and perform the sealing if you knew what would become of your son? Hiruzen thought as he looked at the portraits of the former Hokages. Months passed, and it seemed like the village had completely forgotten Naruto ever existed. The only thing that had changed was that Kakashi was always twice as late as usual, as he would spend every second of his free time at the memorial stone hoping to find some form of closure and forgiveness from his old team. The Hokage has still not heard anything from his old pupils. Land of Forests. Over the last few months, Naruto had become best friends with Jisei, and he began to look upon the family that had saved him as his own. Thanks to for the first time in his life having a proper diet, Naruto was no longer the scrawny stick-like child. He had grown quite a lot, and it seemed no matter how much he ate, all he ever seemed to gain was lean muscle that caused Naruto to have quite a well-developed body for a boy who had just turned 9 a week before. He thought for the first time in his life things were looking up for him. And the thing was, he didn't even miss Konoha. He had never before contemplated life without the Hokage or being a ninja, but his life here with Jisei and the others was like heaven after the hell he went through in Konoha. But for Naruto, like any other time he had been happy in his life, it had ended far too soon. One day Naruto had returned home from a day of exploring the forest with Jisei to find the door had been forced open. "Hey, what do you think that is?" Naruto asked Jisei as they approached. "I don't know, let's go check it out," the Jisei replied. Both boys ran towards the house to see what was going on and came across a truly horrifying sight. Naruto's adoptive parents were tied up in the kitchen by two ninja who had kunai in each hand. "Hey, what do you think you are doing? Leave them alone now," Naruto roared, charging the closest ninja, who moved out of the way quickly and yanked Naruto up into the air. "Well, what do you know? They weren't alone after all. Looks like they lied to us," the ninja holding Naruto said. "What do you want? We haven't done anything to Kumo. Let us go, please," Monako pleaded. "I'm sorry, but we can't. We were hired to kill your entire family. So that's what we are going to do," the other ninja replied. "Oh yeah, you won't get past me," Naruto yelled and held his hand in a cross seal. "Bushin no Jutsu," Naruto yelled. A sickly clone of Naruto appeared and collapsed on the floor, causing the ninja who was holding him to burst out in uncontrollable laughter. The other ninja, however, was staring at Naruto wide-eyed. There is a SS seal on his stomach. He's a Jinjin Jinchuriki," he stammered. "What, this kid?" "Impossible," the ninja holding Naruto said. "See for yourself, the seal on his stomach is so complex, far larger than killer bees or Yujito's," the other ninja said. The first ninja turned Naruto around in his grasp and stared at his stomach. "Kami, you're right. We would get a massive bonus if we were able to deliver his kid to Reikage-sama." "Agreed. Stick a demonic yokai suppressor on him and tie him up. He is far too valuable to kill," the second ninja to speak said. "Fuck off. I am not going anywhere with you guys," Naruto yelled, struggling with all his might. But in the end, that didn't help him, and he has a small piece of paper slapped to his forehead, his arms and tied together before strapping him into a chair. While this was going on, Jisei was watching in horror. He had heard every word and knew that any minute they would kill his parents. "I need to go get help in the village. There is bound to be someone who can help me there," Jisei thought, but his plan was stopped before it even began. "Well, what do we have here? A little gaki trying to escape?" "Hey," came the voice of a third ninja. Jisei was kicked into the room forcefully at the same moment Naruto had awoken after having his demonic chakra sealed away. "Leave him alone," Naruto yelled. "Or what? You are just a pathetic brat. You can't even use your bijou, so you are no threat to us," the first Kumo ninja said. "Let's just get this done. We need to get this kid back to Kumo as soon as possible," the ninja who appeared to be their leader said. They picked Jisei up and placed him with his parents while they each pulled out a kunai so they could finish their mission. Naruto couldn't help and just sat helpless while the Kumo ninja approached his adoptive family. "Nothing personal, it's just business," the leader said before ordering his men to end the lives of their targets. Blood poured from the necks of the family, and Naruto was forced to watch it occur before his eyes. "No!" Naruto cried, his eyes bulged from the tears that were falling. Then his eyes changed, his pupil shrank, and his eye began to change color from blue to a metallic purple. The whites of his eyes completely disappeared and left the eye completely purple. Finally, several rings appeared in a rippling pattern out from the center. "There, we're done. Now let's go and take the key." "What the fuck is this? Look at the kid's eyes. I thought you sealed away his demonic chakra," one of the Kumo ninjas said. "I did. What is that?" "A Kekiai Genkai," the leader said. "If it is, we are going to get an even bigger reward," the third said happily. Naruto could not hear what they were saying. All he could think about doing was getting revenge for what happened to the first family he had ever known. "Shinra Tensei," Naruto yelled as if possessed with as much power as he could muster. In the closest bar, a perverted middle-aged man sat in a dark corner of a bar surrounded by women of questionable intelligence drinking sake and talking loudly about his adventures as the Great Toad Sage when he felt a massive spike of chakra. What the hell was that? It could be trouble. I should go check it out, he thought. Sorry ladies, I would love to stay, but I have to go check something out, and it could be dangerous," the man said. "Oh, but Jiraiya-sama, you were going to tell us about how you taught the famous Yondaime Hokage everything he knew," one of the girls whined. "Sorry ladies, but keep the table warm, and I will be back later," Jiraiya informed the group. After leaving the tavern, Jiraiya jumped from tree to tree as fast as he could and eventually arrived at a large crater that he assumed was at one point in time a house. There was furniture thrown all over the area as if the explosion had originated from inside the house. What happened here? There are no signs of any specific type of jutsu. What could have done this? The Toad Sage asked himself. Then he saw the young boy unconscious in the middle of the crater. As he approached, he had the strangest feeling that he had seen the boy somewhere before. He slowly approached, but stopped as the boy began to stir. "Hey kid, what happened here?" Jiraiya asked tentatively. Naruto's head shot up defensively, and he backed away from the Toad Sage the moment their eyes met. Jiraiya was far too shocked by the sight of the eyes to notice the 3 whisker marks on each cheek or the seal that had just faded from view from Naruto's stomach. "The Rinnegan. Twice in one lifetime. I never thought I would see it again after I heard news of Nagato's death," Jiraiya thought. "Are you with them?" Naruto asked cautiously, deciding that Jiraiya did not look as dangerous as the other ninja that had attacked him. "With who?" Jiraiya replied. "The people who killed my family. Well, they weren't really my family, but they were the closest thing to one I have even known," Naruto said. "No, I am not with them. What happened here?" Jiraiya asked. "I'm not sure. One minute I was in the kitchen, watching these 3 ninja kill them, and then everything went black until I came back to consciousness with you standing there," Naruto explained. "That sounds just like the story Nagato told me, but this is far more damage than he caused when he had awoken," his Jiraiya thought. "What's your name, kid?" he asked. "Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto replied flatly. "What?" Jiraiya said, shocked. "I said Naruto Uzumaki. Have you got a problem with that?" Naruto said. "Impossible, you can't be him," Jiraiya said, and he was just starting to take in the rest of his appearance. The spiky blonde hair and the 6 whisker marks. "Why is that impossible? That is who I am," Naruto said, now getting annoyed by Jiraiya. "How is this possible for you to have those eyes? You are supposed to be safe in Konoha," Jiraiya said. "I was kidnapped from Konoha and dumped in the middle of one of the forests around a day's ride from here. As for your other question, I have no idea what you are talking about. My eyes are my own and always have been," Naruto said loudly. "Impossible. When I saw you as a baby, you had blue eyes, not the Rinnegan," Jiraiya said. Rinnegan? What's that? Naruto asked. You mean you don't know? Here, look, Jiraiya said, and summoning a mirror to hand to the blonde so he could examine his face. I don't know what you are up to, old man, but if this is some trick you will pay, Naruto said, unsure exactly how he would back up his claim as he looked into the mirror. Everything about his face was normal, apart from two unfamiliar orbs that gazed back at him. What the hell is this? My eyes are purple and creepy looking, Naruto yelled in shock. That is the Rinnegan, the most powerful dojutsu known in the ninja world. Most people think it is nothing but a myth and would have never recognized it. But I am not just anyone. I am the Toad Charmer of Myobokuzen, one of the legendary 3 ninja from Konoha. I am the gallant Jiraiya, the Toad Sage said. So basically I have special eyes, and you are some famous ninja from Konoha? Naruto surmised. Well, yeah, but it doesn't sound cool when you say it like that, Jiraiya said with a pout. Well, as I can't stay here anymore, can you help me get back to Konoha? I preferred living with my family, but with them gone and the house as well, Konoha is the only place I have left, Naruto said solemnly. You don't seem too eager to return. Konoha is where you were brought up, why wouldn't you want to go back? Jiraiya asked, but he already had a fairly good idea why. The people are mean. I have been here for less than 6 months, and I already feel like this place is more of a home than Konoha has ever been, Naruto said. Well then, why don't you come with me? I know a thing or two about those eyes of yours. While I am no expert, I can help you to use them along with other things. I can also teach you how to be a shinobi. What do you say? Jiraiya asked. For the first time in months, the prospect of being a ninja returned to Naruto. Remembering the stories the old Hokage would tell him about how the great Hokages each saved the village and were loved by the people, or about his own 3 students who each became famous ninja. Then finally he caught on to what the man was offering, a new chance to do all of that away from Konoha, and with a famous ninja who could teach him a lot. All right, old man, offer accepted, Naruto said. You know, this might actually be fun. I haven't taught anyone since the Yondaime Hokage, Jiraiya said with a smile. You taught the Yondaime? Naruto asked in wonder. Yeah, taught him almost everything he knew, but you will have a lot of work to do if you want to get anywhere near his level, Jiraiya said. Okay, so what are you going to teach me first? Some cool jutsu, Naruto asked, showing his eagerness to learn. Wow, easy there. You need to learn the basics first. And don't you want to mourn your adoptive family for a while? Jiraiya asked. I do, but the best way I can do that is by becoming strong enough to prevent any of this from happening again, Naruto said. You know what, kid? I think I like you. But first, let's head back to the land of fire. I have tell an old man that I resigned, Jiraiya said. Chapter 3. The Retirement of the Toad Sage. Jiraiya's lessons for Naruto started straight away. While they walked, Jiraiya handed Naruto several scrolls and told him to read them. They were all different types of taijutsu katas. It was strange to Naruto because it seemed that everything he would read, it would instantly make sense to him, like he had known it for years. How are you going with those scrolls there, kid? Jiraiya asked. Good. I think I have got the hang of most of these. They're far easier than the academy style they tried to teach me back in Konoha, Naruto answered. That's good. We will be stopping for the night in a little while. I want you to show me what you have picked up, Jiraiya said. All right, sure thing, sensei, Naruto said, and he went back to studying the kata and performing what moves he could while they walked. Half an hour later, they stopped, and Jiraiya ran through several hand seals before summoning a giant toad. Wow, that's amazing. I wonder if I could do that, Naruto said, and he started running through the same hand seals as though he had known them all his life. Wait, Naruto, don't you need to sign a contract? Jiraiya yelled, but it was too late, and Naruto placed both palms on the ground. There was a huge puff of smoke, and Jiraiya was expecting Naruto to be taken to whichever animal he had an affinity for, like he did when he was young and tried the same thing. What shocked Jiraiya, however, was when the smoke cleared, Naruto was still there, and there was also a toad that Jiraiya had never seen before. And it had the Rinnegan. Yeah, I did it. I summoned a toad, Naruto yelled happily. You sure did, but how? This isn't one of the toads of Myobokuzen. I have never seen it before, Jiraiya admitted as he looked at the toad. It seemed to have lost all expression, and the only way you could tell it was even alive was it was breathing. Interesting. I wonder, Naruto, order the toad to do something? Jiraiya said. Like what? Naruto asked. Try something simple like jump, Jiraiya suggested. Alright, Toad, jump, Naruto ordered. The moment Naruto thought the order, the toad started jumping in one spot. I think it responds to my thoughts. Here, watch this, Naruto said confidently. Stop and turn around, he thought. The toad complied without questioning. Amazing, but can it do complex tasks? Ask it to go collect water we can use for our camp, Jiraiya said. A sure thing, Sensei, Naruto replied. Go collect enough water for the two of us to use tonight, Naruto ordered. Without showing any signs of understanding or confusion, the toad left. When it came back, it looked like it was swollen with water and just sat there. I guess it works, but he didn't have anything to fill with water. I want you to dispel it by ordering it to leave, then try and summon something else. Anything will do, Jiraiya ordered. Naruto complied and the toad dispelled, and this time Naruto summoned a large two-headed dog. So you can summon whatever animal you think of. What an amazing ability. You would be able to always summon the best animal for a certain role. I had no idea the Rinnegan could do this. I knew it had the ability to process information at an incredible rate and granted the user with the ability to use all 5 forms of nature transformation. But this is something else. What other secrets do those eyes hold? Jiraiya said to himself mostly, but Naruto could easily hear him. Well, as awesome as this as you were supposed to be teaching me, I want to show you all the taijutsu styles I have been able to pick up, Naruto said eagerly. Needless to say, Jiraiya was impressed, but it just reinforced what he had seen before with Nagato. There was just something about the Rinnegan that aided in learning jutsu. After Naruto ran effortlessly through the kata, he paused as if in deep thought. Sensei, you said these eyes were really rare, right? Naruto asked. The rarest dojutsu there is. Why do you ask? Jiraiya replied. Well, it's just that, while most people may not know what they are, some people are bound to, and I really don't want people to think I am special just because I have these eyes. Is there any way to hide them? Naruto asked. Good question. I know that a simple hinge won't work. The other person who had those eyes had the same problem. But I think I may know of someone who can help you out. Her hinge is a bit special. However, I don't know how helpful she will be. I wouldn't worry too much about your eyes, though. Nobody will recognize them. Most people just think that the Sage of 6 Paths and the Rinnegan are just a myth, so they will just think you have strange purple eyes. And with me around, nobody is going to try anything, because if they do by some chance know that you do indeed have the Rinnegan, they will almost certainly know who I am and know not to mess with the almighty Toad Sage, Jiraiya said. Alright. Sensei, I do have one more question. Did these eyes give the other person with them a second chakra source? Because I can feel one inside of me, Naruto asked. You can feel it? Tell me, what does this second chakra feel like? Jiraiya asked. If he can feel the Kyuubi's chakra, that means I can't keep the fact that he is a Jinchuriki a secret. I will have to tell him, Jiraiya thought while he waited for Naruto's answer. Well, while my normal chakra seems to flow and is calm, this other chakra is wild and uncontrollable. It almost feels evil. What's more, it seems to be coming from my stomach and nowhere else, Naruto explained. Well, I guess I better tell you then, Jiraiya sighed. Tell me what? Naruto asked. What do you know about the night that the Kyuubi attacked almost 9 years ago? Jiraiya said, deciding to see what the child knew and then fill in the blanks and correct the lies. Well, I know that the Yondaime Hokage gave his life to kill the Kyuubi and save the village, Naruto answered. Well, that is not exactly true. You see, a Bijou is not really alive, so it cannot be killed, Jiraiya said. How can the Kyuubi not be alive? Naruto asked. Well, you see, a Bijou is a massive ball of chakra given a consciousness. Why the Kyuubi takes the form of a fox, I could not say. Anyway, the Yondaime Hokage could not kill the Kyuubi, so he did the next best thing. He sealed it away where it could not hurt anyone, Jiraiya said. No, it can't be. Tell me you're lying, Naruto yelled. But the more he tried to deny it, the more it made sense. All the hate-filled glares, nobody allowing him to enter their shops, being kicked out of the orphanage at the only 4 years old. Naruto, calm down. You are not the fox. You are Naruto Uzumaki. You said it yourself, you have 2 chakras, one that is yours that is calm and one that is wild and uncontrollable. I think you will find that would be the Kyuubi's. And if you don't believe me, take off your shirt and channel some chakra through to your feet, Jiraiya explained. Naruto nodded and did as Jiraiya said. Channeling some chakra to his feet, the blonde looked down, and sure enough, a large seal appeared on his stomach. That is the 8 trigram seal that was used to seal the QB away. QB lives inside of you, and in time, I will help you control it, Jiraiya said. But why did they choose me? Did my parents just give me up as a sacrifice? Naruto asked, still distraught. Your parents would never have done that. I can't tell you how I know, but just believe me, please, Jiraiya said. All right, sensei, but you have to teach me something awesome to make up for it, Naruto said. All right, how about I teach you how to climb trees without using your hands, Jiraiya said, knowing that even mundane, everyday ninja tasks would be impressive for an 8-year-old, even if that 8-year-old did hold 2 of the greatest powers the ninja world has ever known. That sounds awesome. I will have this down in no time, Naruto said, and eagerly awaited Jiraiya to show him what to do. Just like with the summoning and taijutsu kata, Naruto picked up tree walking in very little time. Amazing. It seems the Rinnegan grants the wielder greatly improved chakra control. I have never seen anyone pick up this stuff so easily, Jiraiya thought as he watched Naruto run up and down a tree like it was nothing. Okay, Naruto, that is enough for today, Jiraiya said. I wanted to see how long I could keep it up, Naruto replied. No, you will need your strength for the trip tomorrow. We need to get to Konoha by nightfall, Jiraiya said. Why nightfall? Naruto asked. Because we don't want anyone to recognize you. If they find you, they will probably try and force you to return to Konoha for good. And once they recognize those eyes of yours, they will be even more protective of you. And there will be people who will stop at nothing to turn you into a weapon for the village, Jiraiya said. I don't get it. Aren't you a Konoha shinobi? Naruto asked. Yeah, I am. And I love Konoha. It will always be my home. But I don't like what they have done to you. And if they find you, I am sure you will be even more isolated and lonely than before, Jiraiya said. That would be difficult. I never had any friends when I lived in Konoha. Everyone just avoided me, and the senseis at the academy were really mean. Even the children in the academy treated me badly, always laughing at me, because I was the dead last, Naruto said, clearly downhearted. Dead last, huh? Well, don't worry about that. With me as your sensei, you will become a greater shinobi than any of them could ever dream of, Jiraiya said. Yeah, I have already been able to learn more with you as my sensei than I did all year in the academy, Naruto said. Well, that just goes to show how great of a teacher I am, Jiraiya said pompously. It also shows just how useful a tool those eyes of yours are. They may not copy jutsu like the Sharingan, but they seem to aid in learning almost as much, Jiraiya thought as he set up a camp for himself and Naruto. The following day was rather uneventful. Jiraiya and Naruto sped across the countryside as quietly as possible, avoiding the roads so as not to be seen by shinobi that may be looking for either Jiraiya or the young blonde. It was just on the verge of darkness when Naruto and Jiraiya made it to the outskirts of the village. The Hokage monument was bathed in the burnt orange glow of the dying sunlight as the lights of the village began to flicker on. Okay, kid, time for a quick lesson. I want you to channel chakra into your eyes and tell me what you see, Jiraiya said, stopping Naruto from moving any further forward towards the village. Okay, sensei, Naruto said enthusiastically. Much to Naruto's surprise, a large barrier appeared that surrounded the village. Whoa, what is that? Naruto asked, his eyes widening in awe of the large barrier. That is one of Konoha's key defenses that keep any unwanted people from entering the village without raising an alarm. The moment we cross that barrier, a team of Umbu will know about it and inform the village rapid response teams, who will come and investigate whether we are a threat or not, Jiraiya informed his young charge. But I thought you wanted to get in and out without anyone knowing about it, Naruto said, confused as to how they were going to continue. Right you are. That is why I am going to disable the seal for us to enter undercover, Jiraiya said. But won't they know something is wrong if the seal goes down in this area? Naruto questioned. No, because the only people who know how to disrupt this seal are the top Umbu captains of the village, the Hokage, and myself. However, if I really wanted, I could enter undetected without the need to disrupt the seal. But then again, I am a spy master, Jiraiya explained. Jiraiya then went up to the large barrier, and after performing several hand seals, Naruto saw the barrier fade back away from a small area around where Jiraiya was. Come on, we don't have all day. This barrier will close in a minute, Jiraiya informed the blonde who hurriedly followed after his new sensei. As Naruto followed Jiraiya through the village, he was amazed that the man could know the perfect way around without ever being seen. "Do you have anything you want to get from your home, kid?" Jiraiya asked as they slid out from a back alley into an abandoned street. "Just some clothes, but most of them are not appropriate for a ninja to wear," Naruto confessed. "Well, I don't think that matters, at least until we get away from the land of fire. You at least need a change of clothes. Those are getting kinda rank if you ask me," Jiraiya said. "Actually, now that I think about it, I have gone through a growth spurt in the past 6 months that I have been away from Konoha. I doubt any of my clothes will fit anymore," Naruto sighed. "Oh well, looks like we will just have to get you something to wear later. There are a few stores outside of Konoha that sell ninja gear in the land of fire, although it won't be of the high quality that you can get here," Jiraiya said. "It won't matter. I was never allowed into any of the good stores in the village anyway. They always kicked me out. All I could ever get was these bright orange jumpsuits, or I had to wear civilian clothes," Naruto explained. "Is that so? I knew you would have had it bad being a Jinchuriki and all, but this is far worse than I imagined. To not even let you buy proper equipment," Jiraiya said, shaking his head. "Well, is there any place you used to go to be alone that nobody would think to look? I just don't think it would be a good idea for you to come with me to see the Hokage. I don't think the old man is going to be happy when he finds out that I am leaving and won't be reporting back in for a while. And no doubt if he finds you with me, he will want you to stay in the village," Jiraiya said. "Well, I was kinda hoping to see Gigi again, but I guess there is a park that I like that people rarely go to, mostly because I like it," Naruto said. "How close is it to where we are here?" Jiraiya asked. "Real close. Only about 2 blocks away," Naruto informed the Toad Sage. "Perfect. I will drop you off there, then go to see the old man," Jiraiya said. "All right. Sensei, can you tell the old man something for me?" Naruto asked. "I guess so. What is it?" Jiraiya replied. "Tell him that the person that kidnapped me from the village was one of those weird people with the white eyes. I think his name was. Oh, and tell him I said thank you for keeping me as safe as he could while I grew up here, and that I would never forget that," Naruto said, showing a maturity that was far past his years. "I guess I could pass on that message, but that would mean basically telling the old man I know where you are. That might make for a difficult exit to the village, but hey, it might be fun," Jiraiya said with a warm smile. Cutting through several back streets, the pair soon arrived at the abandoned park. There wasn't even any lights to light the area, which Jiraiya thought was perfect for the job they needed doing. "All right, kid. I will be back before you know it. Just try and not draw attention to yourself. And if anyone asks, do not let them know who you are," Jiraiya said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. "Oh man, I really want to learn how to do that," Naruto thought as he marveled at the place his sensei had just vanished from. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not having the best of times. His paperwork was piling up, and there seemed to be growing unrest in the Uchiha clan. To top it all off, all attempts at finding his spy master had failed. "You look like you have seen better days, Sensei," Jiraiya said from behind the Hokage, causing several Umbu to appear out of nowhere and take up defensive positions around the old Hokage. "Jiraiya-kun, I have been looking everywhere for you," Hiruzen said, signaling for his Umbu to leave them to speak in private. "I know. Your trackers are a pain to continuously avoid," Jiraiya said. "Why were you avoiding them?" the Sandaime asked. "Well, if they found me, so would have Orochimaru, who was watching their every move. I needed to stay out of sight, so he wouldn't know that I was following him," Jiraiya said. "I see. And what of Orochimaru? What is my old student up to now? No good, I presume?" Hiruzen asked. "Orochimaru has joined the mercenary group known as the Akatsuki. All I know about them is they are a group comprising of S-ranked missing ninja and are growing. I ran into some of their handiwork when I was in the land of Earth last. That Sasuke hired the group to take out a small hidden village that was attempting to form inside the country. They didn't leave anyone alive," Jiraiya explained. "I see. An organization for missing ninja. Do you know anything of their final goals? Do they plan to start their own village, a safe haven for criminals?" the aged Hokage questioned. "I couldn't say. All I know is that nothing Orochimaru gets involved with is ever completely clean. Well, now that is out of the way, I have a question to ask you," Jiraiya said, changing his tone of voice from friendly to deadly serious. "A yes, and what might that be?" Hiruzen questioned. How could you lose Naruto? I think I made it clear that he was supposed to be cared for and protected, Jiraiya said angrily. He was. I had one of my most loyal Umbu watching him. But the attacker knew when to strike, I believe, but can't prove that he was working with a member of the Uchiha clan who knew that Itachi would be Naruto's only guard on the night he was taken, the Sarutobi said. You think that's enough? Do you have any idea where he could be right now? Think of what would happen if IWA got a hold of him. Not only is he Minato's son, but also the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. IWA would see this as the perfect opportunity to crush Konoha. And what about Kumo? They would turn him into their own personal weapon. Have you even tried to get him back? Jiraiya yelled. That's enough. Do not think for 1 second that I don't care about what happened to Naruto-kun. As we speak, Kakashi Hitaki is still out looking for him. The old Hokage roared in retaliation to Jiraiya's accusation, a shadow of the old god of shinobi, shining through as the power and presence of the Hokage filled the room. And what? Bring him back to a village that clearly doesn't want him. To a life of loneliness and isolation where after this event, he will never be allowed out of the council's sight. I can already see those old team members of yours whining to turn the kid into a mindless killing machine for the village's use. That is something I will not allow. Jiraiya yelled back. What are you saying, Jiraiya? Hiruzen said, stunned by his old pupil's words. I'm saying that I found him, but he will not be returning to this village, nor will I have him become a ninja of this village, Jiraiya said. What are you saying? His father gave his life to preserve the balance between the villages, and you are going to tear it all apart just on a whim? Hiruzen asked. Minato also wanted his son to be seen as a hero. That was never honored, was it? When I met the boy, he had been adopted by a family in the land of forests, but they had just been killed by Kumo ninja. From what the boy told me, they were the first people other than yourself and a father and daughter that run a ramen store that had ever treated Naruto with any kindness. He felt more at home in the 6 months outside of the village than he ever did when he lived here. This is not the Konoha I love, the Konoha I fight for and work for. The population of this village is spitting on the memory of Minato with the way they treated his son, and I will not stand for it any longer. So I came here to tell you that I quit. I will not be working with Konoha, at least not until the kid is old enough to fend for himself. I will see that he becomes a ninja that will have the ability to change the world, Jiraiya stated. You quit? Please be reasonable about this, Jiraiya-kun. I already have Tsunade who refuses to return to the village. We can't afford to lose you as well, and we need your spy network to keep us ahead of any possible attacks on the village, Hiruzen said almost pleadingly. Don't get me wrong, Sensei. I will still help Konoha at any chance I get, and will send on any vital information I might receive, but I will not be taking on any missions or answering any summons until I feel the village has paid for what it has done to my godson, Jiraiya said. Very well. If there is no way to avoid this, then I guess I have to accept, and I am pleased to hear that Naruto-kun is safe. Tell me, did he say who it was that kidnapped him? Hiruzen asked. As a matter of fact, he did. He said it was a member of the Hyuga clan, Ko, or something like that. So I don't think he would be working with the Uchiha clan. They have never been on the best of terms with the Hyuga after all, Jiraiya said. I see. Thank you for this information. I can promise you the perpetrator will be harshly punished. Did Naruto-kun say anything else? The aged Hokage said. Yeah, he asked me to tell you thank you for keeping him as safe as you could while he lived here, and he would never forget that. Anyway, I think it is time I was leaving. Till next time, Sensei, Jiraiya said, and with one final wave dissolved into the wooden wall completely out of sight. With Naruto. Naruto turned around after a while of staring at the area that Jiraiya had just shined away from and began to look around. I wonder how long he is going to be. This place might be empty, but it sure can be creepy at night, Naruto thought as he looked around squinting to see in the dark. Still having a hard time seeing, Naruto decided to try something in an attempt to aid his sight, and channeled some chakra into his eyes. The effects were instantaneous. While there was no night vision, they did allow his eyes to focus and become adjusted to what little natural light there was. Well, that's not as cool as being able to see the massive barrier or being able to summon any animal I want, but it is still kinda useful. But now that I think about it, I would say most eyes could do this if they channeled chakra into them, Naruto theorized. It was at that moment Naruto's senses were bombarded again, although not by a sight, This time it was a sound, the unmistakable sound of a girl crying. What is that? Maybe I should check it out. But Sensei told me not to draw attention to myself and try to avoid being seen. Oh, what do I do? Naruto thought as he was fighting an internal struggle to decide whether or not he should investigate. In the end, Naruto's curiosity got the better of him, and he slowly approached the area that the sound was coming from. Hiding in a nearby tree, Naruto peered out to see a young girl with short hair crying under a different tree. I can't approach her. She doesn't look in any danger, so I should just go, Naruto thought, and began to back away, keeping himself well hidden from view. Unfortunately, he stepped on a weak branch that snapped under his feet, and he almost fell from the tree. Shit, she will know someone is here for sure. I need to make sure I don't move at all for a while, Naruto thought as he deliberately froze in place. The young girl had noticed the branch break from the tree and knew right away that there was someone watching her. Who's there? She stammered, seeming almost scared that she was caught. Naruto didn't reply, he just remained as still and silent as humanly possible. Come out. I can't now that you're out there, the young girl stammered again shakily. Once more Naruto refused to reply and closed his eyes as if to beg for the young girl to drop her investigations. He had no such luck. Very well, if you won't come out, then I guess I will just have to find you myself. Byakugan, she said. What did she just do? Can she sense people? Was that a jutsu? Naruto thought frantically while still not moving. I can see you in the tree. Wait. Na Naruto, Keikei-kun. Is that YYU? The girl stammered worse than ever. Fuck. Not only seen, but recognized. I guess I have to go talk to her and tell her that I am not me, Naruto thought before dropping from the tree. Hi. I think you have me mistaken for someone else, Naruto said, although as convincingly as he could muster. No, you are Naruto-kun, I am sure of it. I know what your chakra looks like, the young Hyuga said, and even in the moonlight it was clear she was going red. You know what my chakra looks like? What does that mean? Naruto asked, completely shocked. Well, you have several points of red chakra on your stomach that I have only ever seen on Naruto-kun, so you must be him. Besides, you look just like him, so you are not fooling me. The Hyuga continued, getting even redder at what seemed like disbelief that she had just said that to Naruto. Well, I guess I can't hide it now. You're Hinata Hyuga from the academy, aren't you? Naruto asked, hoping to get the conversation off of him. This time Hinata's nerve seemed to have left her, and she was only able to nod. But then something new about Naruto's appearance caught her eye. Not the fact that he was almost a head taller than the last time she saw him on the day of his abduction, or the muscle tone he put on. Although she had noticed these things, no, she had only just realized that his usual blue eyes were gone. She hadn't noticed before. The light had been too bad to make out any detail of color. But the flicker of a streetlight made the changes glaringly obvious. Your eyes, what happened? Hinata blurted out uncontrollably. She couldn't help herself, she knew this was Naruto. Of that she was certain. His voice, his chakra, everything was Naruto. But these eyes were not the warm, inviting blue that she remembered. The cold, metallic purple of the Rinnegan shocked the young Hyuga heiress. I sorta underwent a change, and I guess my eyes changed color, Naruto said offhandedly, trying to make the new appearance nothing special. Is that why you haven't been at the academy in months? Will you be returning now? Hinata asked hopefully. No, I was kidnapped from the village, and I am only back now because my sensei is here to see Gigi Hokage, Naruto said. So you are leaving again? When will you be back? Hinata asked sadly. I don't know. In truth, I don't know if I will ever come back. This place holds quite a few bad memories for me, Naruto answered. But why? Isn't Konoha your home? The young Hyuga asked. It was, but not anymore. I want to make a new life, and I met someone who has promised to help me and train me to be a great shinobi, Naruto said. But what about everyone at the academy and your friends? Hinata asked. You have seen me at the academy. The person who is remotely friendly towards me is Shikamaru. During my time out of the village, I made a friend. He became like a brother to me. But he died, and I promised myself I would become strong and never let that happen to anyone I cared for ever again. And with my new sensei, I believe I can make that dream come true, Naruto said, remembering all the things Jiraiya had taught him in such a short space of time. I will miss you. Your confidence when you were at the academy inspired me to try and show that I can improve despite my family calling me a failure. You always kept trying no matter how many times you failed. I know it doesn't mean much, But thank you and good luck, Hinata said, still blushing like mad. Heh, thanks. I really didn't think anyone had noticed me at all. It's a good feeling to have someone say that. So I wish you luck, and if you keep trying, I have no doubt you will show your family that you are not a failure. Oh, and before I go, please promise me you will not tell anyone that you saw me. The fact that I am here is supposed to be a secret, so it would mean a lot if you kept this little chat to yourself, Naruto said. Oh, okay. I promise, Naruto-kun. I will never tell anyone, Hinata promised. It was at that moment Jiraiya arrived, landing on a tree branch behind the blonde. Hey Gaki, I thought I told you not to be seen or talk to anyone, Jiraiya said, but he did not seem to be angry. Sorry, sensei. I was kinda caught hiding, Naruto admitted. Well, I guess it is kinda hard to hide from a Hyuga, and I am sure even more difficult to hide from the heir of the clan, Jiraiya said. I'm sorry, I promise not to tell anyone I saw either of you, Hinata said with a respectful bow. That would be really helpful. We gotta get out of here, kid. The old man probably won't leave us alone for too long, and once his advisors find out about it, well, let's just say it would be better if we were outside of the land of fire by the time that happens, Jiraiya said. Okay, sensei, let's go. Goodbye, Hinata, Naruto said, and with one final wave Naruto was gone. And it would be the last the village hidden in the leaves saw or heard of the young Jinchuriki for quite some time. Chapter 4. Itachi Uchiha. It had been 1.5 years since Jiraiya had left the village along with Naruto, and while things on the surface seemed to be fine, the village was actually in complete turmoil. Hiruzen's most trusted Umbu commander had retired from Umbu and just become an everyday jounin, and much to the ire of the aged Hokage, said former Umbu captain Kakashi Hitaki, had become even less reliable to show up on time than ever before. That was, however, the least of Hiruzen Sarutobi's troubles, however. Over the last few years, relations between the Uchiha clan and the rest of the village had deteriorated. Konoha was on the verge of civil war and negotiations were going nowhere. Hiruzen knew that he had to act before it was too late, but the only option that was left to him seemed far too extreme. Unfortunately, the longer the talks went on while going nowhere, the more obvious it became that they would have to go through with the plan that was put forward by his longtime rival and advisor Shimura Danzo. His solution was to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan before they caused any lasting damage to the village. The Hokage had at first completely dismissed the idea as impossible and refused to even consider it. However, his agent he had inside the clan spying on them only brought grave news. Itachi Uchiha loved his family, but he loved Konoha even more. His loyalty lay not with his father and the Uchiha clan like they believed, but with the Hokage. So when talk of a coup d'etat intensified, Itachi went straight to the Hokage. Arriving at the Hokage's door, Itachi knocked twice, and entered soon after receiving the call to enter from his leader. Ah, Itachi-kun, please tell me you have some good news for me, the Hokage said hopefully. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but no, I don't. My family are more determined than ever. I can see no way of this ending without bloodshed. I have to throw my support behind Danzo's plan, Itachi said solemnly. You know what that would mean, don't you? Hiruzen asked, sadness soaked his voice. Yes, I am aware of what will happen. I will take on the task myself. I cannot let the burden fall to anyone else. But there are those within the clan that still love Konoha as it is. My friend sure sway for 1 inch, Itachi said. I am aware of this. It is why I am so opposed to the idea. We can't let there be a single strand to trace this back to the Hokage's office, otherwise it will have the same effect as the coup d'etat, and the village will fall into a civil war with all of the clans looking for power regardless. If they think we simply wiped out the clan because I thought they were becoming too powerful or simply a pain in the ass, the others will rebel and fear that they might be next, Hiruzen explained. So in other words, they all have to die, Itachi surmised. As much as I hate to say it, if we do go through with this, then yes, they must all die, and we can play you off as being away from the clan on the night, and thus the sole survivor, Hiruzen said. What if I took the blame, but left someone else alive? I could leave the village and become a missing ninja, Itachi said as a thought crossed his mind. But Itachi-kun, that is insane. You will be hunted by bounty hunters and hunter nin from all over the world, and even Konoha. You would be damning yourself to a life on the run, and I wouldn't even be able to help you any more than giving you a head start, the Hokage said in shock. I know, but I don't care. It is the only way I can live with what I will have to do, Itachi said. Very well. Who is it that you want to save? Hiruzen asked. My little brother Sasuke. He is innocent, and I can't bring myself to kill him. He means too much to me, Itachi replied. I see. Well, then I accept your plan. You may go about executing it in any way you see fit, but I have one last thing I can offer you. Find my apprentice Jiraiya. He is traveling with someone you know quite well. When you find him, give him this message. He will be able to keep you far safer than if you were alone. He is not currently registered as a shinobi of Konoha, so helping you will not constitute treason, the old Sarutobi explained. That is a very good idea, Hokage-sama. I believe I will take you up on that offer, Itachi said, taking the letter from Hiruzen with a bow. Oh, and Itachi, one last thing, the Hokage said, stopping the young Uchiha before he could leave. Yes, Hokage-sama? Itachi asked. Good luck, and I am so sorry, the Hokage replied. Thank you, Hiruzen-sama, Itachi said before slipping out of the room like he was never even there. Kami, I am getting too old for this, and the only two people who I would even consider to take up the role of Hokage will not return to the village. Oh, Tsunadeheim, can't you see you are perfect for this job? If only you didn't blame the village or the position of Hokage for your terrible loss, Hiruzen thought as he picked up his pipe from the desk and lit up. Academy. Life at the academy had not changed. The class still seemed to have a dobe, a role which had been passed on to Shikamaru after Naruto had left, and the top of the class which had always been one Sasuke Uchiha. The only real change in the past year had been the emergence of Hinata Hyuga as the top-ranked kunoichi who excelled at almost every level and was only beaten by Sasuke in the Kunai and Shuriken skills, and Taijutsu, and Sakura Haruno in the theory. In fact, the class had moved on so smoothly that they had all forgotten about the blonde-haired whisker-marked troublemaker that used to terrorize the village and classroom with his antics at any chance he got. Very good, class. As you know, it is customary to allow a young ninja or kunoichi to attempt the graduation exams once they reach the age of 10. As most of you have made it to that age now, I would like to ask if any of you would like to attempt the exams in a little over a week's time. The head teacher Irika asked the class. Several cocky-looking children from civilian families who had parents on the civilian council raised their hand and went to collect a form. Is that all? I would have thought you would be attempting the exam, Sasuke. And you too, Hinata. You both have enough skill to pass the exam, Irika said. No, my brother said that the best way to be prepared and get stronger is to stay in the academy and learn as much as I can to make sure that I am ready for what I might face in the real world. I could graduate now, but I might hold my team back, and that could get us all killed, Sasuke said. I too do not wish to take the exam for similar reasons, Hinata said in her typical shy fashion. Very well, and Sasuke, that is a very mature way to look at things. Make sure you listen to your father in the future. He is after all the biggest genius to come out of Konoha since the Yondaime Hokage and the Sannin, Irika said. Yeah, but one day I am going to become even greater than he is. I might not do it right away, because he is really strong. But you just wait. They will be calling me the genius of the Uchiha clan in no time at all, Sasuke said confidently, causing a large section of the girls in the class to swoon over the Uchiha. Well, if you work hard enough, I have no doubt that you will. And working hard here is the best place to start. That is a lesson for all of you. You need to work hard for your dreams to come true, Irika said. Working hard is just too troublesome, Shikamaru mumbled before snoring, indicating that he was asleep the whole time. I'm sorry, Shikamaru. Next time I will say people who don't dream about sleeping all day and watching clouds need to work hard. Irika yelled, using his big head jutsu successfully waking the sleeping Nara. Troublesome was all Shikamaru said in response before laying his head back onto the desk. Land of Swamps. Naruto was standing in a battle-ready stance waiting for an attack he knew could come at any moment or from any direction. Finally, he heard the yell of a jutsu. Doton, Earth Dragon Bullet, came a voice from seemingly all around Naruto, and he quickly saw to his left a large dragon, head made of mud, was opening its mouth before firing a large chunk of mud at the young blonde. Right on, electromagnetic murder, Naruto yelled, sending what looked like a massive web of lightning rushing forward, annihilating the mud dragon. Katan, Flame Bullet, the voice yelled again. Shinra Tensei. Naruto yelled, and the flames seemed to die out. I thought I told you not to use that in this exercise. You are supposed to be countering my moves with the correct nature manipulation. Using your gravity is cheating, the voice said, and Jiraiya seemed to rise up from the swamp completely clean. Sorry, Sensei, I still don't have the hang of Suiton completely. I can use it all right, but I was unsure of what jutsu to use, and then I sort of panicked, Naruto admitted, lowering his head. That's all right. After all, that is what this exercise is for. If you can fight without using any of your special powers gifted to you by those eyes of yours other than the basic elemental manipulation and increased chakra control, when you get into a real fight, you will be that much stronger, Jiraiya said. Yes, Sensei, I understand. I think I need to practice the Suiton jutsu you gave me more though, Naruto admitted. Well, we can get to work later. Let's find a place to rest, the old toad sage suggested, and beckoned Naruto to follow him. Why are we in the land of swamps anyway, Sensei? It stinks here, Naruto complained. I'm following someone, and I don't want them to get away, Jiraiya said. You mean that weird pale old teammate of yours that you had me hide from? Naruto asked. Yes, and the last thing we need is for him to get a glimpse of those eyes of yours. There is no telling what he would do if he figured out what they were, Jiraiya said. I still don't understand why we are following him. Every time you get close enough to have an encounter, nothing happens. I mean, you don't fight him and you don't like him. So what's the point? Naruto asked. I am doing this for my sensei, the Hokage, Orochimaru, and I used to be his students, and now he is a traitor to Konoha, so I am keeping tabs on him. Also, it is best that we keep on the move. We don't want to run into any Leaf Shinobi and have them recognize you after all, Jiraiya said. Fine, let's just keep going. The sooner we get out of this swamp, the better, Naruto mumbled. Konoha, morning before the Uchiha massacre. Several disappearances had occurred in the past few days. First of all, Shursui Uchiha, and then after that several key members of the Uchiha clan all vanished mysteriously. To the clan head Fugaku Uchiha and father to Itachi and Sasuke, thought it may have something to do with the Hokage suspecting something and therefore taking out his top men. Itachi walked into the kitchen in the morning with his umbu mask all ready for the task that lay ahead of him. Itachi, can you help me with my Katon Jutsu after class today? Sasuke asked eagerly when he saw Itachi enter the room. I'm sorry, little brother. I won't finish until late. Why don't you just practice hard in one of the training grounds? Hopefully I can make it there before it gets too dark, Itachi said, knowing he would never be able to show up. If you are supposed to be an Uchiha, you should be helping your brother, not playing the role of a pawn for that old fool Hiruzen, Fugaku said. Fool or not, it is my job, father. Sasuke should use this as a chance to work hard to learn what he needs, Itachi said. I don't know where you went wrong, boy. Such a talented member of this clan, and you cling to these pathetic ideals. You will see. When we run this village, us Uchiha will be given the respect we deserve, Fugaku stated arrogantly. Respect is earned, father. Every member of this village earns their own respect. It is not something that can be forced, Itachi said. You want change, will you? Come, Sasuke. After breakfast, I will help you with your ninja skills. You can still be a ninja. This clan can be proud of, Fugaku said as he watched Itachi leave and gave a smirk when he saw the young Umbu pause, indicating that he heard what his father had said. The day of work passed uneventfully for Itachi, and just as the sun was setting, he knew he needed to act. But first, he wanted to make sure Sasuke was out of the way. Itachi found his younger brother walking home. I need more time. I will have to use a Jinjutsu to get him to take the long way home, Itachi thought, and from the shadows activated his Sharingan. Sasuke seemed to instantly change direction and walk away from the Uchiha compound. That should do it. I will have about an hour. That should be enough. I will just have to be stealthy, Itachi thought as he jumped away and ran over rooftops up to the edge of the Uchiha compound. His first target were the guards who watched for anything suspicious. He waited until they were alone and out of sight before making his move. A shadow clone would take out one while he took out the other, both using the guards' own weapons. After that, he knew he had already killed most of the higher-ranking Uchiha ninja. The last one left was his father, and that kill would have to wait until last. Hello, came a voice from behind Itachi. What the? Who are you? Itachi asked. Oh, I am nobody that is overly important. I just came to offer you my help. I know what you are planning after all. the man who wore an orange spiral mask said. You got behind me without me ever sensing you. You are indeed skilled, but why would you want to help me if you know what I am doing? Itachi said. Well, let's just say, Konoha was not the first thing that this clan has betrayed, the masked man said, taking off his mask and activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan, who are you? Itachi said, not believing his eyes and activating his own set of upgraded Sharingan. It seems I am not the only one with these eyes. You could be useful to me. Why not join me after we take out this clan? The man asked. As tempting as that may be, I have some place I need to go and information I need to deliver to someone, so I am going to turn your offer down, I'm afraid, Itachi said. Oh, very well, but word of advice, keep at least one Uchiha alive. You may need their eyes later. The Mangekyo Sharingan has the downside of blinding its users, but after you get a new set of eyes, it will never be a problem again, the masked man said. The only person who could know something like that is Madara, Itachi said in shocked realization. Well, I might be him. Then again, I may not. I guess you will never know. Now are you going to sit around all day? Or are we going to pass judgment on this traitorous clan? The masked man said and warped away in a spiral of rippling air. Itachi was certainly confused, but when he heard the scream that seemed to die away, he knew that the slaughter had already begun, and either way the Uchiha clan would be all but wiped out that night. Elsewhere in the village, the Jinjutsu that Itachi had placed on his younger brother had just worn off, and Sasuke seemed to come to his senses, not knowing why he was currently walking down the main street of the village, now quite a long way from his clan compound. Oh man, I'm so late. Mother and father will probably be wondering where I am. I need to get home, Sasuke said out loud, and turned around before running as fast as he could towards the Uchiha sector. It had taken quite a while, but once the young Uchiha saw the Konoha police department, he knew he was getting close to home. The large entrance to the Uchiha compound came into view, and the fan symbol of the Uchiha clan became visible. Sasuke stopped running, not wanting to look like he was worried in front of the guards. But then Sasuke noticed something odd. The guards were not at their post, and the compound was silent. That's weird. Was there a clan meeting or something? Sasuke thought as he entered the compound, only to realize that all the lights were out, and only the light of the full moon shone down to reveal several large lumps in the middle of the road. Sasuke was intrigued and went to investigate what they were, but in the end, to his horror, he saw the dead body of a member of the Uchiha clan. He checked another this time. It was a kunoichi that worked in the police department. Now that Sasuke's eyes were getting accustomed to the dark, he could see what was surrounding him everywhere. He looked more dead bodies. Most looked like they had been killed by a blade, but some seemed to have been burned to a crisp by a katon jutsu. Wow, what's going on? Sasuke thought out loud as he ran through the streets towards his home, only to find more and more bodies lying on the ground dead. Finally, the young Uchiha came to his house, and this time he finally saw a living Uchiha. The calm, cool, and collected face of his brother appeared from the house. Hello, Sasuke, Itachi said flatly with no warmth in his voice at all. Itachi, what happened here? Sasuke said with tears forming in his eyes. I will show you, Itachi said, and his eyes morphed into a three-pointed pinwheel and began to spin. Tsukuyami, Itachi said, and Sasuke's world faded, and he soon found himself watching a horrifying scene of Itachi killing his mother and father, and then he saw him cut through the rest of the clan. Sasuke's world returned to normal, but he simply collapsed onto his knees as though he too had been fatally wounded. Why? Sasuke cried, tears now flowing uncontrollably down his face. Oh, it's simple really. I wanted to test myself, to become stronger, and I wanted to gain more power. All that is left is you. Although now that I see you, I see no purpose in killing you. You are too weak, so grow up and learn to hate me. And then one day, when you have eyes like mine, come and find me. Maybe then you will be worth my time, Itachi said, and he turned around just as a tear fell from his eyes that he hoped Sasuke did not see. I need to get out of the village, Hokage-sama said. He could buy me some time, but that doesn't mean I can take my time. And besides, I have to go find Jiraiya-sama and give him this letter, Itachi thought, and jumped up in order to leave the village as quickly as possible, only pausing for a small moment in order to give one last look at the village that he loved before leaving it forever. Land of Swamps, several days later. Naruto and Jiraiya were finally leaving the land of swamps after collecting some information on Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. Well, looks like we can have some time to relax now, kid. Where do you want to go? Jiraiya asked. Preferably somewhere that doesn't have massive areas of land that smell like foot, Naruto said, covering his nose as they walked through another swamp. Yeah, I would say you would prefer some place dry as well. How about we try the land of stars? That place is usually pretty good this time of year, Jiraiya said. Sure sounds good. Wait, there is someone watching us. I can feel it, Naruto said. Really? Jiraiya said, but decided to trust his young pupil. You have quite a skilled student, Jiraiya-sama. Came a voice from behind a tree, and Itachi made his way into view. Itachi Uchiha, what do you want? I thought I told the old man I wasn't going back to the village, and I am certainly not giving them Naruto, Jiraiya said. Naruto? Itachi asked, confused. Then he got a better look at the young man that was standing next to Jiraiya. He had his eyes shut, but that didn't matter. The blonde hair and the whisker marks gave it away. That is, Naruto-kun. I thought he had died or had been sold to one of the other villages. But that is not why I am here, Itachi said, a hint of shock and relief in his voice. If that isn't why you are here, then what is? Jiraiya asked. I have a letter from Hokage-sama that should explain everything, Itachi said, handing over the letter for Jiraiya to read. Once Jiraiya had finished with the letter, he burned it. So, you are on the run then. And did any survive? Jiraiya asked. Yes, just one, my younger brother Sasuke, Itachi answered. So, everything went according to plan then, Jiraiya said. More or less, Itachi agreed. Excuse me, do you want to tell me what is going on? Naruto said, still with his eyes closed. Itachi here is going to be joining us for the foreseeable future. I guess that means you can open your eyes, Jiraiya said. When Itachi saw the ripple pattern and metallic purple that Naruto's eyes had become, his own eyes widened. He had, after all, read the ancient tablet hidden under the Uchiha compound. Impossible. That's the Rinnegan, Jiraiya answered. How is it that Naruto-kun has that dojutsu? Itachi asked. I'm not sure, neither of us are. But ever since I saw it, I have been training him to use it. He is already a rather gifted ninja, if I do say so myself, Jiraiya said. I see. I think I might actually enjoy being part of this little group. I would also like to train Naruto-kun, if you would allow it, of course, Itachi said. Hell, why not? I'm sure you understand dojutsus far better than I do. But enough of this. Let's get a move on. It's wet and smells of mud and dead animals that have been trapped here, Jiraiya said. So now I have two senseis? Can you teach me some Suidanjutsu? Jiraiya sensei is horrible at them, and only knows a few, Naruto asked. I know a couple, but I am predominantly a Katon type. Still, I am sure I can help you out, Itachi said, and the three ninja left ready to continue their journey. Chapter 5. An Unwelcome Reunion. 2 years had passed since the Uchiha massacre, and Sasuke had spent every second of his life that he was not training or in the academy, fantasizing about the day he finally killed Itachi. And today was no exception, despite how important the day was. Today was the day he was given his Genin team. Across town in the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi was in a council meeting along with the ninja who would be acting as the senseis the following year. Now, I think you know why you are all here. We have to decide on the team placement for this year's Genin. The normal way of choosing Team 7, which has been so successful in the past, providing us with such ninja as my own 3 pupils, the Yondaime and Kakashi Hitaki, was to take the top-ranked ninja and Kunoichi along with the bottom of the class. This has been used the past 4 years, but as you know, Kakashi Hitaki has failed to pass any of the teams he has been given, the Hokage said. He probably just didn't want to do it. I don't know why you would pick such an unreliable ninja to be a sensei. He has become more and more difficult ever since that thing left the village. One of the civilian council members said, who had in the past had run-ins with the copy ninja about the treatment of a certain former resident of Konoha. Yes, and I am sure it is because of people like you that Naruto has left the village and not returned, Kakashi said flatly. I wish I could take the credit. I have sent enough money to Hyuga's family to almost pay for their seals to be removed. The counselor chuckled, ignoring the looks of disgust on the faces of the clan heads and the Hokage. We are getting off topic. If we are to follow Team 7 tradition, then it will be the Team OS Sasuke Uchiha. who was the top ranking among the boys and Rookie of the Year, there was a round of applause from the civilian side of the council room. Yes, thank you. Anyway, the top-ranking kunoichi was Hinata Hyuga, who finished in third overall behind Sasuke and Shino Aburame. And last in the class was Shikamaru Nara. However, upon looking at young Shikamaru's grades, I found something interesting. He only ever answered half the questions and hit the exact amount of points, so he would pass, and nothing more. I believe him to be far more skilled than he lets on. However, that would be Team 7. I am sure there will be some objections. There always is, after all, Hiruzen's side. Yes, Hokage-sama. We requested back when they started the academy that Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru were placed in the same team. Inoichi spoke up, and his statement was greeted with agreeing nods from Choza and Shikaku. Yes, I agree that would be a formidable team, and it has the balance that we know works. I am inclined to agree, but then who do I fill the final place in Team 7 with? Hiruzen asked. As if on cue, a pink-haired woman stood up, and the ninja counselors readied to block their ears in case she started screeching like she had so many times in the past. My daughter Sakura should be placed with the Uchiha. The pink-haired Sakibi Haruno screeched, causing the people in her direct vicinity to wince from the pain that their ears had to endure. That may actually work. Sakura's ninja skills were the lowest, but she scored the highest in terms of book smarts and chakra control, which could lead her to becoming a talented support ninja. And with Sasuke being a close to mid-range fighter and Hinata being a close-range fighter, that leads to a balanced team, despite a break from the usual one kunoichi per group rule. The final team will be a hunting and tracking team and will be Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Sai Hiruzen said. There were no more objections, and the Hokage was able to send the full list of teams to the academy for the head teacher Irika. Several hours later, all the teams had left the academy. Well, that was all except for Team 7. Where is our sensei? Sakura whined. I am sure there will be a good reason that he is late. They are all supposed to be jounin after all, so they are among the top ninja in the village, Hinata said. Several hours later, the silver-haired one-eyed copy ninja casually strolled in. You're late, Sakura screeched, causing Kakashi to wince. I really hoped she would not be like her mother. I guess I can't be that lucky. This might be tough. Ugh, sorry about that. I got lost on the road of life. Anyway, meet me on the roof in 5 minutes, Kakashi said, before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Lost on the road of life? Oh, why couldn't I have Kurenai as my jounin sensei, Hinata thought as she followed after Sasuke and Sakura. The three fresh genin made it to the roof to find Kakashi casually leaning against the railing. So, take a seat and tell me a little about yourself, your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future, the copy ninja said. Why don't you go first, Kakashi-sensei, so we know what to do, Sakura asked. I thought it was a simple question. How could they not know what to do? Kakashi thought. Alright, here goes. I like things and I dislike things as well. As for my dreams for the future, well, I don't feel like telling you, he said. He didn't really tell us anything other than his name. All three of the young genin thought. Okay, Pinky, you're up, Kakashi said. I'm alright. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like. She looked to Sasuke and blushed, but said nothing. I mean, the person I like is. Again, she did nothing but blush. As for my dream for the future, again nothing, but Sakura blushing redder than ever before. Delusional much, Kakashi thought, struggling not to mock the pink-haired kunoichi. Okay, Pale Eyes, you're next, he said. My name is Hinata Hyuga. I like cinnamon buns and my hobby is pressing flowers. I dislike crabs and shrimp. As for my dream for the future, I want to bring the two branches of the Hyuga clan together under one roof as equals. And I need to say thank you to someone who inspired me to prove that I could better myself, and that I didn't need to be the weakling loser everyone thought me to be, Hinata said. Why is that last part a dream? I mean, just go tell them. It's not like that is difficult to do, Sakura said. Kakashi narrowed his eyes disapprovingly at this. Sakura had no right to say anything about another person's dream, and even worse when they are supposed to be team members. I can't tell him because he doesn't live in the village anymore. He left the village to train with a tall man with long, white, spiky hair. Hinata said, angry that Sakura would say that about her dream. Then she realized she had just broken the promise she made to Naruto and Jiraiya never to tell anyone about seeing them. Long, white, spiky hair and tall. That could only be Jiraiya-sama. He left the village for good after he found out about Naruto's disappearance. And he certainly didn't take anyone from the village with him, Kakashi thought, looking for an answer, but deciding to drop the issue. Okay, last of all, the brooder. You're up, Kakashi said. I have no real likes, but I don't see that it matters much because I hate lots of things. I have no dream for the future. What I have is more than that. It is a need, a desire. I will rebuild my clan, and I need to kill a certain man, Sasuke said darkly. Hinata was a little taken aback by Sasuke's goals, but accepted that was just who he was, while Sakura just seemed to swoon over the cool and dark Uchiha. So he wants to kill Itachi, huh? Well, good luck with that, kid. He was considered the biggest genius in the Uchiha clan since Madara. As for the group as a whole, I have a fangirl, a shy princess, and a brooder with a dangerous goal. I sorta wish I passed the team last year now, especially with the council on my back to pass this team, Kakashi thought. Now that that's done, I want you all to meet me at Training Ground 3 tomorrow at 7. Oh, and don't eat breakfast. You will just throw up, Kakashi said, and without further thought disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Land of Hills. Two ninja wearing white hooded cloaks were entering a small town. This sucks. All we have been doing for the past year is mission after mission. Mercenary life is not as fun as I thought it would be, the shorter ninja complained. Well, Naruto-kun, you could always return to Konoha. I am sure the Hokage would welcome you back with open arms, the taller one said. Yeah, Gigi might. But everyone else might have a different point of view. You know better than anyone. You used to watch me after all, Naruto said. Yes, you might be right. It is mostly my fault. We have to keep moving. Despite how secure some of our hidden bases are, we do not want to run into any hunter ninja. I would like to avoid any unnecessary bloodshed, the taller of the pair said. That's fine, Itachi-sensei. I don't blame you. Do you know why Jiraiya-sensei called us here? I thought he was busy working on one of his horrible books, Naruto asked, taking his hood off to reveal the spiky blonde hair that was now shoulder length. No, I do not know why Jiraiya-sama sent the toad to tell us to meet him here, but I am guessing it is important, Itachi said, removing his own hood, showing that he no longer kept his hair in a ponytail and instead let his hair fall naturally flat, falling about halfway down his neck. If this is just some call to read a couple of chapters of his book and tell him what we think, I will be pissed. We finally get to a visit a tourist destination and he sends us a toad, Naruto whined. I'm sure it won't be something that simple, Itachi said. The two village-less ninja walked through the streets of the town, looking for the location that Jiraiya said to meet them. It was not surprising that when they found the name of the meeting location, that it was a rather questionable tavern, where the waitresses seemed to have more fabric on their shoes than the rest of their bodies. This must be the place, Naruto sighed as he went to enter. Unsurprisingly, the bouncer stopped Naruto from entering. Hey, Itachi, little help? Naruto asked. With pleasure, Naruto-kun, Itachi replied, activating his Sharingan, cast a Genjutsu on the bouncer to allow the pair to enter. Looking around, they saw that this bar was a very dark place, the sort of place that you would go if you didn't want to be seen. You have to hand it to Jiraiya-sama. He may pick some perverted locations, but his choice is in fact genius in that you could have an important conversation and pass on information here without anyone knowing, Itachi said. Yeah, you're right. But let's just find him before the patrons start to flip because I am underage, Naruto said. They found the toad hermit in a back corner being fed by two women with amazingly large breasts. When they arrived, the pair sat down at the same table. Upon seeing Naruto, the two ladies stood up and went straight to the bar, looking to complain about them allowing an underage kid to enter the tavern. Damn it, Gaki. Couldn't you have put on a hinge or something? Now you are going to get us all kicked out. Jiraiya whined as he watched the ladies talk to the what appeared to be the owner. Think of it as punishment for taking away my time off, Naruto complained. Damn kid. Anyway, as we may not have much time, I will get to the point. As you know, there has been a civil war in the Land of Water for a few years now, Jiraiya said. Yes, the Mizukage is attempting to take out and annihilate every clan with a bloodline from the country, Itachi said. Exactly. Anyway, I have found the location of the Resistance HQ, but they will not trust any outsiders. That is why if we want to help them in this war, we need to find someone who they know is wanted by the Mizukage and who the Resistance would see as a valuable ally to their cause, Jiraiya informed the pair. So who are we looking for? Some former Kiri ninja with bloodlines are not exactly just going to willingly return to Kiri just so we can join the war and make a name for ourselves as an organization, Naruto said. You're right, Naruto, but someone who has tried to assassinate the current Mizukage once already will. I want you two to track down Zabuza Momoichi, the demon of the hidden mist. I then want you to get him to agree to join us, Jiraiya said. HM sounds like a lovely guy and all that, but do you really think he will join with us? I mean, you and Itachi-sensei maybe, but nobody knows who I am and I doubt he will agree if it is just Itachi-sensei and myself that find him, Naruto said. Don't worry about that. If you promise him you will help him kill Yagura, the current Mizukage, and can get him into the resistance, he will have to bite, Jiraiya said. Does he have any companions? Itachi asked. 3, I believe. The demon brothers be ranked missing ninja who are little more than overgrown bottom feeders, and a girl named Haku. I do not have any information on her, but I can assume you two can handle them if they try to fight, Jiraiya said. It could take quite a while to locate them. They have been on the run for some time after all. Our best bet would be to find the demon brothers who are bound to be more lax in security, as there will not be many hunter ninja that will bother with them, Itachi said. You say that, but for the last 6 months we have done nothing but stupid escort missions for private investors who are too cheap to pay one of the villages. And capturing lower-level missing ninja. I haven't even had to use a more than one jutsu to fight any of them, Naruto said. You complain too much, Naruto-kun. Now let's go before that bouncer breaks free of the Jinjutsu I cast on him. The owner looks rather close to hitting him, Itachi said, and the pair stood up before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Land of Waves. It had been months since Kakashi's team had graduated, and this was supposed to be their first C-rank mission. However, things did not always turn out like they are supposed to. As things were right now, they were looking at AA rank mission. And what was worse, the missing ninja they thought they had killed ended up only being in a death-like state. So things were not looking the best for Team 7. I think tomorrow will be the day. Everyone get a good night's sleep and get ready for the fight tomorrow, Kakashi said. Sakura and Hinata looked clearly worried, but Sasuke saw this as his chance to show what he could do, to judge how far he had come, and how close he was to killing his brother. Yes, there were definitely 2 vastly different emotions running through the 3 Genin, but they were all as ready as they would ever be. Kakashi was sure that Hinata and Sasuke could hold their own for at least a good length of time against whoever the masked ninja that saved his opponent the last time they met, but he still was having worrying thoughts about Sakura. She had not seemed to grow out of her fangirl attitude, and what made it worse was Sasuke starting to respect Hinata as a shinobi meant that the Uchiha was showing more attention to the Hyuga than she liked. The next morning, Kakashi was not surprised at all to find the bridge empty and a strong mist fill the air. So Zabuza, back for a second round it seems, and you brought some help it seems, Kakashi said. Do you think you can fight both me and Haku at the same time? You are good, Kakashi, I will give you that, but you are not that good, Zabuza said. I don't think I have to. My Genin will be able to hold her off long enough for me to finish you, Kakashi said. The moment the copy ninja finished speaking, Sasuke charged forward. But he didn't get more than 2 feet across the gap before a large wave rose up from the ocean, knocking Sasuke back. What was that? He didn't even use any hand seals? Sakura asked. He didn't do it. The chakra came from behind us, Hinata said with her Byakugan active. Kakashi took comfort at the sight that Zabuza and Haku seemed to be just as confused as the team from Konoha. Hinata, can you see what we are dealing with? Kakashi asked. Yes, it is not very clear because of the mist, but it seems to be clearing. There are 2 ninja, but their faces are hidden behind hooded cloaks, Hinata said. What do you mean the mist is clearing? I haven't ended my jutsu, Zabuza yelled. But sure enough, all around them the mist seemed to be lifting. Impossible. Not even the sword Samahata could do this to my mist, Zabuza thought. I can see what's happening. It's the smaller of the 2 new arrivals. He seems to be absorbing the chakra into his body, Hinata said, showing just how much her confidence had improved by only stuttering once. Someone that can absorb chakra from a jutsu into their own body. That sounds like one hell of a skill, Zabuza thought begrudgingly. I'm afraid we will have to put a stop to this little confrontation of yours. Zabuza is too important to risk in a fight against you, Kakashi, a smooth voice called out as the last of the mist vanished, revealing the 2 hooded ninja, clear as day. Who are you? And why do you think Zabuza is so important? Kakashi asked. Who we are is not important. What is important is that we need Zabuza to join us, Naruto said calmly, yet still with a sense of commanding in his voice. Haha, that's a good one, kid. I don't even know who you are. Why would I join you? Tell you what, why don't you join me? That little skill to absorb a jutsu could be useful, Zabuza said. I think he thinks he is superior to you, the taller hooded figure of Itachi said. I knew this would happen. We can get you into the resistance in the land of water and give you another crack at killing the Mizukage, Naruto said. Pull the other one. Only people inside the resistance know where they are hidden, so only a member of the resistance can make that offer, Zabuza said. You seem to be underestimating our abilities. We know exactly where they are, but we need something that the resistance wants to get in. And that would be you, Zabuza, Itachi said. Interesting offer. Let me just kill this bridge builder, and then we can talk, Zabuza said. Why would you want to do that? Your employer is dead. He was planning on betraying you. We killed him and his men to stop that from happening, Naruto said. How do I know you are telling the truth? And you are not just saying that to save the old man? Zabuza said. Naruto shrugged and pulled out a scroll, tossing it to Zabuza. When the demon of the bloody mist opened the scroll, the body of Gato appeared. What the hell happened to him? He doesn't look like he was poisoned. Neither is there any sign of physical damage in any way. Not even any signs of a Genjutsu-induced death, Haku said, shocked. Oh well, my companion has a rather unique way of dealing with people who are not being cooperative, Itachi said. Well, looks like we are not enemies anymore, Kakashi. But you too. I don't trust either of you. Show me your faces, or I will not even think about going with you, Zabuza ordered. Wait a minute, Kakashi-sensei, are you saying that's it? We're just going to let Zabuza and the masked hunter Nin get away? Sasuke asked loudly. Yes, Sasuke, he was just doing his job, and we were doing our own. It was never anything personal as far as I am concerned. This is over, Kakashi said. Well, can we do this elsewhere? Somewhere less crowded, perhaps? Naruto asked, not wanting shinobi from Konoha to see him or Itachi for that matter. No, you take your hoods off and show us your faces, or we are not moving, Zabuza ordered. Very well then. Itachi sighed and began removing his hood. Damn it, this isn't good. That Jounin is bound to recognize Itachi, Naruto thought. But it was not Kakashi who reacted first. Know that honor was given to the raven-haired genin. Several kunai flew right at Itachi's face. Sasuke was shocked, however, when the kunai seemed to stop in mid-air before falling harmlessly to the ground. The only movement any of them saw was Naruto raise high head, showing of a pair of metallic purple eyes with a familiar rippling pattern. It's him, I can't believe it. After all these years, Naruto-kun, Hinata stammered, shocking Kakashi. Naruto removed his hood. Well, I expected the Konoha Jounin to be aggressive at the sight of you, but I didn't expect a genin to attack like that, Naruto said. I did. It is my foolish little brother after all. Hello, Sasuke, how are you? Itachi asked. I will be doing a lot better once I kill you, Sasuke yelled and charged forward, a kunai drawn in each hand. Is he really serious? Trying to attack us is utter foolishness. Shinra-tensei, Naruto said lazily, extending an arm, sending a wave of compressed gravity towards the charging Uchiha that sent him flying back, and Kakashi had to jump in the way to catch him. What was that? And is that really Naruto? The hair is perfect, but those eyes. And what was that jutsu? He just sent Sasuke flying like he was nothing, Kakashi thought. What is your name? Kakashi asked Naruto tentatively, ignoring Itachi for a moment. Me? Didn't Hinata just tell you? At least I assume your young Hyuga is Hinata, as she is the only person from Konoha to have seen me since I acquired the Rinnegan. But if you must hear it from me, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said. Naruto, Kakashi said under his breath, and he felt at that moment like he had both won the lottery and had the breath knocked out of him by a kick in the gut. Itachi Uchiha, I must say it is an honor to meet someone like you. And this kid you are traveling with seems to have quite the skill set as well. Maybe I will join you, Zabuza said. Itachi, what have you done to Naruto? Kakashi yelled. I haven't done anything to him. We simply work together, Itachi said. Impossible. Those eyes are not Naruto's, Kakashi said. He had the Rinnegan when I met him. I assure you I have not harmed him, nor am I entirely sure that I could if I tried. The Rinnegan is an amazing dojutsu after all, Itachi said. Rinnegan? Impossible, that's nothing but a myth, Kakashi said. But the more he looked at Naruto's eyes, they did look just like the legendary dojutsu. In any event, I am taking him back to Konoha where he belongs, Kakashi said. I am not a Konoha shinobi, so Konoha has no ownership of me, nor do you have any right to forcefully drag me back there. The only thing Konoha could claim is that I hold the kyubi, the bijou that is seen as property of Konoha. So if you wish to come after me because of that, feel free, but you will fail in your attempt to capture me, Naruto said. He knows about the kyubi. He probably hates Konoha. I feel like I have lost him and failed you all over again, Sensei, the copy ninja thought as he stood unmoving, holding Sasuke from attempting another suicidal charge. Now, Zabuza, are you coming, or are we going to have to capture you and take you with us? Itachi asked, turning away from the team of Konoha ninja. Yeah, it's not like we have anything better to do. Let's go, Haku, Zabuza said, and they moved to join the two white-robed ninja who used to call Konoha home. Farewell, Konoha ninja. Give my regards to the Hokage. It has been quite some time since I have seen Gigi after all, Naruto said before turning to leave. Wait, Naruto-kun. I need to tell you something, Hinata yelled, finally finding her voice. Naruto said, turning around while the others kept moving. I need to tell you. Thank you. Because you believed in me, I was able to better myself, and now my clan doesn't think that I am a loser anymore. Even my father is starting to see that I have potential, and it is all because of you. So thank you, Hinata said. I didn't do anything, Hinata. You did that yourself. But thanks anyway, Naruto said with a smile and turning away. Wait, will I ever see you again? She asked, her voice trembling, but surprisingly no stutter. Who knows? After all, I am not a ninja of Konoha, and still technically a resident, so I could return one of these days if only for a little while, Naruto said, and raising his hood over his head, he gave Hinata a friendly smile before turning to follow Itachi and the new pair from Kiri. So what's this group of yours called? You surely have a name, Zabuza asked once Naruto caught back up to the group. Yeah, we are the Yanakuchi, Naruto said. Yanakuchi. Nightfall. I like it, Zabuza said as they walked away from the land of waves. Chapter 6. The Yanakuchi. So where are we going? Zabuza asked Itachi, as their small group made its way silently through the land of fire. We have a hideout about halfway to Konoha. From there we can get in contact with the other members of our group, Itachi replied. And how many people are in the Yanakuchi? Haku asked. At the moment 5, not including you two. We operate in pairs. As you can see, Naruto-kun is usually my team member. As for who the others are, well, the person in control would be Jiraiya-sama. And the other two, well, there is Akemi. She is Naruto's age and has a unique Kekkai Genkai, swift release. And her brother Akaru. They both fled from Kyumo with to avoid them, putting the girl into a forced breeding to try and reproduce the bloodline limit, Itachi replied. Jiraiya? You mean Jiraiya of the Sannin? One of the legendary 3? Haku asked. Yes. He left the direct service of Konoha almost 4 years ago now, although he is still very loyal to the village, Itachi said. Why would someone like Jiraiya leave his village? Zabuza asked. He left because of Naruto here. He discovered him in the land of forests, but he was from Konoha originally, Itachi replied. He doesn't say much, does he? Since we left the land of waves, he has barely said a word, Zabuza said, indicating where Naruto was walking, his hood up covering his face. Normally he won't shut up. My guess is something is bothering him, Itachi said. The team from Konoha, they will inform the Hokage and will send a hunter ninja after us. I'm sure of it, Naruto said, finally speaking. We have time. Kakashi won't abandon his mission, Itachi said. Then I would say we have about 3 days before they start the search. Are you sure this is the best hideout to use? Naruto said. Lighten up, kid. What are a bunch of hunter ninja going to do? We will just take care of them when they show themselves, Zabuza said with a wicked grin. I will not kill Konoha shinobi unless I am forced to, Naruto said. We should be fine. There are the best defenses we can make guarding the place. And we only need to stay there until we can get a message to Jiraiya-sama, saying we found Zabuza, Itachi said. They walked for a few more miles before they came to a large boulder. Naruto moved up to it, as simply brushed it out of the way like it was not even there. Well, it's no palace. but it is a damn sight better than the places we have been hiding, Zabuza said as he looked around. They had entered a large underground complex that seemed to run deep into the earth. Itachi showed them to their rooms. I'm going to go train, Naruto said and left down a separate path. All right, just try not to destroy anything, Itachi replied. Kid seems to be a little cold on us, Zabuza said. I don't think he approves of your line of work. Naruto-kun is a rather gentle person, so he usually dislikes people who kill for fun. It may take him a while to accept you as members. Doesn't like people who kill for fun, huh? Then what is the point of this group? Zabuza asked. In essence, we are mostly mercenaries, but most of what we do helps people. For example, we do not take missions to kill civilian bridge builders, Itachi said. You think you can talk to me like that and get away with it? I should cleave you where you stand, Zabuza said. You're welcome to try, but I wouldn't recommend it. Your reasons for taking those missions are your own. None of us will truly know the type of person we are until we are about to die. Follow me, your rooms are this way, Itachi said expressionlessly and walked off. How I like that. I guess doing good can't hurt as long as I get to bust Yagura's shell. I could care less, Zabuza said. Haku, on the other hand, was thrilled to hear of the type of work they would be doing, but she also wanted to talk to Naruto and let him know that she also did not like killing when she could avoid it. They walked down several flights of stairs and made it to a large chamber with several doors on each side. Pick a room. The first two in the right are taken by our other two members. Inside you will find everything you need, Itachi said. So where do you and the kids stay? Zabuza asked. Naruto-kun, Jiraiya-sama, and I each have our own levels. If you are opposed to us having more room or dislike your room, take it up with Naruto-kun. He built this place after all, Itachi said, and turned to leave, giving no further explanation. Well, Haku, what do you think? If they can get me another crack at Yagura and into the resistance, they have my support, Zabuza said. I think we should see what this is like first, then decide if we want to stay or not, Haku suggested. Yeah, why not? Come on, let's pick a couple of rooms, Zabuza said. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting in his training area in deep meditation when Itachi arrived. You know, if you act this way every time a missing ninja joins us, you won't end up liking many of the members, Itachi said. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and stood up. It is not that I dislike them. It's that their attitude is wrong. We are supposed to be striving for peace, and someone like Zabuza wants nothing but to destroy, Naruto said. Perhaps that is all he knows. He was made into the demon of the bloody mist. But you saw the way he looked at the girl. It was the way a father looks at his own child. There is hope for him, and you know it, Itachi said. Maybe, but I would like some proof before I show them any trust, Naruto said. Very well. How is your training coming along? Itachi asked. Not very well. I can picture what I want, but it is taking far too long to create, Naruto said. I do not think yin/yang chakra manipulation will be an easy thing to master. After all, you are trying to create something out of nothing and breath life into it. Perhaps you should continue by trying one at a time. Try to create something that doesn't live. You might be attempting the impossible to do both, Itachi said. Yeah, maybe you're right. I think I have had enough for now. Besides, I need to go contact Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto said. Yes, that would be a good idea. By the way, do you know when Akemi and Akaru will be returning? Itachi asked. Couple of days probably. It depends what mission they have taken. Although I don't see that it matters. Won't we be off to the land of water soon enough to make contact with the resistance? Naruto asked. Maybe. That all depends on Jiraiya-sama. I do not think he will send all four of us to meet with the resistance in the land of water. A large group of powerful shinobi will be noticed. My guess is he will just send Zabuza and either myself or you and the girl, Haku, Itachi said. So he is going to split up our team when we have never failed a mission, no matter how difficult? That's insane, Naruto said. I do not believe it will be a permanent thing, just until we earn the trust of the leaders in the resistance movement, Itachi said. Oh well, guess I will just have to accept it if that's the way it turns out, Naruto said. Who knows, you might find it refreshing to be teamed with someone other than me. My emotionless style can be a bit of a come down from your usual energetic self when you are on a mission with Jiraiya-sama. I have seen that you are far more in control of your emotions, but less like yourself while we are teamed together, Itachi said. Oh well, I guess I have just given up trying to get you to lighten up, that's all, Naruto replied happily. Well, I am shocked. I didn't think you knew how to give up, Itachi said, allowing for a rare smile to cross his face. Konoha, 1 week later. Team 7 made their way to the mission hall for their debriefing with the Hokage. Kakashi had made the team move as quickly as they could once the mission was complete, so they could get back to Konoha as soon as possible. Team 7 reporting back from the completion of a successful C-turned-a ranked mission, Kakashi said. A ranked? What do you mean a ranked? Irika yelled in shock. The mission became a ranked due to arrival of several missing ninja. In fact, it could almost be considered S-ranked after the appearance of missing ninja Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi said. What? You had a run-in with Itachi? The Hokage asked. Yes, Hokage-sama. What's more, he was not alone, he had a partner with him, Kakashi said. Who would Itachi Uchiha, someone who killed his own clan in a quest for his own power, possibly have as a partner? I mean, who would be brave and stupid enough to take that risk, Irika said. Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi said. What? I know that name. You mean the Kyuubi child? Irika asked. That's enough, Irika. Hiruzen ordered. Sorry, Hokage-sama, the academy teacher apologized. So Naruto was with him. This is most disturbing news. However, as Naruto-kun is not a ninja of this village, we cannot label him as a missing ninja, nor has he broken any laws to justify placing him in the bingo book, Hiruzen said. The old Hokage may have looked troubled on the outside, but inside he couldn't have been happier. The boy he once saw as a grandson was safe, and the most loyal ninja he knew was looking after him. He also knew this meant that Jiraiya would have been around someplace as well. That's not all, Hokage-sama. Naruto does not look the same. He may still have the spiky golden hair and the whisker marks, but his eyes have changed. They are no longer blue, Kakashi informed the Hokage. What do you mean, Kakashi-kun? Eyes do not simply change color. Well, unless it is some sort of Kekkai Genkai, like the Sharingan, of course, Hiruzen said. That's the thing. Itachi said Naruto possesses the Rinnegan. Naruto's eyes were completely purple, the iris and sclera were the same color, and it had this ripple pattern of concentric circles that expanded out from a tiny dot, like pupil, Kakashi said. The pipe that the Hokage had been smoking fell from his mouth and hit the desk. That must be the real reason Jiraiya-kun never brought Naruto back to the village. There are people who would try and take Naruto's power for themselves no matter the cost. So Jiraiya did what he needed to. He wanted to make sure that Naruto would be safe. What can you tell me about Naruto's abilities? Hiruzen asked. I could not say. Sasuke attempted to attack Itachi twice. The first time he threw several kunai, and Naruto was able to stop them in mid-air without moving an inch. Then when Sasuke charged, Naruto sent him flying before he even got close to attack range with a wave of his arm, Kakashi said. I see. Anything else? Hiruzen questioned. Just one thing. When they first arrived, we were about to start battle with Zabuza Momoichi. We were stopped by Naruto and Itachi. From what Hinata said she saw with her Byakugan, Naruto seemed to absorb Zabuza's hidden mist jutsu, Kakashi said. I see. He sounds like a talented young shinobi then. As expected from someone with the eyes of the sage, Hiruzen said. We should send a team after them. Naruto belongs in this village. It's his home, Kakashi said. Is it? Naruto was 8 when he left the village. Now he would be 13. 5 years. He has been gone 5 years. His old apartment still stands, maybe, but I do question how much of a home this place ever was to him. Hated and rejected his whole life. And I am sure wherever he found himself after he left here, people didn't naturally shun him. In these last 5 years, Naruto-kun has had a chance to live a life he never would have had if he stayed in Konoha. A happy 1-inch, the Hokage said. But Hiruzen-sama, surely you want him to return? Kakashi asked almost pleadingly. Certainly I do, but I want him to return on his own, not because we force him, the old Sarutobi said. Very well. I will not make any attempts to locate and return Naruto to the village, Kakashi said. Thank you, Kakashi-kun. Now I would like everyone in this room to swear that they will never say a word about Naruto or the Rinnegan to anyone once they leave this room, Hiruzen said. I don't see what's so great about those eyes. I bet the Sharingan is a far superior dojutsu, Sasuke said. Yeah, Sasuke-kun is right. Did you see those eyes that kid had? They were creepy looking. Even the Hyuga's pupil-less eyes look better, Sakura thought, which was greeted approvingly by her inner self. You may be right, Sasuke-kun. The Rinnegan is surrounded by uncertainty. We only have myths and legends to go on, so we do not know what powers the Rinnegan truly possesses. So the Sharingan may well be the superior dojutsu, Hiruzen said, although he did not fully believe it himself. Yes, but there has to be something extraordinary about the child if Itachi Uchiha has taken an interest in the boy, Irika said. There has always been something extraordinary about Naruto-kun, and it is not what you may think. I would challenge any person to truly get to know Naruto and not like him. He has this glow about him. Whenever he was around, it was like seeing the will of fire incarnate, Hiruzen said. Will that be all, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked. Yes, you are dismissed, the Hokage replied. Yanakuchi hideout. It had been a week since Zabuza and Haku had arrived, and it was fair to say the pair had found their stay comfortable. Lots of the luxuries that were often kept from missing ninja, like proper showers and news of the outside world, were easy to come by in the Yanakuchi hideout. They even had their own televisions and training facilities. In fact, the only thing that had Haku annoyed was the fact that she had as of yet failed to talk to Naruto and thank him for the opportunity to join the Yanakuchi and tell him that she admired him for not wanting to kill his opponents and only taking missions that help people. In fact, Naruto had been strangely absent. They had seen Itachi come and go from small scouting errands, but Naruto had not been seen at all. When questioning Itachi about this, he just told her not to worry about him and that he could handle himself. It wasn't until a week later that she saw Naruto again. She had gone outside to enjoy the sunshine and pick herbs when she saw Naruto casually walking towards the entrance of the base. This is my chance. I need to talk to him while I have a chance, Haku thought as she put down her basket. Hello, Naruto, she said and waved to get his attention. Naruto stopped and turned to see what the girl wanted. Hi, Naruto said. Where have you been? We haven't seen you around for almost 2 weeks now, Haku said. Oh, I've been looking for Jiraiya-sensei, but he is a pain in the ass to find, Naruto said in a friendly manner. Oh, any luck? Haku asked. Not really, but I did manage to find one of his summoned toads, so he must be spying on someone and can't show himself. But at least I managed to get him the message. He should return here or at least to one of the other hideouts and get in touch with us via the radio link we have set up between the bases in a few days, Naruto said. Oh, that's good, I suppose. I was wondering if I could ask you a question, Haku said. Well, technically you just did, but if you want to ask another one, I see no problem with that, Naruto said. Well, I was just wondering why you fight, if you don't like killing? Haku said. Well, I guess I fight to protect others and make life easier for people in need, Naruto answered. I see. Do you have anyone precious to you? Haku asked. Are you asking me if I have a girlfriend? Naruto asked. No. I was asking if there were any people in your life that you think of as precious, people that you would die to protect, Haku explained. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I guess I do. There's Jiraiya-sensei and Itachi-sensei. And I used to be really close to the Hokage, so I would even add him to the list, Naruto replied. I see, that's good. I always think true strength comes from the need to protect something. It allows you to dig deeper than you thought you ever could and become stronger. Zabuza-sama is my precious person. He found me when I was young, starving to death, and looked after me. In exchange, I became his tool. I am his weapon because that is my purpose in life, Haku said. That's a completely bullshit. You may think Zabuza thinks of you only as a tool, but I can tell that he thinks of you as much more than that. He sees you as a daughter, Naruto said. How would you know? You have barely even spoken to Zabuza-sama, and even then you did not seem to approve of him much, Haku said. His eyes give him away, the way he looks at you and positions himself while we were walking to shield you in case we turned on you. It is a skill Itachi-sensei taught me. You can read a lot about your opponent by simply watching their actions around people. His bloodthirsty attitude is a front that he puts up. He is hiding from himself and doesn't even realize that, Naruto said. You know, you speak like you are much older than you look, Haku said. Yeah, I get that a lot. Naruto laughed, scratching the back of his head in slight embarrassment. I want to thank you for letting us join you and Itachi. For the first time since I was a young girl, I feel like I have a place that accepts me, a place that I can call home. I have never had that with Zabuza-sama, as we were always on the run from Kiri's Hunter Ninja or taking missions for questionable characters trying to fund Zabuza-sama's next coup attempt, Haku said. No worries, but you shouldn't thank me. You should thank Jiraiya-sensei. He was the one who ordered us to recruit you, Naruto said. Just out of curiosity, what would have happened if we refused? Haku asked. Well, to you, nothing. But we would have just captured Zabuza and delivered him to the resistance as a gift to gain their trust, Naruto said. You really think you could capture Zabuza-sama that easily? Haku asked skeptically. It wouldn't be too difficult. I imagine we would have had a harder time deciding which of us got to fight, Naruto said casually. You're kidding, right? Zabuza-sama was one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. They were elite ninja from Kiri, Haku said. True, but Itachi and I are not exactly your run-of-the-mill shinobi. When you fight Itachi, it is basically over the moment you make eye contact with him, and I could probably defeat him with my gravity jutsu, without even moving, Naruto said. Gravity jutsu? Can you show me some? Haku asked. I guess so. I will just keep it small though. Chibaku Tensei, Naruto said he created a small black orb in his palm and sent it away from his body. Haku watched wide-eyed as the earth lifted to create a small ball of earth compressed into a small ball about the size of Haku's fist. Naruto dropped the jutsu before it got too big and let the orb fall to the ground. Bansho Tenin, Naruto said, extending an arm toward the orb, and it shot forward into the palm of Naruto's hand. Wow, that's amazing, Haku said as she stared at the compressed ball of earth. Well, it's nothing to the damage that jutsu can really do. Although to tell the truth, I have never really tried it out, Naruto admitted. It's still amazing. I mean, I have never seen a gravity jutsu before, Haku admitted. Yeah, I guess it's pretty cool. Someone is approaching. Wait, more than one, I think it's 2 people, Naruto said, turning to the east. Are they a threat? Haku asked tentatively. No, I know who it is, Naruto said, relaxing as 2 ninja in white cloaks appeared. The younger of the 2 was a kunoichi around the same age as Naruto, although she was slightly taller. She had long black hair, with bright yellow highlights that ran down to her waist, and yellow eyes with black pupils. The other taller member of the pair was slightly older than Itachi and had light brown curly hair, and the same eyes as the girl who Haku realized must have been his sister. You guys have been gone for a while. What happened? You get into some trouble with your last mission? Naruto asked. You could say that. We went to clear out a bunch of bandits, but found that most of them were missing ninja from Iwa, the boy said. Yeah, that would be about right. Man, you guys always get all the luck. Every time Itachi-sensei and I get a bandit mission, it is always only 2 or 3 bad guy wannabes. We never get groups of ninja, Naruto said. Yeah, well, we will swap any day. A bunch of Jounin and Chunin level ninja, maybe child's play for you and Itachi. But we are not you. That mission was tough. And by the way, who's the new girl? The dark-haired kunoichi asked. Oh yeah, Akimi, Akaru, this is Haku. She came here with Zabuza Momoichi, Naruto said. Oh yeah, Jiraiya-sama said you had found him. He will be back in 2 days to give us our next assignments, Akaru said. It's about time. We have been waiting 2 weeks, Naruto said. What do you care? Last time I saw you, you were whining about never having any time off, Akimi replied. Maybe I just like to complain, Naruto joked. That's not a maybe. I have never met anyone who likes to complain more than you do, Akimi laughed. Come on inside so you can meet Zabuza. You could end up working with him at some point, so may as well try and get to know him better. In truth, I am guilty of avoiding him myself, Naruto suggested. Chapter 7. Return to Konoha. The 6 members of the Yanakuchi had spent the last 2 days getting to know each other better while they waited for Jiraiya to show up. And it wasn't until late in the afternoon on the 2nd day of waiting since the return of Akimi and Akaru that Jiraiya finally entered the base. Welcome back, Jiraiya-sensei. I thought you would have gone to one of the other bases. I mean, this is a long way to come from the land of rice fields. Naruto greeted Jiraiya as he sat down to relax. Why not come here? This is our main hideout after all, Jiraiya said. What were you doing that was so important there anyway? The place is just a bunch of rice farmers, Naruto said. The Sound Village, Odo. It's a new village that has sprung up recently, Jiraiya said. So what? I mean, it's not like it will be a very dangerous village if it is only new, Zabuza said. That's the thing. It isn't a real village at all, which makes me wonder why they would declare themselves as one, Jiraiya said. How, what do you mean they're not a real village? Akaru asked. I mean, I have been over every part of the country, and there is no hidden village, But there is a hidden base owned by an old friend of mine, Jiraiya said. Orochimaru, huh? So what is he up to now? Why declare a village that doesn't exist? Naruto questioned. Well, I have an idea, but I can't really prove it, Jiraiya replied. Well, don't just sit there, tell us what you think the scaly freak is up to, Zabuza said. He needed to be a village so he could do something only a village was allowed to do, something that forced him to make the claim of a village. I think he wants to send people who work for him for whatever reason to either the Chunin or Jounin exams in Konoha, Jiraiya said. What good would that do? New countries can only send a maximum of 2 teams to the Chunin exams. So if he plans to attack Konoha with that few units, he may as well just attack from the outside for all the good it would do him. Why not just register the teams as wandering shinobi? Itachi said. I don't know. Perhaps he is after something else, or is using this as a chance to get close to Sarutobi-sensei, so he can kill him. All I know is I am positive Orochimaru has something planned during the Chunin exams, and it is never good when Orochimaru has something planned involving Konoha, Jiraiya said. So what do you suggest we do? We can't exactly warn the Hokage if we don't know what that snake has planned, Naruto said. In that case, we will just have to be on hand to stop him should anything occur, Jiraiya said. What, you want us to break into Konoha in the middle of the Chunin exams? Naruto asked. Not at all. You are going to compete, Jiraiya said. What? You're kidding me, right? We don't have a village to compete for, and I don't even have a team, Naruto yelled. We will enter you as a team of wandering ninja, and I think you do have a team. Akemi is your age and has no past ninja alliances with any other village, as she was not a ninja when her brother left Kumo. And Haku was never a ninja of Kiri due to her bloodline limit. That will be your team, Jiraiya said. This time it was Akemi's turn to blow a fuse. You want me to compete in the Chunin exams against a bunch of weaklings? Come on, Jiraiya-sama. I mean, I am at least low Jounin level and Naruto is at the same level as Itachi. I have never seen him lose a fight. This is overkill, she yelled. I think it's a good idea, Akaru said. What, why? Akemi replied angrily. People from all over the elemental countries will be there. When one of you win the tournament, it will gain us all some reputation, and people will look to find you for their missions, the angry Kunoichi's brother said calmly. Hey, what about the rest of us? Are we just going to sit on the sidelines? Zabuza asked. Actually, Zabuza, you will be going to the land of water with Itachi. We need to gain the trust of the resistance, and you are our key in. They know that you are a wanted man in Kiri for an attempt on Yagura's life in a failed coup d'etat, Jiraiya said. That does sound good. Looks like you are going with the kid for a while, Haku, Zabuza said. As you wish, Zabuza-sama, Haku said, slightly upset to have to leave the swordsman. Don't worry, it will only be for a few months, until after the Chunin exams and the resistance allows more of us to help out in their war, Jiraiya said. That is everyone else sorted, but what about me? Akaru asked. I need you to go around the land of fire and rice fields and gather whatever information you can on what Orochimaru is planning. People in the land of rice fields will probably be more willing to talk to you than me, as you are classified as a missing ninja. So anyone who actually knows anything maybe think you are willing to join them, Jiraiya explained. And let me guess, you will be doing research, Naruto said. Well, I haven't done any research in Konoha in 5 years, and they have always had some of the best specimens, Jiraiya said, weakly tapping his index fingers together. You know, for a leader, you certainly don't do much when there are important things to do, Naruto said. What does he mean by research? Haku asked. You don't want to know? Itachi said expressionlessly. Look, we all have our assignments. The Chunin exams are not for a month yet, so you 3 can stay here and relax, or train. I will go talk to Sensei about signing you 3 up. Itachi, Zabuza, you can leave whenever you are ready. I have marked the island and location of the Resistance HQ on the map in your room. And Akaru, the sooner you can leave to gather information, the better, Jiraiya said. So that's it. We just go do the tasks we are given? Zabuza asked after Jiraiya left the room. Yes, that's about right. Come, let's prepare for the trip. You know the land of water better than I do, so I need to know what to expect on the different islands, Itachi said, and he too left the room. The following day, everyone had left the base, leaving the 3 younger ninja alone to prepare in whatever way they saw fit for the upcoming exams. Konoha, 2 days later. Night had fallen over the village hidden in the leaves, and the Hokage had once again fallen behind on his paperwork, causing him to stay long into the night. Will this accursed bane of my existence never end? Hiruzen yelled in frustration as he began on yet another stack. You should really do your work during the day instead of spending so much time smoking then, came the voice of Jiraiya from the windowsill. Jiraiya-kun, come in, Hiruzen said warmly, waving Jiraiya to enter. Jiraiya complied, but rather than take a seat, he simply leaned against a nearby wall. So to what do I owe the pleasure of your company? Decided to return to serve the village once more? Hiruzen asked hopefully. Not exactly, but I do have some information and some aid that you could use, Jiraiya said. And what may that be? The Hokage questioned. Orochimaru. He is the leader of Odo. I also believe he has something planned for the Chunin exams. In fact, I am almost certain of this, Jiraiya said. I see. Thank you for this information. And what aid can you offer to handle this threat? The old Sarutobi asked. A 3-ninja genin team, consisting of Naruto Uzumaki, Haku Momoichi, and Akemi Hayaku, Jiraiya said. You plan on bringing Naruto here? He is coming back to the village? Hiruzen questioned. Not for long, just the duration of the Chunin exams to make sure nothing happens. But I will warn you, keep Danzo and the elders away from Naruto. If they attempt anything, you could be looking at a rather hefty cleanup, Jiraiya said. I will certainly do my best. Tell me, how strong is Naruto? Hiruzen asked. Well, I have been training him for the past 5 years, so he is a damn sight better than any genin, that's for sure, Jiraiya said. I see. Now what about the Rinnegan? Does he truly possess the power of the Rikudo Sennin? The Hokage asked. Well, the Rinnegan, yes. As for the power of the sage, well, it's a bit soon to tell. He is only 13 after all, but his chakra supplies are massive. He can do things with chakra I have never seen done before. Some of his skills are quite frankly frightening. Add to that he has some monstrous strength, enough to be able to stop one of my kicks with a single arm. Only myself and Itachi can give him a run for his money in a fight, and I have a feeling that he has been holding back lately, Jiraiya said. And you want me to put him in the genin exams? Even after hearing that, Hiruzen said almost disbelievingly. That's about right. I want them all entered as wandering shinobi. You can use me as the team's official sensei, Jiraiya said. I will agree, on one condition, the Hokage said. And what's that? Jiraiya asked cautiously. I want them to arrive a week before the exams. I would like to see how Naruto has grown up, Hiruzen said. Very well, I can arrange that. May I suggest keeping his arrival a secret? Also, he refuses to hide his eyes. Damn, Gaki says they are part of who he is. I took him to Tsunadeheim for him to learn her unique henge to hide them, but he stopped using it after about 6 months, Jiraiya said. Very well, I look forward to his arrival eagerly, Hiruzen said with a smile. The pair sat and talked for a while, but eventually Jiraiya left the aged Hokage to the eternal hell that is paperwork. The weeks passed quickly, and it was soon the week before the Chunin exams. Naruto, Jiraiya, and the 2 kunoichi were slowly approaching the main gate of Konoha. So where are we staying while we are in Konoha? Akemi asked. Your guess is as good as mine. I am sure they have some hotels set up for visiting teams, Naruto replied. Yeah, you guys will be staying at a hotel. Don't worry though, you are going to be given great rooms. The Hokage made sure of it, Jiraiya assured their genin. The 4 ninja arrived at the gate and were immediately called over to deliver their passports. Name and ninja registration papers for any people competing in the Chunin exams, the gate guard said, not bothering to look up from his desk. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said proudly and handed over the paper form he had to fill out to compete in the exam. The 2 kunoichi in Naruto's team followed Naruto's lead and handed over their papers after giving their names. Naruto Uzumaki? You know that name sounds familiar? Oh well, it's probably nothing. Who is your accompanying sensei? The gate guard asked, still not bothering to look up from his desk. That would be me, Jiraiya said proudly. The gate guard slowly raised his head, but when he saw the man who was the acting sensei, his eyes bulged. Gigi Jiraiya-sama, you're back, the gate guard stammered. How, I guess I am. Now would you please allow my team entrance, Jiraiya said. Why yes, of course, the guard said, stamping the passports and handing them back to the 3 waiting ninja. Wow, can you believe Jiraiya-sama has a team competing in this Chunin exams? I bet they are all going to walk it in, the gate guard who stamped the passport said. Yeah, say, did that kid with the blonde hair and purple eyes look familiar to you? The other guard asked. Yeah, sort of reminded me of that QB kid that disappeared all those years ago, the first guard replied. Yeah, what was that kid's name? The other guard asked. I have no idea. I don't think anyone ever paid any attention to the kid. I remember him yelling his name saying he was going to be Hokage one day, but I can't remember it. When you think about it, it isn't really a surprise that the kid never returned to the village, the first guard said. Meanwhile, back with Naruto, the group of ninja were walking through the main street of Konoha, looking around, almost unsure of where they were supposed to go. Hey sensei, where are you taking us? Naruto asked. To the hotel you will be staying at. It is the diplomatic hotel beside the Hokage Tower. It is usually just reserved for emissaries from other villages and daimyos and rich businessmen. But the Hokage made 3 rooms available for you guys, Jiraiya said. Well, that's nice of him, Akemi said happily. Yeah, I owe Gigi big time for this, Naruto said. Well, he wants to see you after you get settled in, preferably before you go explore the village, Jiraiya informed the blonde. Well, it's not like there is a better place to start. I haven't seen the old man in such a long time. It will be great to catch up with him, Naruto said enthusiastically. Naruto, just to remind you, we are not here on some holiday. We have a job to do as well, Jiraiya said. Is that so? Then why are you carrying a map of Konoha with all the women-only bathhouses, marked in little red crosses? Naruto replied. This is important research. Orochimaru may be sneaking around anywhere, Jiraiya yelled back. And I am sure he just loves to hide amongst a bunch of women who are bathing, Akemi said, bristling slightly in anger. Jiraiya wisely dropped the subject and picked up the pace of his walking. After all, the sooner he made it to his favorite places in Konoha. The hotel was more like a mansion, and every room they went to was furnished with the finest wood furniture Naruto had ever seen. They even had Jinin on hand at almost all times to carry bags. The Jinin who was currently carrying Akemi and Haku's bags as Naruto and Jiraiya used sealing scrolls, led them to their rooms, while the rooms of the Jinin. Jiraiya had told them he had a place to stay while he was in Konoha, so he didn't need a hotel room. Naruto's room was massive. It looked more like an average-sized apartment for one, rather than a hotel room. There was a massive wooden queen-sized bed, a complete kitchen, and even a walk-in wardrobe. I definitely owe Gigi a thank you for this, Naruto thought as he looked around before resting on the bed. There was a knock on the door, and Akemi and Haku entered. Looks like you got an amazing room as well. That old Hokage really knows how to make people feel welcome. This is great. I might never return to the Yanakuchi and become a full-time shinobi of Konoha if I always get treated this well, Akemi said as she looked around the room. I doubt they will let you keep the room if you are not a guest. I also doubt Gigi would have given us such great rooms if it wasn't for Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto said. Yeah, you are just scared that I will leave the group, after all, without me. And now Haku, the group, is all guys, Akemi said. Well, do what you want. I need to go see Gigi. After all, I did say I would go there after I found my room, Naruto said. Are you going to wear your Yanakuchi cloak? Isn't that dangerous? Haku queried. Not really. The cloaks are a bit of a new touch. In fact, I am still deciding on what color I want them, Naruto said offhandedly as he left the room. Naruto left the hotel and walked the short distance to the Hokage Tower. Sitting at a desk on the ground level of the tower was a woman with short brown hair reading a magazine. Hello, I would like to see the Hokage, Naruto said with a smile. He said he is not to be disturbed, and anyway, I am not just going to allow entrance to the Hokage to anyone who comes in and just asks for it, the receptionist said. He told me to come here. I believe he is expecting me, Naruto said. Fine, I will ask him. What is your name? The woman asked. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto replied casually. What did you just say? There is no way you can be him, the receptionist said. Why is that? I am Naruto Uzumaki. I don't know exactly how to prove it, but I am starting to realize why Jiraiya-sensei always enters Gigi's office by the window, Naruto said. Very well. I still don't believe you, but follow me, and I will go ask Hokage-sama if he is truly expecting you, the woman said, and after putting her magazine down she stood and began to lead Naruto up a spiraling staircase. Wait here, I will go and see Hokage-sama. He will tell me if he is expecting you or not, the receptionist said. Several seconds later, she reappeared and told Naruto to enter. How's it going, old man? Naruto said happily as he casually entered the room. Naruto-kun, it has been far too long. I hope you are not too busy to visit an old man more often. Look at how you have grown. Looks like you are no longer the shortest person in your age group, Hiruzen said. Good to see you as well, Gigi, Naruto replied. Now before we continue, I must ask about the Rinnegan. Do you mind if a curious old man takes a closer look at your eyes, Hiruzen asked. Sure thing. Although they are not much to look at, Itachi Sensei's Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan are much cooler looking, Naruto said. Yes. Well, I have seen plenty of Sharingan in the past. This could be the only chance I will ever get to see the eyes of the Rakutu Sannin, Hiruzen said as he got out from behind his desk and moved over to Naruto and lowering himself to Naruto's eye level. Amazing, such a small pupil. How is your vision? Hiruzen asked. Oh, it's perfect. I can even see chakra, but it gets kinda weird if I use shadow clones, so I try to avoid that, Naruto admitted. Really, why's that? The Hokage queried. Well, my vision splits into what I see and what the clone sees. It is a real pain in the ass, but it works great for spying and information gathering, Naruto said. Amazing, what else can those eyes of yours do? Hiruzen asked eagerly. Come on, Gigi. I can't go telling you that. I need to keep some secrets, you know. I am a ninja after all, Naruto said. Oh, very well. That will be all. Anyway, tell me about what you have been up to. I won't get a better chance than this to find out how you have grown up, Hiruzen said. Not much really. For most of the time it was just myself, Itachi Sensei, and Jiraiya Sensei training, so I could look after myself against anyone who recognized my eyes and tried to either take them for themselves or control me. After that, we started taking on freelance work to help people in need or capture missing ninja, Naruto explained, not wanting to give away too much about the Yanakuchi. Well, it sounds like you are doing well for yourself. Life around here has been rather quiet with you gone. We no longer have large groups of Genin and Chunin chasing a young troublemaker around the village, Hiruzen chuckled. If it makes you happy, I could always pull a few pranks. I had a great one planned for the final year of the academy to use just before I graduated, Naruto said. I think it would be for the best if you didn't. I enjoy the stress-free life, the aged Hokage laughed. Elsewhere in Konoha, Team 7 were training in their teamwork. Sasuke had recently awoken his Sharingan while training with Kakashi to spot fast-moving objects. They were currently working on the group's skills by having Kakashi throw rocks at Hinata while she destroyed them with strikes of her taijutsu style. Sasuke was attempting to intercept the stones to increase his speed and strength. And Sakura was attempting to affect Kakashi's aim with various genjutsu she knew, but was having varied success. Okay, good job, guys. In fact, you all worked together so well today that I am going to enter you all into the Chunin exams in a week's time, Kakashi informed his team. Are you sure we are ready? We have only been out of the academy for 6 months, Hinata said. We're ready. Besides, even if we don't graduate, it will be a good learning experience, Sasuke said. Yes, Sasuke-kun is right, Sakura said, although she agreed with Hinata. Well, I will see you all tomorrow with the forms to fill out by, Kakashi said before disappearing in a large puff of smoke. Hinata and Sasuke left their separate ways. Typically, Sakura followed Sasuke like a lost puppy until he told her he didn't want to go on a date with the pink-haired kunoichi. So in the end, Sakura walked home slightly depressed that her true love was still not interested in her. As she was walking home, she passed by the Hokage Tower at the very same moment Naruto was leaving to return to his hotel. That was the Baka who was with Sasuke-kun's brother. If I can capture him, he will have to tell Sasuke-kun everything he knows about his brother. And Sasuke-kun will finally take notice of me. Sakura thought, and quickly made up a plan to follow the blonde. This will be perfect. I bet this guy is a useless shinobi. That's why he had to hang out with Itachi. Sakura thought, and began to rather inexpertly tail Naruto. Chapter 8. Relaxation Disturbed. Naruto returned to his hotel fully aware that he was being followed. Does she really think she is well hidden? All she is doing is staying about the same range that I am guessing she can sense back. She has no idea of what she is doing. But then again, I guess she is only a fresh genin, Naruto thought as he entered the hotel, trying to put the pink-haired kunoichi out of his mind. Damn, I didn't think he would be staying so close to the Hokage Tower. Oh wait, I know. I can go get Sasuke-kun. He will be so pleased that he will have to go on a date with me, Sakura said before running off to try and find the Uchiha. Meanwhile, Naruto was making his way back to his room to rest before venturing out into the village later to find something to eat. Arriving on the floor he was staying on, he saw Akemi and Haku both exit their rooms. Hey, you guys going out? Naruto asked casually. Yeah, we just want to go look around the village. Do you want to come? Akemi said. Well, I was going to relax here for a bit, then go out later to get some dinner, but I may as well come with the two of you. Besides, so far nobody has recognized me, which is good, Naruto said. Why don't you just use that weird hinge you learned from Tsunade-sama? Nobody can detect it, and it can't be dispelled. Nobody would have a chance to find out who you are, Akemi suggested. I don't want to hide who I am. If they have a problem with me, then I guess they just won't get my service. Besides, I can take care of myself should anything get out of hand, Naruto said simply. Please don't cause a scene. When you get worked up, things tend to get destroyed, Akemi said. I'm not that bad, Naruto complained. Hell, when you get angry or overly excited, you can't not destroy something. You do it all the time. Just after Akaru and I joined the Yanakuchi a year ago, you thought Jiraiya-sama had ate the last cup of instant ramen. You almost destroyed the entire kitchen of a hideout in the land of Earth, Akemi said. That was different. I was hungry, Naruto said sheepishly. How could that happen? Haku asked. Well, I still didn't have full control of my gravity element at the time, and every so often when I was angry, I would accidentally use my gravity jutsu. It won't be happening again, Naruto admitted. It doesn't matter. I just don't want to have people angry at me because you go destroy something, because someone kicks you out of a store, Akemi said. It will be fine. I am here to relax. I have no intention of getting worked up over little things like that, Naruto assured the two kunoichi. Well, let's go. I'm hungry and would like to get something to eat before it gets too dark, Haku said. Yeah, why not? There used to be this awesome ramen stand in Konoha. It was my favorite place in the village back when I used to live here. Although that may have been because it was the only place I was treated kindly, Naruto said. Well, that explains where your love of ramen comes from, I guess, Akemi said as the three ninja left the hotel to look around and find something to eat. It was a strange experience for Naruto to return to Konoha. There were no cold glares or people forcing themselves to simply ignore him. Now the village looked to be full of friendly people that were just going about their lives, having long ago forgotten about the existence of the blonde Jinchuriki. This place seems nice. I don't know why you and Jiraiya-sama would want to leave, Haku said, as she looked around at the groups of families shopping and laughing together. I am sure it was a great place to live for anyone else. It was the fact that I lived in the village that people didn't like. I was treated poorly, and eventually a ninja stole me from the village and dumped me in the middle of the land of forests, with no food and no idea where I was. I was simply left to die, Naruto said. That's so sad. Why would they do something like that? Haku asked. Because I am a Jinchuriki, a human sacrifice that contains a Biju's power. According to Jiraiya-sensei, the Yondaime Hokage wanted me to be seen as a hero to these people. It worked about as well as Jiraiya-sensei's last pickup attempt on Tsunade Bachan, Naruto said. What does that mean? Haku asked. It means it failed horribly. Jinchuriki are never liked or loved by anyone. It doesn't matter what Jiraiya-sama says. People naturally distrust Jinchuriki and isolate them. The only Jinchuriki I have ever heard of that was loved is Killer Bee, the Hachibi Jinchuriki from Kyumo. He had to work so hard to get everybody to like him that in the end, they just seem like a lot of effort for nothing. All he is to Kyumo is a weapon for them to use. The same could be said about the Nibi Jinchuriki Yujito ni. But the villagers still isolate her and ignore her, Akemi said. But these people sound like they keep the Biju they contain from killing people and running wild. I may not know much about the 9 Biju, but I do know that they are incredibly powerful and dangerous, Haku said. That may be the truth, but people do not see a person when they look at a Jinchuriki. They see the creature that they are locking away, Akemi said harshly. It's not so bad. Because of it, I was able to meet Jiraiya-sensei and all the other people who have been able to make my life far better than it was while I lived here. I may not like what happened to me, but it is not like I can change that. So I may as well just accept it and move on, Naruto said with a relaxed smile. He sure is a lot different to how he was when Zabuza-sama and I first met him, Haku whispered to her fellow kunoichi while gazing at Naruto. Give you the cold shoulder too, huh? Akemi asked. Yeah, why didn't he like you either? Haku replied. Naruto has never really liked Kumo Shinobi. In fact, the only time I have seen him even remotely enjoy killing someone was when a group of Kumo hunter ninja came looking for me while we were out on a mission. That was where he learned a rather disturbing new technique that is given to him with those eyes of his, Akemi said. What did he do? Haku asked tentatively, unsure if she really wanted to know. Naruto can read people's minds if he places his hand onto them, and they remain still. When we encountered the group of Kumo ninja, Naruto wanted to question them about who else was moving around looking for me and my brother. But he sort of went overboard, and in the end, he ripped the man's soul right out of his body. You could even see a ghostly outline of it as he tossed it away without a care in the world. When I checked over the Kumo ninja, there was no sign of a cause of death, and he was just dead, Akemi said. I think I have seen the results of that jutsu. When Naruto and Itachi came to recruit Zabuza-sama and myself for the Yanakuchi, we had been hired to kill a bridge builder by a despicable man named Gato. Naruto and Itachi produced the body of Gato, and when I looked it over, all I could tell was that he was dead. That must also explain how they were both able to dine where we were at the time. Gato would have known. That is the reason why Naruto didn't like us. Because we were hired to kill an innocent man who had never hurt anyone. Itachi said Naruto was strongly against that sort of thing. Haku informed the black-haired kunoichi. The two kunoichi were unaware that Naruto could hear their entire conversation. However, he decided against informing them of this, and instead only decided to speak when they found the place he had been looking for since arriving back in the village. Hey, alright. Ichiraku Ramen. I haven't been here in years. You girls coming, or are you going to go somewhere else? Naruto asked. I am not much of a ramen eater, so why don't we meet back after we have something to eat? You can show us around the places you used to like in the village, Akemi said. Hey, alright, see you soon, Naruto replied and ran off. The old ramen store looked like it had been upgraded since Naruto had left. There was a large number of people inside the store, and Naruto had never seen it this busy. When he lived here, Ichiraku Ramen received most of its business via home deliveries. But now that Naruto thought about it, that may have just been because people didn't want to be around Naruto while he ate there. The old man looks like he hasn't aged a day, but I am has grown a lot. I guess that is to be expected. She was just slightly older than I am now the last time I saw her. Should I tell them who I am or keep it a secret? Well, I haven't gone out of the way to hide who I am. I mean, I have used my real name and not used a henge. But I think telling them that I am the young boy everyone used to hate in a crowded restaurant would be a bad idea, Naruto thought as he took a seat and waited quietly to be served. It didn't take long before Ayam came over to take Naruto's order. Hello, and welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. What can I get for you today? Ayam asked. Can I get 2 bowls of miso ramen, please? Naruto replied. Yes, right away, sir. Say you look familiar, but I don't remember you eating here before, Ayam said as she handed the order over to her father. I haven't been in Konoha for years, so it is probably just a coincidence, Naruto replied. Yeah, you sort of remind me of a small boy who used to come here. The face is almost exactly the same. He had blue eyes though, so you can't be him, Ayam said. What happened to him? Naruto asked. He was trying to find out what sort of reaction there was to his disappearance in the village. Well, I hate to have to say it, but a ninja named Ko Hyuga kidnapped him and dumped him a few countries over in a forest to die. Poor Naruto-kun was not well liked in the village, unfortunately. What made it worse was when the Hokage had the bastard that committed the crime executed. The villagers all sent money and flowers to his wife and the Hyuga clan, saying how sad they were that their hero had been killed, Ayam said sadly. Naruto's blood was simmering under the surface now. It appeared that the villagers of Konoha wouldn't show kindness towards him even after they thought he was dead. Needless to say, he was far from pleased, and even considered simply leaving Konoha to its fate at the hands of Orochimaru. He could not bring himself to leave, however, as he knew that should he do that, then the Hokage's life would be put in danger, and he did not want to see the man he considered a grandfather figure to be killed. Also, he knew that this place was the home of his parents, and whoever they were, he knew they would not like to see Konoha destroyed. Naruto ate in relative silence after that. And once he finished his meal, he simply paid the bill and left. He did, however, give the father and daughter ramen chefs a friendly wave goodbye. With Sakura? Oh, where is Sasuke-kun? I thought he would be at home by now, Sakura thought as she looked around the old Uchiha district for her raven-haired teammate. Moving to the back of the compound, she found Sasuke. He was practicing his Katon Jutsu. There were also kunai and shuriken scattered all over the clearing. A Sasuke-kun? Sakura said tentatively, trying to get the Uchiha's attention. Sakura, why are you here? I thought I told you I didn't want to go on a date with you, Sasuke said. There was no emotion in his voice, and he seemed to be more angry than usual. I know that. But that boy who was with your brother, I think he is in the village at the moment, Sakura said. What? Are you sure? Sasuke said eagerly. I am fairly sure that it is him. But he entered his hotel, so I don't know how to find out for sure, Sakura admitted. Well, did you see those weird eyes of his? Sasuke demanded. I think so. I was trailing him since he left the Hokage Tower, but I am almost positive that I saw the creepy purple eyes of his. So I was thinking we could capture him, and that way he would be able to lead us to your brother, Sakura said. I will finally be able to kill Itachi. I'm in, but first I want to see him myself, Sasuke said. Right, and maybe we should get Kakashi-sensei to help us? Sakura suggested. No, he would stop us. After all, we don't know why he is in the village and could be here to see the Hokage. So we need to confront him alone, and if he doesn't give me the location of Itachi, then we will just have to make him. Sasuke said. All right, then let's go. Sakura said. No, I am tired. We will do it tomorrow, before our team meeting, Sasuke said. Okay, that's a good idea, Sasuke-kun. So do you want to go grab some dinner with me? It might help you get your strength back from all this training. Sakura said. No, was Sasuke's only reply before walking off, leaving the pink-haired Kunoichi alone once more. With Naruto. Naruto had left Ichiraku Ramen, but had been unable to find where Haku and Akemi had gone to eat. Damn, well, I guess it is no big deal. As long as they can find their way back to the hotel, it will be fine, he thought as he walked through the streets of Konoha. The sun was beginning to set, and the villagers were beginning to return home, which made the streets quiet. It was not long after that Naruto realized that he had been walking aimlessly for so long that he had stumbled upon the old apartment complex where he used to live. The multi-story complex looked like it had seen better days. The gardens were all overgrown, and several windows had been boarded up because of broken glass. I wonder what my old apartment is like now. Naruto thought as he began climbing the stairs. There were several wooden steps missing on the way up to the third floor, and it looked like several others were about to be rotten right through. What happened here? I mean, it wasn't the best of apartments, but it was always clean and well looked after, he thought as he arrived on his old level and began looking for the room that was once his own. Naruto found his apartment quite easily. It was, after all, the only door that had demon written on the door in big red writing that had faded over time. Well, it is good to know I was missed, Naruto thought sarcastically as he opened the door. Everything was the same as he had left it. Unopened ramen containers long past their use by date were stacked up in the kitchen, and in the old table, with 2 chairs still stood right where he remembered them all those years ago. In fact, apart from the dust and smell of mold, the apartment was just the way he remembered it. Moving into his bedroom, he saw that it too had not been touched since he left. The bed was unmade and messy. His clothes were still mostly in the wardrobe, with the exception of a few that were just tossed onto the floor. Finally, on Naruto's bedside table, there was a picture of him wearing the Hokage's hat and robes with a smiling Hiruzen Sarutobi in the background. Naruto picked up the photo and stored it in his kunai pouch. Having seen enough, the blonde made his way out of the room, only to come face to face with Forumbu. Can I help you? Naruto asked casually. It is not allowed to enter that apartment. You are to come with us to Umbu HQ and then taken to the T&I department for questioning over the current location of Naruto. Uzumaki, a ninja in a bull mask, said. I would rather not. And besides, why would I need to answer questions about my own location? Naruto said offhandedly. What do you mean? A cat-masked Kunoichi said. I mean that I am Naruto Uzumaki. Now leave me alone, Naruto said before turning to walk away. Impossible, Naruto Uzumaki has blue eyes, the bull-masked Umbu said. Wait, do you remember what Kakashi-senpai said when he returned from that mission in the Land of Wave? He said he ran into Naruto Uzumaki along with the S-ranked criminal Itachi Uchiha. He said Naruto no longer had blue eyes and that they were purple with a ripple pattern. Cat replied. Yeah, that was me. Now if you don't mind, I am leaving, Naruto said. Wait. If you are Naruto Uzumaki, then we are to take you to the Hokage. Bull ordered. But I am not a ninja of this village. What right do you have to order me around? Besides, I have already seen the old man, Naruto replied. That doesn't matter. Now come quietly, or we will have to take you there by force. Bull said. Naruto contemplated this for a while. Well, it wouldn't be that difficult to get rid of them. But then I would be committing a crime against Konoha. Well, at least the Hokage Tower is close to my hotel. This is still such a pain in the ass, the blonde thought before agreeing to go with the team of Umbu. Naruto didn't complain when Bull grabbed Naruto for a shunshin. They arrived right outside the Hokage Tower and marched Naruto inside. He was slightly disappointed that the receptionist wasn't there. She could have cleared this whole thing up without disturbing the Hokage. After a knock on the door, the Hokage beckoned them to enter. The Umbu squad marched in with Naruto in the center of them. Hey Gigi, what the hell? I go check out my old apartment and I get arrested by these guys. Naruto complained. On Naruto-kun. I am sorry for this. Bull, you and your team are dismissed. Naruto-kun is a guest in Konoha as he is competing in the Chunin exams. He is in the team of Wandering Shinobi. I informed the council would be competing this year, Hiruzen said. I see. I am sorry, Hokage-sama. May I ask, have the village elders been informed of who this boy is? Bull asked. No, I haven't informed them. Quite frankly, it will be far too much of a headache. I do not want to deal with them trying to convince me to capture and confine Naruto-kun. And if I did, I would have Jiraiya-kun very angry at me, Hiruzen said. Jiraiya-sama? I don't understand. Bull said. Jiraiya is the boy sensei, an acting sensei for Naruto-kun's team, and is therefore under his protection. Involving the elders and the council would be a very bad move, the Hokage said. I see. Please forgive us for the inconvenience, Naruto. I am sorry to disrupt you while you are working, Hokage-sama, Bull said with a bow before his entire team shunshined away. Well, I am glad that is sorted out, Naruto smiled. Yes, I should have warned you that your return to the village has been kept classified, and that we have sensory seals in place around your old apartment. They have been there since the time you lived here. They were placed as a precaution should anyone attempt to attack you while you slept, Hiruzen said. Naruto went to reassure the old Hokage that there was no hard feelings, but just as he opened his mouth, the door burst open. I've got you now, old man. Prepare to be defeated. Naruto reacted instinctively and spun around, manipulating the gravity around the would-be attacker. It turned out to be nothing but a young boy around 3 years younger than Naruto was. He had spiky brown hair and a scarf that seemed to be longer than he was tall. Naruto left his jutsu up, keeping him suspended in mid-air. Hey, what the hell? Let me down! The boy yelled as he struggled to break free. This must be Naruto-kun's gravity manipulation. Amazing. Hiruzen thought as he stared in awe at the spot Naruto had his grandson suspended in mid-air in the middle of the room. Naruto-kun, it is all right. This is my grandson, Konohamaru, the aged Sarutobi said. Yeah, that's right, I am the Hokage's grandson, so you better let me down and show me some respect. Konohamaru yelled indignantly. Respect is earned, kid, Naruto said. But he did drop his jutsu, causing Konohamaru to land in a heap on the floor. Hey jerk, what was that for? I was about to finally defeat my grandfather and become Hokage. Konohamaru yelled. That's not how it works. The Hokage is chosen by becoming the strongest ninja in the village. Just because you beat one person will not make you the Hokage. Becoming Hokage is tough, and you need to work really hard. There are, after all, a lot of strong ninja in Konoha. You will need to be able to defeat all of them if you want the title of Hokage, Naruto lectured. What, no way. I should just have to defeat the old man. Konohamaru whined. I'm afraid that he is right, Konohamaru. There are no shortcuts to become the Hokage, Hiruzen said. Well then, I demand that you teach me. Konohamaru said, pointing at Naruto. What? Why me? Naruto questioned. You got the drop on me easily. I want to learn how you were able to stop B and hold me in the air like that, Konohamaru said. Oh, well, it's not that simple. You see, that is a skill that can't really be taught, Naruto said. Well then, teach me something else, Konohamaru said. Don't you have a sensei for this kind of thing? Naruto asked. Yes, but Ebisu-sensei never teaches me anything good, Konohamaru complained. I bet what he is trying to teach you is really important. You just don't realize it yet, Naruto said. But you are way better than Ebisu-sensei. Come on, teach me something, Konohamaru said. Sorry, kid, but I'm not a ninja of this village. I bet you will be able to find a much better sensei than I will ever be. It's dark outside now, so I am going to return to my hotel room. I will come see you again sometime during the week, old man, Naruto said. He left the room with a friendly wave to the Hokage and then casually made his way back to his hotel. Akemi and Haku were already there waiting for him when he returned. Hey, where did you two disappear to after I went to get some ramen? Naruto asked. Oh, we found this amazing dango shop, and we spent the rest of the afternoon looking around the village, Haku said. We'll find anything interesting? Naruto asked. Not really, but we saw a couple of freaks in green spandex running around the village yelling something about flames of youth. It was kinda scary, Akemi said. Oh well, hopefully you won't have to be scared by men in green spandex again during our stay, Naruto laughed, and entered his room ready to relax before looking around the village some more tomorrow. The next day started normally enough. Naruto went into the village to get breakfast before heading to find somewhere quiet to train. He did not get very far, however, before he realized he was being followed. That kid is going to need a lot of help if he ever wants to be Hokage. I mean, who tries to follow someone with a square-shaped rock? At least those other two are keeping out of sight, Naruto thought as he quickly gave a sideways glance to where Sasuke and Sakura were hiding. Well, it looks like I better loose them, he thought, and turning around he pushed off with a great burst of speed. You can't escape from me. Come back and teach me some jutsu. Konohamaru yelled from inside the box, and he got out of the box and charged after Naruto. Sasuke-kun, what should we do? Sakura asked from where they were hiding. You go chase after that kid. I will keep out of sight, and when we find him set up some traps to capture him, Sasuke said. Awesome plan. Don't worry, Sasuke-kun, I will find him for you. Sakura said and jumped down into the middle of the road before leaving to chase after Konohamaru. Following an academy student who is chasing after a skilled ninja is not the best idea, however, and it didn't take long for Konohamaru to make a wrong turn. However, it was a wrong turn that turned out to be an even bigger mistake. I watch it, Brat, a boy wearing face paint and a black full-body robe said as he yanked Konohamaru up into the air. Hey, let me go, Konohamaru yelled. This was the sight that Sakura walked in on. Hey, what's going on here? She asked. This kid bumped into me, and now he is going to pay, the older boy said. Come on, I am sure it was just an accident. Let the kid go, Sakura said. She is right, Kankuro. What is the point of making enemies here? Let him go, a tall blonde kunoichi with 4 pigtails and green eyes said. The now-named Kankuro didn't comply, however. No way, this kid needs to be punished for disrespecting me, he said. Bansho Tenin, came a calm voice from behind Sakura. Konohamaru shot out of Kankuro's arms and flew right into the outstretched hand of Naruto. What kind of jutsu was that? Kankuro ordered, as Naruto set Konohamaru on the ground and slowly approached Kankuro and the blonde kunoichi. You Tsunejinin must have some sort of death with to attack the Hokage's grandson in the middle of Konoha, Naruto said, causing the blonde kunoichi to pale. He disrespected me. I was just going to scare him a little, but I can see from your lack of a headband that you do not belong to this village. So why are you even bothering to help these weaklings? Kankuro replied. Weaklings? The only weakling I see here is you. You need to pick on an academy-aged kid just to make yourself look big. I think you might have a better chance at that if you lost the makeup and wore some proper clothes, Naruto laughed. The blonde kunoichi couldn't help herself and began to giggle. Kankuro, however, was less than impressed. Shut up, Temari. This is war paint, not makeup. Looks like I am going to have to teach you a lesson then, Kankuro said, and went for an object that was strapped across his back. Naruto looked mildly interested but let out a sigh when several kunai landed on the ground in front of both Naruto and Kankuro. I can't allow you to harm him. I need him to tell me where my brother is hiding. Sasuke yelled from a tree. Oh, it's you. I was hoping that our other visitor was going to show himself. I have no interest in helping you in your foolish vendetta against Itachi-sensei. Now leave, Naruto said calmly. How dare you mock me? Now tell me where my brother is. Sasuke ordered. No, Naruto replied. Look, you can have him after I have finished with him. Don't worry, I will leave him alive. Just, Kankuro said, and removed the object from his back. No time for that, I am afraid. Looks like your teammate is here, and it doesn't look as though he is happy, Naruto said a second before there was a swirl of sand, and a young boy appeared around the same age as Naruto was. He had red hair, sea green eyes, and had a kanji for love on his forehead. Gaga Gara. Kankuro and Temari both stammered upon the redhead's arrival. Kankuro, what do you think you are doing? Gara ordered. I was just teaching this pest some respect, Kankuro said, clearly scared. You are a disgrace to Suna. Temari, Kankuro, we're leaving. Gara said authoritatively. Wait, what is your name? Sasuke ordered. Gara Sabaku. I would like to know yours, Gara replied, not even looking at the raven-haired Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha, Sasuke said proudly. I was not talking to you. You do not interest me. I was asking the blonde that mother fears, Gara said. Mother? That is a weird relationship to have with a bijou, Naruto said, causing Gara's eyes to widen in shock that Naruto knew his secret. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am here for the Chunin exams, as I am guessing you are as well. Indeed I am, Gara replied relatively calmly. Then I guess we may have to fight at some point during the exams. I look forward to it, Naruto said. Yes, I too am eager to test my existence against someone that even mother fears, Gara replied, and without a second glance at Sasuke or Sakura disappeared in a swirl of sand. For Sasuke, being ignored by not only Naruto but Gara as well had become too much for him, and he jumped down into the road in an attempt to attack Naruto, but found him nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Sasuke ordered an answer out of Sakura. I don't know. He simply disappeared in a puff of smoke. I think it was a Shunshin, Sakura admitted. Damn him. This is Itachi taunting me. I will make him pay for this. Sasuke seethed before stalking off. Wait, Sasuke, shouldn't we go looking for him? Sakura asked hopefully. She figured the longer they spent looking for Naruto, the more chance she would have of getting a date out of the Uchiha. No, we have a team meeting in 15 minutes. Maybe Hinata can help find him, Sasuke said grumpily as he stalked off. During this exchange, Naruto sat on top of a building watching their movements. He is a rather angry, revenge-obsessed boy. I think you may have made a mistake letting that one live, Itachi-sensei, Naruto said to himself before hopping down into the street and continuing his search for an empty training ground. Chapter 9. Before the first task. Sasuke arrived at the location of their team meeting in a bad mood. First, he was ignored and disrespected by Naruto. And then the red-headed Jinchuriki Gara also saw him as nothing but a pest. Just like the brooding Uchiha, Sakura was also in a bad mood. Her grand plan to get a date out of Sasuke by helping him capture Naruto had failed miserably. It turned out they were the first of Team 7 to make it to the meeting spot only half an hour late. Hinata was usually the first to arrive, but she also knew that Kakashi's poor track record at arriving on time meant that she would usually show up about 45 minutes late, while Sasuke and Sakura would usually arrive together after an hour. With Naruto found a quiet training ground next to a large forest. This should be perfect. Hopefully I can get some training in here without any more distractions, the blonde thought to himself. He sat down in the center of the training ground clearing and sat in a cross-legged in a meditative position and slowly levitated himself 5 meters above the ground. Naruto sat perfectly still and channeled chakra around him, levitating rocks as a way to train his gravity manipulation. The more chakra he put into the jutsu, the larger the radius of the levitation field would extend. This was the scene Akemi and Haku walked in on. What is he doing? Haku asked. This is how he trains to control gravity. When he first started, he could use some basic moves if he was desperate, but could not control how long his jutsu would last for or how much power he put into his attacks. He would sometimes use his Shinra Tensei and blow away great big chunks of earth, Akemi replied. Is it safe to go near him? Haku questioned, looking at all the floating rocks and branches in midair. Sure it is, but you will probably get trapped in his jutsu until he releases it, Akemi answered with a laugh. So what, we just wait for him to finish his training before we can go anywhere near him? Haku asked. Not exactly. We just have to get his attention, Akemi replied. You really know a lot about him, huh? I guess you would have to seeing, as he was the only person your age around for the past couple of years, Haku said. I guess so. But there is still so much about him that is a mystery to me. He never really talks about his past, outside of small things that happened here in Konoha. He hides a lot of pain in him, I can see that. But I guess you could say I know him better than most. After all, he is my best friend, Akimi said, trying to liven the mood at the end. Not waiting for Haku to reply, the dark-haired Kunoichi picked up a small rock and tossed it at Naruto, knowing the gravity field was only below him. The small rock hit the meditating Naruto right in the head. The sudden shock forced the blonde Jinchuriki to drop his jutsu, sending him crashing onto the ground in a heap. "Ah, what the hell?" Naruto yelled, pulling himself up into a standing position. "Well, we had to get your attention somehow," Akimi yelled in response. "Did you think of maybe just calling me?" Naruto said, rubbing the spot on his head where Akimi had hit him with a rock. "I thought you were tougher than that. To think Jiraiya-sama thinks so highly of you. Maybe he should take on another protege, someone who can take a hit," Akimi joked. "Yeah, very funny. So what did you guys want?" Naruto asked, walking over to the Kunoichi. "Well, we were thinking that this would be a good time to train together as a team. After all, the Chunin exams are supposed to be taken in teams. We wouldn't want to get eliminated because our teamwork isn't up to scratch," Haku said. "Oh, so that's all. Sure sounds like it could be fun. May as well run through some teamwork exercises. Best way to do this would be to take on some missions together, but I guess we don't really have enough time for that," Naruto said casually. The three shinobi began running through several drills to build teamwork, mostly combination patterns and attacks. "You know, I do not see how this is really necessary. There are nothing but teams of genin that we are up against," Naruto said. "Well, we are not all unbeatable like you are," Akimi said. "I'm not unbeatable. Jiraiya and Itachi-sensei can still defeat me," Naruto said. "Yeah, when you don't try? I have watched your fights with them. You hold back," Akimi said. "So do they," Naruto replied. "Whatever. In a real fight, I bet you would win against them," Akimi replied. "It would be foolish to believe that I am unbeatable. If I did, then I would become arrogant and stop working to improve myself. People who are overconfident get defeated," Naruto said. "Yet you are the one who said it was pointless to train to fight a bunch of genin," Haku said. "That is different. All three of us are far above all of the level of genin. In fact, I have only seen one person that could rival any of us, even slightly. And he is a Jinchuriki from Suna," Naruto said. "Wait, there is another Jinchuriki competing?" Haku asked. "Yes, and he seems to be rather unstable. A one-on-one fight for most genin, or even Chunin, would almost certainly end in death," Naruto said. "Well, that is a reason to train harder, then, isn't it?" Haku said. "I guess, but one person is not worth getting overly worried about," Naruto reassured the ice wielder. With Team 7. Sasuke's bad mood had not improved by the time Kakashi had finally arrived. In fact, his mood was so bad he had not said a single word since he arrived, and completely ignored Hinata's greeting when she arrived at the meeting location. "Yo," Kakashi said lazily as he appeared in a puff of smoke. "You're late," Sakura yelled. "Ugh, yeah, sorry about that. I had to help this old woman home with her bags, and it turned out she lived on the other side of the village," Kakashi said with an eye smile. "Liar," Sakura accused. "Anyway, I have the forms for you to fill out. And then I want you all to rest up for the exams at the end of the week. So training and missions are cancelled," Kakashi informed his genin. Sasuke was the first person to grab a form. He said he would be competing. "So I will simply defeat him in exam and order him to tell me where Itachi is. It will be punishment for disrespecting me." Sasuke seethed internally as he filled out the form quickly and handed it back to Kakashi. "You seem rather distant today, Sasuke," Kakashi said, trying to make the raven-haired Uchiha open up. "It's nothing. I am just focused on these exams. I met someone that is competing, and I have to defeat him no matter what," Sasuke said. "Really, who is that?" Kakashi asked. "Naruto Uzumaki," Sasuke said in an emotionless tone. Kakashi's eyes widened, and Hinata dropped the pen she was using to fill out her form. "Naruto-kun is competing?" she asked sheepishly. "Yes. I was going to ask for your help in locating him so that I could beat the location of my brother out of him. But now I know where he will be. All I have to do is fight him in the Chunin exams," Sasuke said. Are you sure it was him? Kakashi asked. Positive. He was talking to a red-headed boy from Suna, Garasabaku. And he told him his name, Sasuke said grumpily. Naruto is competing in the Chunin exams. But why? He must have a team with him, and someone acting as a sensei. Hiruzen-sama did inform the Jounins and the council that a team of wandering shinobi would be competing, and they were all under the age of 15. That must have been Naruto's team. So Hokage-sama must have known Naruto was returning to compete in the exams. I think I will go and talk to him after we have finished here, Kakashi thought. Sasuke, where did you see Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. It doesn't matter. He got away, Sasuke said. Tell me, Sasuke, what will you do should Naruto tell you where your brother is? Do you really think you can beat him as you are now? Itachi was a genius in every sense of the word. If you were to go after him, the only thing you would accomplish is your death. I am telling you to forget about this need for revenge. It will consume you in the end, Kakashi warned. HN was Sasuke's only reply. Eventually, Sakura and Hinata finished their forms and returned them to Kakashi. Well, you know the date, so all you have to do is go to the academy in the morning and go to room 302, Kakashi said, and disappeared in a puff of smoke after a friendly goodbye wave. So, Sasuke-kun, do you want to go look for that blonde-haired baka again? Sakura asked eagerly. No, I am going to fight and humiliate him in the exams, Sasuke said, and walked off. Hinata, however, was already scanning the area around them with her Byakugan, trying to find Naruto's unique chakra that had spots of Kyuubi's chakra visible in it. Hokage office. Hiruzen was sitting behind his desk reading the latest copy of Ika Ika when the door opened. Shocked by the sudden entrance, the Hokage hid his beloved book quickly before he could realize who it was who had entered. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw who it was. Oh, it's you, Kakashi-kun. Why were we not informed of the return of Naruto Uzumaki to the village? Kakashi asked seriously. So I take it you saw him? Hiruzen asked. No, I didn't, but Sasuke has, Kakashi said. Well, to answer your question, I will ask one of my own. What do you think the elders would do should they find out Naruto is here competing as a wandering ninja with no affiliation to any village? Hiruzen said. I believe they would attempt to capture him to forcefully return him to the village, Kakashi admitted. Precisely, and that would mean Danzo would try to get his hands on the boy. Those eyes of his are powerful, so Danzo will attempt to turn him into his own personal weapon. Not that it would work. I believe after just talking to him, that Danzo would not only fail, but most likely lose his life in the attempt to capture or control Naruto. Now I have another question for you. What do you think the civilian population and some of the less informed ninja would do should they know Naruto was back in the village? Hiruzen continued. I would say that the civilians would try to have him arrested or killed on some made-up charges, and the ninja may even attempt to kill him themselves, Kakashi said. That was the same conclusion I came up with, so I kept Naruto's return to the village a secret. After all, it is only on a temporary basis. He will be gone at the end of the exams, the Hokage admitted. Very well, I can understand the secrecy. But do you really think you can keep it a secret once the exams start? He is using his own name after all, and people will not be fooled by his eyes for long. The whisker marks and the blonde hair give it away, Kakashi said. To you and I maybe, but Naruto was ignored by the villagers. They pretended he didn't exist, so it is perfectly natural for them not to see what is right before their eyes. I do believe, however, that after the second task, he may have some troubles. But he will have his team and Jiraiya with him, so it will not be too much to worry about, the Hokage replied. Jiraiya-sama is back in the village too? Kakashi asked. Yes, but I doubt he will allow himself to be seen much. My guess is he would be at the bathhouses doing his research for his next book, Hiruzen answered. I see. So that is why Jiraiya-sama left the service of Konoha. He wanted to take Naruto with him. So I guess he found Naruto after he had awakened those eyes of his, and to protect him from becoming a weapon for the village, he left Konoha. So Naruto had been trained by Jiraiya-sama for the past 5 years. He will be far stronger than any genin in this exam, Kakashi said. You are right. According to Jiraiya-kun, Naruto-kun is about the same strength as he is, Hiruzen replied. Then why are you allowing him to enter these exams? Kakashi asked, shocked to hear how strong the Hokage believed Naruto was. Well, there are 2 reasons actually, although one of them is rather selfish. I wanted to see him again. I remember him as a boy, always smiling and full of life, just like his mother. Although he also got into a lot of trouble, Hiruzen said. Just like his mother did as well, I think you will find. She once told me the story of her first day at the academy when she beat up all the people that were picking on her, Kakashi said. Yes, indeed. When Jiraiya came to me and said he wanted to include Naruto into the Chunin exams, I just couldn't refuse the chance to see him once more, the Hokage admitted. I see. You said there was another reason, though, Kakashi reminded the Hokage. Yes. Well, you see, Jiraiya found out something interesting about the new village that appeared and decided to compete in this exam. The leader of the village is Orochimaru. Also, it is not a village at all. There is only an underground base there. So he thought Orochimaru might be using the Chunin exams as an attempt to attack Konoha. Naruto's team was offered as support to find the team from Odo and find out what they know about Orochimaru's plans, Hiruzen stated. So they are here to protect the village? Kakashi said, shocked slightly by the main reason Naruto was in Konoha. Yes, Naruto still loves Konoha, but I do not believe he will take the abuse they gave him before. He loves the village but hates the people, the Hokage said. So there is no hope of him returning to stay? Kakashi asked. I do not think so. I believe this will be the last we see of Naruto for quite some time, Hiruzen said sadly. Kakashi bowed and said a respectful farewell to the Hokage before leaving the room. There was only one spot in the village Kakashi could go to clear his head when things got to him like they were now. After leaving the Hokage's office, he shined to the memorial stone where he stood until the sun had long since set from the sky. The rest of the week passed without much incident for Naruto and his team. They spent a couple of hours every day working on teamwork drills. Akimi's speed and taijutsu ability was a brilliant counterbalance to Naruto's ninjutsu skills, although he was definitely no slouch when it came to taijutsu, which Haku found out when she watched Naruto and Akimi spar. He never wasted a move, and while he was not as fast as Akimi was with her swift release, he was far more skilled in his kata and seemed to have a counter for every move. Haku fit in with their teamwork almost flawlessly. Her skill with Sunban and other long-ranged weapons was perfect. In the end, they had a well-balanced team with a close-range taijutsu user, a mid to close-range ninjutsu, and a long-range support. Alright, we should get through this easily, but remember what the main mission is. We need to find the team from Odo and learn everything that they know about Orochimaru. Also, we do not know if he has any people working undercover, so it would be best if we confront them away from any teams from other countries, Naruto said as they walked towards the academy. Yeah, we know. How hard can it be? They are probably just a bunch of Orochimaru's rejects, Akimi said. You shouldn't underestimate your opponents, Haku lectured. Haku-chan, not you too, Akimi whined. Well, you do tend to do that pretty often, Naruto joked. Oh, and are you saying that you don't? Akimi yelled back at the blonde. There was no harshness in her voice, however, and it was little more than a couple of friends giving each other a hard time. The three shinobi made it to the academy, still joking with each other. Once they entered the doors and went up the first flight of stairs. The joking stopped, however, when they saw a large group of people standing outside a door blocked by two ninja that Naruto could easily see were two Chunin under a hinge. It's a decoy to weed out any teams that can't spot a Jinjutsu. Let's go around, Naruto said quietly. No sooner had they gotten to the end of the hallway that opened up into a small dojo that there was a call from behind them. Remove that Jinjutsu and get out of the way. Well, so much for the pretest, Haku sighed. Man, what an idiot who would willingly tell the possible opposition that, Akimi said, clearly shocked. Obviously someone who is smart enough to notice a Jinjutsu, but either too dumb to realize the purpose of it, or they just want to prove that they are superior to everybody else by showing off, Naruto said. My guess is it's a mixture of both, Akimi giggled. I came to the same conclusion, Naruto chuckled. They had made it up the stairs just as they heard a confrontation starting behind them. You are Sasuke Uchiha, rookie of this year's academy class and genius, are you not? If so, then I challenge you right here and now, a voice called out. Hey, wait up. Let's see where this goes, Naruto said to the two kunoichi, who shrugged but agreed to follow as they made their way to a balcony overlooking the dojo, but still out of sight. Below them was Sasuke with Hinata and Sakura flanking him on either side, and a boy with a bowl haircut wearing green spandex. Okami, it's one of the freaks we saw running around the village the other day, Akimi said. Yes, and the others were with Kakashi Hitaki on the bridge and wave, Haku added. This might actually be interesting, Naruto said as he turned his attention to the group, just as Sasuke began to open his mouth. You know who I am, and yet you still wish to fight me? Sasuke sneered at the boy. Sasuke, this isn't a good idea. Lee is in Nijinizen's team. I have seen them train, Hinata said, trying to deter Sasuke from accepting the fight. I want to fight you to prove that with hard work, even a loser can defeat a genius, the now named Lee spoke. How I like him, Naruto whispered with a smile of respect on his face. Fine, but don't expect to be able to defeat me, Sasuke said, and he charged forward. The fight was brief and brutal. Sasuke was completely manhandled, and it would have become far worse for Sasuke had it not been for the arrival of a turtle and a larger version of Lee. Sweet Kami, there is two of them. Is the smaller one a clone or something? Naruto whispered. I don't know. I just hope that there isn't any more of them, Haku said. Looks like the show is over now anyway. Let's get to room 302 already, Akimi said, and began dragging Naruto, who had seen something that had shocked him to the very core and made him want to burn his eyes out. What happened, Naruto? You look like you just saw a ghost, Haku asked. It was horrible. They were hugging on a beach. I couldn't dispel it no matter how hard I tried. Demonic Jinjutsu from hell. Naruto wept as he curled up into a ball and began slowly rocking. Okami, he's broken. What do we do now? Haku asked. No idea. Snap out of it, Naruto. Akimi yelled at the blonde before giving him a light slap across the face. That seemed to do the trick, and Naruto came to his senses. Thanks, Akimi, I needed that, Naruto sighed in relief. What the hell could have possibly made you react that way? Akimi asked. I don't want to talk about it, Naruto shivered. Fine, we're here anyway, Akimi said. They entered the classroom to find it completely full to bursting point. Oh man, this sucks. How are we supposed to get the team from Oto alone in this mess? Naruto whined quietly. Naruto moved further into the room, but stooped when he felt someone approach them from behind. Whirling around, Naruto saw the gravity-defying silver hair of Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi Hitaki. A pleasure to see you again, Naruto said. Naruto, I would like to apologize for my actions on the bridge in the land of waves, Kakashi said. Apology accepted. However, I do not feel there was any need to apologize. You thought you were doing the right thing. And as Itachi-sensei and I were able to leave without any major issues, no harm was done, Naruto assured the silver-haired jounin. Why do you work with Itachi? If you don't mind me asking, Kakashi said. Why not? He is strong and has been able to teach me a lot. He may have killed his clan, but that doesn't mean he is necessarily a bad person. Maybe they had done something to him that justified it. Either way, he has been nothing but helpful and kind to me, Naruto said. I suppose that is understandable. I won't take up any more of your time. I need to go greet my team after all. Oh, and good luck in the exam, Kakashi said, giving Naruto one of his patented eye smiles, before walking away to greet Team 7 who had just entered the room. Naruto quickly began scanning around the room, and it didn't take long to find the three Oto ninja. There they are, Naruto whispered to Akimi, causing her to glance in the direction that Naruto was looking. They look like they think they are superior to everyone here, Akimi said. I know what you mean. They look like they own the place. Especially the one that looks like a mummy, Naruto said. Naruto's attention was drawn away from the Oto Genin when he heard someone say his name. Looking for the person who called him, Naruto spun around and saw all of his old class along with a silver-haired Konoha ninja that Naruto didn't recognize. Channeling chakra into his ears and focusing on the conversation the silver-haired boy was having with Sasuke, Naruto began eavesdropping. So you want information on Rock Lee, Gaara Sabaku, and Naruto Uzumaki, right? The silver-haired boy asked. That's right. Can you do that, Kabuto? Sakura asked. No problem. Giving me the names will make it incredibly easy. Okay, first up is Rock Lee, Kabuto said, but the second he pulled the info card out of his pocket, his entire deck, including Lee's, flew out of his grasp. What the? It isn't very nice to give out information about other people, Naruto said as the deck of cards flew into his outstretched hand. What are you doing? Scared we were going to find out something about you. Sasuke sneered when he saw Naruto. The reactions from the rest of the Konoha rookies was varied. Most of them had no idea who he was, but Hinata couldn't help but blush, while Shikamaru eyed Naruto intently, sure that he had seen the blonde somewhere before. That same thought process was running through the mind of Shino, and he had already planned to send a Kikachu beetle to investigate this newcomer. That is quite a useful jutsu you have there. I assure you all the information I have gathered is easily accessible. Now if I might have my cards back. I don't believe I know your name, sorry, Kabuto said with a friendly smile. It's Naruto, Uzumaki. And no, you can't have your ninja info cards back. You were about to give out information about me. Not that it would do any good, as there won't be anything of any use on mine, as I am not a ninja of any village. But I think Lee and Gaara have a right to keep their abilities secret. And if it is easily accessible, then they should have done the research themselves before the exams, Naruto said. Then I will put them away. But may I please have them back? I promise to not share any more information, Kabuto said. I guess so. But first I will permit you to tell them what my card says as long as I can see it first, Naruto said. That should be simple enough. Just channel some chakra into the cards and think of the name you want, then draw a card, Kabuto said. Naruto did as he was told and drew the card with his information on it. HM a little more than I expected, but nothing major. Nothing here that I wouldn't expect Sensei to put in my entrance form anyway, Naruto thought before handing it along with the rest of the cards back to Kabuto. Kabuto's eyes widened when he looked at the card. Are you sure it is okay for me to tell them this? He asked, tentatively unsure on what Naruto's reaction would be. Yeah, it's fine. There isn't anything I want to keep hidden in there anyway. Besides, I told you that you could, Naruto said. Very well then. Naruto Uzumaki, wandering ninja, and part of Team Yanakuchi, comprising of himself, Haku Momoichi, and Akimi Hyaku. He has completed over 200 missions, none of them below C rank, and has never been harmed in combat. His ninjutsu and taijutsu skills are off the charts along with his chakra capacity. The only weakness that I can see is he has no skill in kenjutsu and only slightly above average skills in genjutsu. Oh, there is one more thing. The sensei of Team Yanakuchi is none other than Jiraiya of the Sannin, Kabuto said, causing the listening crowd to eye Naruto wearily and Sasuke to seethe internally. So if Jiraiya has sent a team here, maybe he suspects Orochimaru-sama is planning something. I should inform him as soon as possible, Kabuto thought. HN, probably just bad information. You don't look so tough, Sasuke said. Well, feel free to attack me during the exams and see for yourself, team, Naruto said, causing Akimi to chuckle, but Haku remained silent. You were the fake hunter ninja that was with Zabuza on the bridge and wave, weren't you? Hinata asked, finally fighting down her blush. Yes, I was. I guess the information on Naruto's card sort of gave that away, Haku admitted. Well, that, and you hold yourself the same way, Hinata admitted. She is rather stoic, isn't she? Akimi chuckled. Yeah, if she was a bit older, she would be just like a female version of Itachi-sensei, Naruto added, causing both Naruto and Akimi to both burst out laughing, much to the confusion of the Konoha ninja and anger of Sasuke. Who knows? Itachi is only about 5 years older than she is. Maybe we have found Itachi the perfect girlfriend, Akimi said, continuing her teasing of the stoic ice user, who was now an almost Hinata-worthy shade of red from embarrassment. Meanwhile, most of the shinobi in the room were looking at Naruto and Akimi like they were idiots for drawing so much attention to themselves and laughing when they were about to take the first task. Are those two insane? Choji asked Shikamaru. I don't think so. Look how relaxed they are. They are not concerned about this exam or anyone that is in it. I say we stay away from them, Shikamaru replied. Several others in the group nodded in agreement as Naruto and the other members of his team walked away. Seconds later, the door burst open and a large man walked in wearing a dark blue bandana, a large black coat, and a gray umbu outfit. He also had several scars on his face. All right, I am the proctor for the first exam, Ibiki Marino. Now find a seat and wait for the tests to be passed around. Chapter 10, The Forest of Death. Naruto sat at his desk looking down at the exam. It said a lot for his training that he actually knew how to answer most of the questions, but at the same time he knew that there was no way in hell any genin should be able to answer them. I see the game here. He wants us to cheat. My guess is they planted people who knew the answers in the room, and they want to see how good we are at gathering information, Naruto thought as he scanned the room to find anyone who had already started writing. He spotted 1 or 2 people in each section of the room. There they are. I don't need to cheat for this. Also, the fact that they haven't given the final question is weird. I bet this isn't the real test. This proctor is clever. He is trying to stress the contestants out. All leading up to the final question, which will be the real test, Naruto theorized. He grinned a knowing smile at Ibiki before shrugging and starting his test. That kid figured it out. I am sure of it. He doesn't look intimidated or worried in the slightest. Not to mention, I can't see how he is cheating at all. Does he know the answers already? Ibiki thought as he studied Naruto. He looks familiar, where have I seen that boy before? He wondered and decided to look through the team sheets until he found Naruto's entrance sheet. Needless to say, the torture specialist was shocked to the core once he saw who it was that was sitting several meters in front of him. Naruto Uzumaki, you have really changed. I am surprised that I haven't had any extra work interrogating the civilians that attempted to harm him before he was kidnapped from the village. Anko was rather upset when he left, but she has always been a sadistic one, Ibiki thought as he looked at Naruto in wonder. Observation room. Kakashi and the other Jounin sensei with teams in the exams were watching the exams on a large screen while eating popcorn. You know, I am starting to regret putting my team into these exams. Their chances of getting past the first round can't be that great with someone like Ibiki testing them, a tall man with a thin beard said while smoking a cigarette. What do you mean, Asuma? A dark wavy-haired kunoichi with red eyes asked. That's right, you wouldn't know? You have only just become a Jounin, haven't you, Kurenai? Kakashi said. Kurenai nodded in response. Ibiki Marino is the head of the torture and interrogation branch of the Umbu, Asuma informed Kurenai. He has been known to be most unyouthful towards anyone he interrogates, the green-glad Jounin said. How you say something, guy? Kakashi asked. Aw, damn you, Kakashi, and your hip attitude. Guy whined. Surely he won't be allowed to harm the genin in the written exam. Kurenai said, shocked. That is not Ibiki's style, came a new voice from behind them. Jiraiya-sama, the 4 shinobi said when they saw who it was that had overheard their conversation. Why are you here? If you don't mind my asking, Guy said. Well, I came to see how my team are doing. Although there isn't much point as they are a sure bet, Jiraiya said confidently. Your team? You mean the team off wandering shinobi are trained by you? Asuma asked. Not exactly, only one of them is. But the other 2 have been trained personally by top shinobi, Jiraiya said. And which youthful student is yours? Guy asked, pointing to the screen. But it was Kakashi who answered. The blonde one in the 3rd row. Naruto Uzumaki. Wait, you mean? Asuma spluttered, dropping his cigarette. Wait, isn't that the boy that the Yondaime sealed the QB into? Kurenai asked. The very same. He is my prized pupil, Jiraiya said proudly. Wait, if you are the sensei for their team, why haven't we seen you in the village? In the last couple of days? Asuma asked, lighting up a new cigarette to replace the one that fell on the ground. I was out of the village looking for Tsunadeheim. She would want to know about the fact that Naruto was competing in the Chunin exams. She would be able to make quite a bit of money off him. Enough to pay off almost all of her debts, Jiraiya said. You seem pretty confident, but my team is more than ready to fight anyone they come across in these exams. Because they burn with the brightest fires of youth, Guy said. Well then, how about a bet? To see which team does the best in the exams. Kakashi suggested. I'm in. I bet every one of my team make it to the finals and win in the first round unless they have to fight each other, Jiraiya said. Yash, I too will nominate all 3 members of my team to make the final, Guy said. Well, from the sheer number of competitors, I would say there is going to have to be preliminaries, so I would say Sasuke will make it, and maybe Hinata, Kakashi said. Yeah, I would say Shikamaru is easily Chunin material. I put my money on him, Asuma said. And I put my money on Shino from my team, Kurenai added. Well, that settles that. Now let's watch. This should be far less boring now that we all have money riding on it, Kakashi said. Their plan to make the exams more exciting turned out to be a total failure. No matter which way they looked at it, there was no way of making a written exam exciting. The only parts that could even be considered remotely exciting was looking to see how various people were cheating. Jiraiya was not surprised when 15 minutes in Naruto turned his page over and began to sleep. Exam room. It had been about 30 minutes and Naruto was getting bored. Try as he might, it just was not possible to fall asleep on a school desk. Weakly opening his eyes to look around, Naruto noticed something very weird. A small beetle had crawled onto his desk and over to him. This must be how someone is cheating. Jiraiya-sensei did say that there was a clan in Konoha that used a special type of insect that live inside their bodies, Naruto thought as he watched the beetle with interest as he scurried over to him. The insect climbed onto Naruto's arm and began exploring while it consumed small amounts of Naruto's chakra. "Oh, I see the person who sent you is interested in me, not my answers to the exam," Naruto said to the beetle as it continued consuming Naruto's chakra. After about a minute, the beetle had its fill of chakra and took off to return to the owner and relay its findings. Naruto subtly watched the beetle as it returned to a Konoha genin he could recall was named Shino. Naruto watched as Shino appeared to talk to the beetle that he sent to investigate Naruto and gave an emotionless nod to whatever was said by the insect before turning his gaze toward Naruto, who gave a friendly smile to the insect user. In response, Shino simply gave Naruto a nod and turned back to his exam paper. The rest of the written exam went without incident, and it was not long before Ibiki stood up at the front and began telling everyone the rules for the final exam. Naruto yawned until he got to the part where Ibiki told them that if they chose to take the final question but got it wrong, they would be excluded from taking the Chunin exams again, which caused Naruto to stifle a laugh and other people to burst out in angry complaints. "Gotta hand it to this guy. He has sure gotten under a lot of people's skin easily. They are so tense and rattled that they are not using their brains. If they were calm, they would know that the Chunin exams are held every 6 months in a different village. Each village runs its own unique exams. So his threat to stop any team of genin from taking the exams is precisely that, a threat and nothing more. He wants to see if we have the guts to stay and face the final question," Naruto thought while analyzing the body language of the man. Naruto watched as people around him began to file out of the room one at a time. Unsure of how long this would actually take, Naruto leaned back and folded his arms behind his head while he rested his legs on the table, giving him a completely relaxed and careless expression. "You think this is a game, huh?" Ibiki said after he noticed Naruto reclining in his chair. "Not really, but it is a rather amusing little test you came up with," Naruto replied offhandedly, causing other genin to look at Naruto as though he was insane for being so relaxed. "So you are not worried at all about staying a genin for the rest of your life?" Ibiki said, trying again to intimidate Naruto. "Nah, could be fun. Besides, why would I fear the final question when I am already taking it?" Naruto said, shocking the scarred jounin. Clever kid, he figured it out. Not only that, his relaxed attitude has made other ninja less certain about taking the question. He is attempting to psyche out the opposition whilst he knows he will go through. That is a jounin's level of thinking, not a chunin, and certainly not a genin, Ibiki thought. Ibiki waited a bit longer as several more teams left, and eventually all the people that re-examined seemed sure that they wanted to continue. "Well, looks like that's it for people who want to leave. So now, you all pass," Ibiki said. Naruto didn't look surprised, but most of the others in the room did. "How do we pass? What about the final question?" Temari asked. "Do you want to stay?" That was the final question. All the other questions were nothing but a distraction and to see how good you all were at information gathering. Out in the field, misinformation can lead to the death of yourself or your comrades. Also, collecting the proper information is of no use to anyone if you are discovered in collecting it or you lose the information to someone else, Ibiki said. Ibiki was about to continue his lecture when a large black ball smashed through the window. When everyone came to their senses about what they were seeing, they saw that the large black ball was a shapely kunoichi that was wearing very revealing clothing, a near see-through mesh top and a tinch coat that just hid her nipples from showing. She also wore a tight miniskirt that sewed off a large portion of her long, slender legs. She had shoulder-length purple hair that she kept tied up in a spiky ponytail and pupil-less brown eyes. In her hand was a large banner that read, "The sexy and single proctor for the second exam, Anko Mitarashi." "Anko, you're early?" Again, Ibiki said with a sweat drop. "Oh, sorry, Ibiki. You can continue your boring lecture if you want," Anko replied. "There is no point now," Ibiki sighed. And indeed, there wasn't. Looking around the room, there was predominantly two expressions. The males, who were all ogling Anko, and trying to look at the areas either just hidden by the trench coat or mini skirt. Then there were the females who were angry at both the males for looking at Anko like she was a piece of meat, and angry at Anko for dressing like that. Well then, maggots, you are with me now. Let's see. 42. Ibiki, you must be losing your touch, Anko said. Maybe, or maybe we just have some very talented Jinin this year. Ibiki said, giving a sideways glance towards Naruto that only Anko and the blonde noticed. Well then, looks like I am going to have to thin out their numbers. Don't worry, when I am done the numbers will be at least cut in half, Anko said confidently. Well, that is the purpose of the second task. Ibiki sighed under his breath at the antics of his favorite apprentice. All right, maggots. Training ground 44 in 30 minutes, or you will be disqualified, Anko said before jumping back out of the window. She shattered, leaving behind the large banner. Naruto shrugged and got out of his seat, followed by Akemi and Haku, who, having experienced the eccentricities of Jiraiya and Zabuza, were less shocked by Anko's actions than the others. But soon everyone realized what was going on, and they came to their senses. So how did you guys cheat? Naruto asked. I used my ice manipulation to make mirrors in front of my eyes that showed me the sheets of various people, Haku admitted. I used swift release to quickly look at the pages of the people around me. What did you do? Akemi replied. Nothing. I already knew how to answer most of the questions. And the others just sort of came to me as I looked at them, Naruto said. Figures. And here I was hoping for some amazing ninjutsu that allowed you to see what was going on. I was half expecting you to use a shadow clone and have it go fetch you the answers, Akemi said. I thought about it, but in the end it wasn't necessary, Naruto admitted. They were not the first team to arrive at the training ground 44, far from it in fact. Naruto and his team had been so relaxed on their walk, they barely even took note of all the other teams that were running past them to make sure that they made it on time for the second task. Eventually, the 30 minutes was up and Anko reappeared with several sticks of dango that she was happily eating. Welcome, maggots, to my home away from home. Training ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death, Anko said in a threatening tone in an attempt to scare the genin. However, she then noticed Naruto. He didn't look scared at all. He looked bored. Perfect target to make an example of, Anko thought, and she whipped out a kunai and tossed it so it would graze the blonde's cheek. The only problem was her attack failed. Naruto lazily moved his head out of the way as the kunai flew right past. Not wanting to be outsmarted by a genin, Anko continued with the attack, this time using a shunshin to appear behind Naruto, kunai in hand, ready to slit his throat. Her plan once again failed miserably, however, and she found her kunai expertly blocked by one of Naruto's own and felt the cold steel of another kunai pressed against an artery in her exposed thigh. No way, not by a genin, she thought in shock as everyone else began to stare in shock at the scene before them. Normally, I would just kill someone who attempts to attack me like that, but it would be such a waste, Naruto whispered from where he was standing, her breast still pushed up against his back, as she was still struggling to come to terms with the fact she had just been outmaneuvered with ease by a genin. You're no genin. You move faster than most of the jounin in this village, Anko hissed quietly in his ear, still not moving but returning to her correct state of mind. Maybe, or is it that you went easy on me because you underestimated my ability? Naruto said calmly, tapping the flat side of the kunai against her exposed inner thigh. And if I wasn't, Anko replied, then your reputation holds a lot to be desired. Anko Mitarashi, Konoha's snake mistress, Naruto stated, still completely calm. While this was going on, nobody could hear what was being said. To all of the observers, it looked like the pair were almost holding each other tenderly. Apart from the blade Naruto was effortlessly holding away from his throat. They could not see his own. This was getting Naruto some rather jealous looks from a majority of the male population and some rather disapproving looks from Akemi and several other girls, who had not forgiven Anko for her over-the-top dress sense. As fun as this is, I think you should return to telling the other scared little genin about the second task. Oh, and someone wants to return your kunai to you, Naruto said, before removing his kunai from the snake mistress's thigh. Oh, I bet your blood would taste divine, Anko purred into his ear before licking the side of Naruto's face. This got him, Naruto blushed. All the calmness he had was now gone. So you are human after all, she said with a seductive smile before backing away. Looking around, Naruto was met with the glares of almost everyone in the exams. All of the guys were now extremely jealous, and the girls all thought he was a pervert. In fact, the only person who found the situation humorous was Haku. Anko backed away with a slightly satisfied feeling. She may not have gotten him with either of her attacks, but she was able to make him blush and lose his cool easy enough. "Your kunai, Proctor-san. You should watch where you throw it," came a silky voice of a female ninja from Kusa. "No fucking way. 2 Genin getting the drop on me in one day. I need some serious training." Anko thought as she spun around to see who it was that had approached silently and had gotten through all of her senses. Anko was slightly disturbed by the sight of the ninja. There was really nothing unique about her appearance. She was tall with long black hair, but her super long tongue made the snake mistress rather uneasy. It held the kunai out to her and placed it in Anko's hand. "A thank you," Anko said, still unnerved. "Don't mention it," the Kusa ninja somehow managed to say as her tongue retreated into her mouth. "Creepy girl," Anko thought before turning to address the group of waiting genin. "Now in the second task, your team will be competing against the others in a simulated real-life mission situation. This means that from the moment you enter the forest, anything goes. That is why you will all need to fill out these consent forms," Anko said. "Oh, what are the forms for exactly?" a genin from IWA asked. "They are so that Konoha will not be able to be held responsible for your death or injury should any occur," Anko replied as several chunin arrived to hand out the consent forms. "Looks like this is where the exams really begin," Naruto said. "You're right, but I feel you have shown enough skill to sufficiently frighten most teams from attempting to attack us," Haku said. "Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure," Akemi said darkly. "Why is that?" Naruto asked. "Well, while you were off flirting with the proctor, I noticed the 2 teams from Kumo. They all recognized me. You know that I have a huge bounty on my head for my capture and safe return to the village. I believe they will target us in an attempt to capture me," Akemi said in accusatory tone. "Hey, I wasn't flirting with her," Naruto said, but he knew that there was a small amount of flirting going on. "Besides, if they target you, we will just have to stop them. I wouldn't let those Kumo bastards take you. Otherwise, I lose my best friend. It's impossible to joke with Itachi-sensei, and Jiraiya-sensei is always running off to do his research," Naruto said. "You never know, the fact that a couple of teams will be targeting us may prove to be beneficial. After all, I am sure that there is more to this exam than we have been told so far," Haku added. "Yeah, you may be right. If I remember correctly, these guys are nothing special anyway. Just some middle to low in the pack shinobi from the years above mine when I was in the academy," Akemi said, her mood slightly improving. "Then we shouldn't have anything to worry about," Naruto said calmly. After everyone had handed their consent forms, and Anko began to explain the second task in detail. "All right, now that's taken care of, we can move on. Your goal in this task is fairly simple. You need to get to the tower that is located at the center of the forest. However, there is a catch. To do so, you will need 2 objects. A heaven scroll," she held up her left hand to show the genin what they looked like, "and an earth scroll." She raised her other hand to let everyone compare the difference between the 2 scrolls. "Now each team will be given one of these 2 scrolls that can be hidden by whatever means you deem fit. Your goal is to locate and retrieve the opposite scroll, so you have the pair, and then make your way to the tower. Now that is said, if you open either of the scrolls before you get to the tower, you will be disqualified. Finally, you will have 5 days to complete your task," Anko informed the group. "5 days? What will we eat?" Choji asked almost desperately. "The forest is filled with many things that are edible. Although quite a few of those things will also try to eat you as well," Anko chuckled. Choji paled at the prospect of running out of food and began counting his packets of chips. "Oh no, I don't think I have enough," he whined. "Okay, so send 1 person from each team to collect either a heaven or earth scroll, along with a gate number for your starting location," Anko said offhandedly before walking off to where she had a waiting plate of dango. Haku collected their earth scroll, and the group slowly made their way to the gate they were assigned. "I would wish you good luck, but from what I have seen, I doubt you will need it," Anko cooed as Naruto passed. Naruto didn't respond. He just gave the snake mistress a playful wink and smile while he walked on. "Damn, I think I am starting to turn into a pervert like Jiraiya-sensei. No, it was just some harmless flirting. That doesn't make me a pervert. Even if she is almost 10 years older than I am, Naruto thought as he walked. They arrived at their gate, which they found, much to their disappointment, was quite far away from where the team from Odo had been located. Man, looks like finding them in here could be a bit of a problem. Naruto sighed as he had a closer look at the incredibly dense forest. Now we have almost 5 days to find them, Akemi replied. That is unless they finish the task early, Haku theorized. That's unlikely. This is the part of the exam where the security will be most lax. If Orochimaru gave them a specific job to do, then my guess is now would be the perfect time for them to do it, Naruto said. Yeah, makes sense to me. A whole forest with no jounin watching. Sounds like a perfect time for them to act, Akemi agreed. The buzzer rang loud in the air, and the gates opened ahead of the shinobi. They wasted little time entering and making their way deep into the forest. It was close to half an hour later before Naruto and the others stopped. So what's the plan? Do we go straight after the Odo ninja, or do we collect some scrolls first? Akemi asked. She was eager for some action after being stuck in Konoha with only sightseeing and basic training to occupy her time. Collecting some scrolls sounds like a good idea. How about we split up and each take out one team before returning here? Oh, and try not to kill them if you can help it, Naruto suggested. All right, time for some fun, Akemi yelled happily. This is a good strategy. By collecting more scrolls than are required, we will lessen the competition later in the exams. I am in. Although I do not share your eagerness to hurt my opponents, Akemi, Haku said. Oh, relax. I'm not going to kill them. Well, unless I have to. In the end, coming up against me will probably be far less painful than coming up against someone Naruto or many of the other teams that are in these exams, Akemi joked. All right, so collect one scroll each, then return here. I will see you guys soon, Naruto said before turning and jumping into the trees. Well, I'm off. Good luck, Haku-chan, Akemi called and darted away at lightning speed. With Naruto. It only took Naruto about 15 minutes to locate a team, a group of Kiri ninja. Well, they must be Yagura loyalists. There is no way the resistance would let their shinobi compete in a silly exam like this, while there is a war still going on, Naruto thought as he watched the Kiri ninja from a distance set up a perimeter. Naruto waited until they had finished scouting and started to relax before he easily slipped past the perimeter's traps and landed right in the center of the 3 Kiri ninja. Hello. I would like you to hand over your scroll, thanks, Naruto said with a smile and a friendly attitude. Like hell we would just give you our scroll, the boy who seemed to be the leader of the group yelled. Oh well, looks like we have to do this the hard way then. Shinra-tensei, Naruto said quietly, and a massive force of gravity flew forward, sending the 3 Kiri ninja flying. They flew back, crashing through several branches before eventually coming to a stop, unfortunately, right on top of one of their traps. A large rope bound all 3 of their legs and hoisted the 3 ninja into the air. They quickly went for kunai to cut the ropes in order to free themselves, but no sooner had they drawn a blade than they were disarmed completely. Naruto then appeared sitting cross-legged on the branch holding the 3 ninja up. Now do you see how pointless it was to attempt to fight me? I watched you set up your base and knew where every one of your traps were. Some of them were very well hidden and made, by the way, Naruto said, congratulating the trap builder. Fuck you, kid, a light blue-haired kunoichi with shark-like teeth yelled. Sorry, you're not my type. I would be too scared that you might bite down, Naruto joked before flipping off his seat and landing on the ground so his eyes were at the same height as their suspended faces. Nice. You used chakra-suppressing rope to prevent anyone from using a substitution to escape. But now that means you can't get out. So tell me where your scroll is, or I will be forced to kill one of you, Naruto said. Ah, fine. It's in my ninja pouch that you removed after we were trapped, the boy who seemed to be the group's leader said. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Naruto said, and he created a clone to check the pouch just in case it was booby-trapped. It wasn't, and Naruto had found the scroll he needed. Well, thanks for the help. See you guys around, Naruto said, and he turned to leave after giving them a friendly wave goodbye. Hey, wait. Aren't you going to cut us down? The kunoichi asked. No, why would I want to do that? You could attack me. Besides, with teeth like that, I am sure you can bite your way through your ropes in no time, Naruto replied before jumping away perfectly between 2 hidden traps. With Akemi, it had taken the dark-haired former Kumo ninja a while longer than Naruto to find her target, but when she did, she was pleased with what she had found. 3 rather slow-looking IWA genin. Perfect. I can simply just attack them quickly and be back without any fuss, she thought as she quickly overtook the team that was heading deeper into the forest. Hey there. Hand over your scroll and you don't need to get hurt, Akemi said in an authoritative tone. Heh, and what could a little helpless kunoichi all alone do to us? A large and think-headed ninja wearing the traditional IWA uniform said. He had shaved his head bald, and that just made him look even more like a rather hopeless excuse for a ninja. Well, I guess I could do this, Akemi said, and in the blink of an eye she had disappeared and reappeared with her fist buried deep into the face of the bald genin. Again she vanished only to appear this time behind a short ninja with a bowl haircut not too far from a copy of Rock Lee's. Unlike Lee, however, he was not lean and built for fast movements. He was shaped more like an overgrown beach ball, and it was a quite comical sight when Akemi kicked him away and he almost seemed to bounce. Wah? What the hell are you? The final member of the group said. I'm bored, Akemi replied before delivering a winding blow to the final genin's gut. Now hand over the scroll, or this will become painful, she said, holding out her hand expectingly. Okay, here, take it, he said, handing over the scroll as the last of his consciousness faded. Well, that was easy. Then again, they are just genin, Akemi sighed before jumping off to return to the meeting location. With Haku. The ISE user style was a little different from that of Naruto and Akemi. Rather than simply confront her targets head-on, she stalked them like the hunter ninja she used to pretend to be. And thanks to her practice with Senbon, once the group of ninja she was following had stopped, she expertly sent Senbon needles into key locations in their bodies, completely paralyzing the ninja. I am sorry I had to do that. Now tell me where your scroll is. That is if you can still talk. I should have left you with that ability, Haku said, appearing out from the shadows. What the hell have you done to us? The ninja said as he struggled and failed to move. I have paralyzed you from the neck down. I suggest you tell me where the scroll is, and I won't make it permanent, Haku said in a stoic, expressionless tone. Man, we don't have a choice. Either way, we are going to lose it to her. May as well just give it up and try to locate some more later, another member of the team said. Your teammate is smart. If you hand over your scroll, you will still have 4 more days to find another one, Haku said. All right, fine. The scroll is in my backpack, the first ninja to speak said. Very good. I hope for your sake you will tell the truth. If those Senbon needles are not removed within 15 minutes, the effects are permanent, Haku said. After retrieving the scroll, she removed all of the Senbon from the 3 ninja that were her target. Haku was the last to arrive back at the meeting point, mostly due to her more secretive style of attack to the direct approaches that Naruto and Akemi liked to employ. So now what? Akemi asked once Haku had handed over the scroll that they put together with the others they collected. Well, it is getting late, so I suggest we make camp for the night and begin out search for the Odo ninja in the morning, Haku suggested. Good idea. We will take it in 3-hour shifts to keep guard overnight, Naruto said. They built a rather comfortable camp for themselves with a large fire and well-spread-out tents. They were not overly worried about a possible ambush as they knew that any one of them could handle a squad of genin. The next morning they went off on a search for the Odo ninja. Naruto had summoned several birds to scout the area while they moved towards the center of the forest. It was late in the day that Naruto received word that they had found them. One of my summons found them, not that far from here actually. They are currently fighting with a group of Konoha ninja, Naruto said. Well then what are we waiting for, let's get going, Akemi said eagerly. Naruto didn't reply and just took off in the direction of the team from the sound. They landed on a large branch overlooking a clearing. In that clearing, the green-clad ninja that had so effectively wiped the floor with Sasuke was looking in a bad way. Next to him, Naruto recognized Shikamaru, Ino, and Sakura. What should we do? Akemi whispered. Strike now while they are not looking? Haku suggested. We could, but I would rather have some fun with them, Naruto said. Down on the forest floor, things were not looking good for the group of Konoha ninja. Zaka finished them off, the mummy-faced member of the Odo team ordered. With pleasure, Dosu, the spiky-haired Zaku replied. As interesting as all this is, I am afraid I will not be letting that happen, came Naruto's voice from high in the trees before he landed at the far end of the clearing. You're that freak that basically let that proctor lady have her way with you, the kunoichi of the group said. Shut it. That isn't what happened, Akimi said, landing beside Naruto, followed by Haku. Well, whatever. So you have come to suffer with these Konoha fools, have you? Dosu asked. Oh, not exactly. More like came to interrogate you about your leader, Orochimaru, Naruto replied. Interrogate us? Don't make me laugh. You won't be able to even come close to harming us, Sasuke said. Akimi broke out laughing at this. Okay, Naruto. I think I will let you do this by yourself. It will be hilarious to see the looks on their faces when you destroy them, she said in between fits of laughter. Naruto casually walked forward while the three Oto ninja readied their attack. The Konoha ninja in the clearing just couldn't believe their eyes that someone who was not even a Konoha shinobi had come to their rescue. Suddenly, there was a massive spike in chakra that got even Naruto's attention. What foul chakra? Nowhere near as potent as Kyuubi's, but still this is disgusting, Naruto thought as they looked at the hole at the base of a tree where the chakra was coming from, and Sasuke rose up, his face now marked in a pattern of small flames. Sasuke stood up and enjoyed the feeling of power surge through his body. Yes, with this power, I can finally kill Itachi, the raven-haired Uchiha thought. Then he noticed Sakura and the others were hurt. Sakura, who did this to you? Sasuke asked. Sakura pointed at the team from Oto, and Sasuke took off, faster than any of the Konoha or Oto ninja could follow. Even Haku had a difficult time following his movements. The same could not be said for Naruto and Akimi. Naruto allowed Sasuke the first strike just to see what kind of power this chakra could cause, but when Sasuke went for a follow-up, he found his arm being held. You! Sasuke roared and violently lashed out at Naruto, causing the blonde to backflip away. Whatever this chakra is, it is not natural, and we need to shut it off, Naruto said. Tell me where my brother is. Now, Sasuke yelled and charged forward. The Konoha ninja that were shocked by Sasuke's speed and strength before were now stunned into complete silence. Naruto had caught Sasuke's fist with ease and tossed him away like a rag doll. You cannot fight me while you are in that mental state. Your moves are predictable and easy to follow, Naruto said lazily. During this encounter, the team from Oto were trying to escape. However, Akimi had other ideas, and along with Haku rounded them up to make sure they didn't go anywhere. I will not be talked to like I am some child, Sasuke roared and charged again. This time Sasuke didn't even get close to Naruto, as without even moving, Naruto sent Sasuke flying back with a burst of gravity. There is no talking to you like this. I need to put you out so that Val Chakra will retreat, Naruto said, and in one movement flew across the clearing and slammed his fist into Sasuke's gut. The unique chakra receded into a small mark of 3 tomo on Sasuke's neck, and Naruto turned to face the team from Oto. Now I am no longer in the mood for games. Tell me where Orochimaru is and what he is planning. Naruto said, his face was now deadly serious. We can't tell you anything. Orochimaru would kill us, the kunoichi said. Well, then we will just have to play a game called Cooperate or Lose a Soul, Naruto said. It was like he had transformed. Gone was the carefree teen who was joking just moments ago with his friends. This was a fully serious ninja who would get the answers he seeks one way or another. What's going on? Haku asked Akimi, slightly scared. Naruto has stopped playing around. Whatever that chakra was that boy was using, it was not his own, and Naruto must think Orochimaru is responsible for it. When someone is being harmed, Naruto is like a completely different person. Completely serious and incredibly deadly, Akimi informed Haku. Now I am going to ask you once more. What are Orochimaru's plans? Naruto said, approaching the spiky-haired Zaku. Fuck you, Zaku yelled, and thrust a path forward, and wind shot out of his palms. The futon just seemed to hit an invisible wall around Naruto and deflect away from the blonde, however, who proceeded to grip the Genin's hand and crush it with his own strength. Zaku screamed in agony, while the others just watched in horror as Naruto placed his free hand on top of Zaku's head. Human path, Naruto said, his eyes rippling with energy. The following scene would shock all of the ninja present other than Akimi to their very core. Naruto removed his hand from Zaku's head, and he let out a silent scream as his voice left him. Attached to Naruto's hand was the transparent form of a soul that had been removed from its body, screaming in agony. Sakura couldn't watch anymore and turned her head away, not wanting to believe what she had just seen, while the others couldn't look away. Well, it turns out he knew nothing. What about you? What is that mark on Sasuke's neck? And what is Orochimaru planning? Naruto asked the Kunoichi, who looked at Naruto like he was the incarnation of the Shinigami come to take her before her time. I don't know, she cried. Dosu was out leader, he knows everything. Orochimaru gave him the mission, we were just his backup. I see, Naruto said and turned to Dosu, who did not seem anyway near as intimidated. I'm not telling you shit. You freak, the mummified Genin spat. Very well then, I will extract the knowledge from you and judge your soul at the same time, Naruto said. And he created 2 clones to rush forward and hold Dosu down while Naruto placed his hand on the Oto Genin's head. Once more, Naruto removed the soul from the Genin's body, without only the slightest hint of remorse in his eyes. I have the information we need. Sasuke should be okay, there is no permanent physical damage done to him. We should go, Naruto said. There was now a small amount of sadness in his voice. He then turned to address the Konoha shinobi. I am sorry you had to see that. It is not something that I enjoy doing. But those two both enjoyed the pain and suffering of others, and if allowed to live would only bring more pain into the world. Akemi, Haku, we're leaving to the tower. Let's go, Naruto said sadly, and he turned in the direction of the large tower in the center of the forest and kicked off. While this was going on, the Kunoichi member of Team Dosu was still shaking from what she had just witnessed and decided that now would be the perfect time to flee. Chapter 11. Preliminary Rounds. Haku was still shocked at what she had seen Naruto do. She had been told of Naruto's ability to remove a person's soul, but it was one thing to hear about something, and another entirely to see it happen before her eyes. Naruto had been quiet since they left the clearing, and Haku was slightly worried. The Joker, an all-round friendly person she had the pleasure of getting to know over the last few weeks, seemed to be replaced by a distant dark character that had ripped the souls out of 2 people. Is he all right? Haku asked Akemi in a whisper. I think so. He often gets a little upset after using that jutsu, Akemi said. So he can read someone's mind, but he has to remove their soul at the same time? Haku asked, wondering how the jutsu works. Not exactly, Naruto said, stopping suddenly. Haku was shocked. She didn't think the blonde could hear them from where he was out in front. The jutsu allows me to touch someone's soul and gain whatever information I need. Jiraiya-sensei thinks I could use it to learn jutsu from enemies, but I have never tried. Anyway, as I was saying, it allows me to touch someone's soul, and it shows me what type of person they are. Those 2 back there in the clearing were horrible. They enjoyed inflicting misery upon others. They had no desire to change their ways. So I couldn't let them live. I killed them to save the people that they may have harmed later in life. But even so, to take a life like that is not pleasurable to do, Naruto said. So you could say, read Jiraiya-sama's mind and leave him alive? Akemi asked. Yes, I could. But I really do not trust anything that Jiraiya-sensei has in his mind. It could turn me into a pervert, Naruto said, feeling much better after getting some of what he was feeling off of his chest. Akemi and Haku both smiled at the return of the more relaxed, fun-loving Naruto. They were very close to tower when Naruto stopped again. We are being followed, he said, slowly turning around. Who is it? Haku asked. I don't know. 3 ninja, so I am guessing they are nothing more than Genin trying to challenge us, Naruto said calmly. From the trees, 3 Kumo ninja appeared. They stopped in their tracks when they came face to face with the 3 Yanakuchi ninja. I suggest you 3 leave. We have no desire to fight you, Naruto said. Even though he knew it wouldn't work, he had to give the Kumo ninja a chance to escape. We don't care about these exams anymore. If we can capture her, we will get promoted anyway. A ninja at the front of the group. He was highly tanned and had curly white hair. Very well then. But I didn't want to have to do this, Naruto sighed. What do you say, 1 each, he asked. You're on. How about first one to incapacitate their opponent gets lunch brought for them by the other 2 when we get out of this forest? Akemi said. And what about you, Haku? Naruto asked. Very well, I agree, Haku said as she pulled out several Senbon needles. Go! Akemi yelled as she blurred out of existence and flew forward. Naruto and Haku were caught off guard along with the 3 Kumo ninja. Bansho Tenin, Naruto said when he regained his composure. The Kumo ninja he targeted was yanked forward and flew toward Naruto at the same time as Haku launched a hail of perfectly aimed Sunban at her target. They were both too slow, however, as a split second before both Naruto and Haku both finished off their targets, Akemi reappeared with a chop to the back of the Kumo ninja's neck. "Done," she yelled happily, just as Naruto slammed his fist into the leader of the group's face, sending him flying, and Haku's Sunban left her opponent paralyzed. "Looks like I win. Free lunches for me," Akemi said while dusting her hands of imaginary dirt. "No fair, you cheated," Naruto said. "Too bad. You agreed to the bet, now you both owe me lunch," Akemi said. "Well, I guess we will just have to make it a cheat as well and make you a sandwich," Haku said with a joke. "No way. I want to go back to that dango place," Akemi yelled. "Well, it's only fair. After all, you didn't say what we had to get you for lunch," Naruto joked. "Well, now I am telling you that it is going to be dango," Akemi said. "Sorry, too late for that. If it wasn't in the original bet, it doesn't count," Naruto replied. "Look, let's just take this team's scroll and go," Akemi said before grumbling about cheap teammates. "Looks like they have already had their scroll taken," Naruto said. "It doesn't surprise me. These three were not very good back in the academy. They were all in the final year when I entered the academy, but had to repeat twice after failing the exams. They must have graduated after I left, though. But I don't know why they would even try to challenge us," Akemi said. "Who cares, let's just get to the tower," Naruto said. Team Yanakuchi made it to the tower, and after opening the scrolls they were led inside by one of the chunin that had helped hand out the consent forms for the second task. Naruto was rather disappointed when they showed them to a dorm room with separate bedrooms. He had been hoping they could have left to return to the village and wait for the final task rather than wait for the 5 days to be up. "Well, it looks like we have some time off. Hey Naruto, what did you end up finding out from the Odo ninja?" Akemi asked after she had a shower and cleaned up from spending the better part of 2 days inside the Forest of Death. "They were ordered to kill Sasuke Uchiha, but it appears that was nothing but a test. Orochimaru gave Sasuke something called a curse mark. I don't know much about it, I will need to ask Jiraiya-sensei. As for Orochimaru's overall plan, I was not given much. He is planning an attack on Konoha, that much is certain. But he didn't know when or who was helping him. But I have a feeling it might be Suna. He had been given orders to stay far away from the teams from Suna," Naruto said. "Suna, huh? But isn't Suna Konoha's ally?" Akemi asked. "Things change. They were indeed allies, but who knows? I know Suna has not been given much support from their own daimyo recently. Maybe them helping Orochimaru is because of that. Either way, I need to see Gigi as soon as possible to give him the information," Naruto said. The days passed without much incident, however, and the only point of interest for Naruto and the rest of his team was the arrival of the other teams that had made it to the tower. Naruto was pleasantly surprised that quite a few of his old classmates were arriving. Finally, on the last day of the exam, they were called to a large hall. Waiting for them, there were both proctors of the previous rounds, as well as all the sensei of the teams that passed the second round, Jiraiya included. Naruto noticed that all the teams that had passed were from Konoha apart from them, and the team from Suna with the red-headed Jinchuriki. Of the teams from Konoha, 3 of them comprised of his former team members, while there were 2 other teams. One of them looked like they were about a year older than Naruto, and the others were quite a bit older still. Naruto recognized the silver-haired Kabuto in their ranks. A couple of moments later, and there was a new arrival in the hall. The Hokage walked in and took a seat at the center of an elevated platform at the far end of the hall. After Hiruzen had become comfortable, he began to speak. "Hello, and congratulations in making it through the Forest of Death. Unfortunately, we have too many people to proceed to the final round of the exams. Therefore, we will be holding a preliminary round of matches now. With that said, teams are no longer in use, and should any individual want to pull out now, that will be allowed," the Hokage said. "Yes, I can't fight anymore," Kabuto said, raising his hand. "Very well, you may leave," the proctor said. "He doesn't even look fatigued. Why did he pull out?" Naruto thought with narrowed eyes, watching Kabuto leave the hall. Similar thoughts were running through the mind of the proctor, but he didn't say anything about it. "Anyone else?" the proctor said before descending into a coughing fit. After he was satisfied that nobody else would be leaving, the Hokage went on with a lecture about how the Chunin exams are a competition watched by people from all over the elemental nations and were designed as a way of settling disputes between villages other than war. After the Hokage had finished speaking, the next proctor spoke up. His voice seemed weak, and he kept coughing every couple of words. "My name is Gecko Hade, and I will be the proctor for the preliminary fights. Now these will be one-on-one matches, picked at random. All other contestants are to make their way to either side balcony, where they can watch the matches," the sickly-looking Jounin said. All the competitors looked up at two large screens overlooking the arena floor. The names stopped spinning on Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato. Naruto shrugged and went up to the balcony where Jiraiya was quietly talking to Kakashi and the other Konoha-sensei. "Hey, congrats, Gaki. You made it here," Jiraiya said when he saw Naruto and the others. "Did you really think we wouldn't? How was your research, you old pervert?" Naruto said, adding the insult as payback for Jiraiya calling him a brat. "I will have you know I didn't do any research. I had to find Tsunade Heim. She would have killed me if she knew you were competing, and she didn't place a bet on you," Jiraiya said. "That basically means that I am going to lose," Naruto sighed. "Yeah, I guess it does," Jiraiya joked. "Oh well, it will be interesting to see just who beats me." Naruto chuckled and moved on to allow the Konoha teams to join their senseis. Sasuke's fight was not all that exciting, at least until the end, where Sasuke had to repress the curse seal from taking over. They only used taijutsu, and even then it was rather basic. But Naruto had to admit Sasuke was probably better than your average genin. At the end of the fight, Kakashi arrived to take Sasuke away. "Why is Sasuke-kun being taken away?" A long-haired blonde girl Naruto remembered was called Ino said. "He has had a curse mark placed on him. It needs to be sealed before it starts to influence him," Naruto said calmly, but loud enough for all of the Konoha ninja to hear. "Who did that to Sasuke-kun?" Ino said angrily. "Konoha missing ninja and one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru," Naruto replied. The other shinobi didn't say anything, but Jiraiya had a small smile on his face. He knew that if Naruto knew that, then he had completed his mission and found out something about what his old teammate is planning. The Konoha ninja were brought out of their shock when the large computer screen came back to life and the names of the remaining ninja began to spin. It stopped on the names Shikamaru and Sai. Naruto found this match very interesting. Sai used a type of genjutsu with ink to create animals to fight for him, while Shikamaru contorted his shadow in an attempt to capture his target. Eventually, Shikamaru won when Shikamaru used a kunai to change the direction of a ceiling light, causing his shadow to move forward much faster than Sai could move, trapping the ink user, forcing him to give up. "That's quite a useful skill," Naruto said. "Yes, the Nara clan is famous for their shadow jutsu," Jiraiya said. The next fight was Temari Sabaku against Tenten. Naruto felt kind of sorry for Tenten because it was clear that she was a talented kunoichi, but she just had the misfortune of coming up against a futon user who had access to a large fan to help her manipulate the wind. Still, the fight left a slightly bad taste in the mouth with how it ended. Temari could have caused some serious damage to the young weapons mistress if it wasn't for her teammate in green spandex saving her. "Man, when are we going to get to fight? I hate the waiting." Akemi whined once Temari had left the field and went to join her brothers and sensei. "There have only been 3 fights so far. Are you really that impatient?" Naruto asked. "Yes. Now let's hurry this up," Akemi said. "Oh, I am so going to take my time if I fight before you," Naruto teased. "Agreed," Haku added. "Oh, you guys are mean." Akemi huffed, folding her arms and turning away in mock anger. The next names up were not any of the 3 Yanakuchi ninja, however. Rather 2 Konoha ninja. Kiba Inuzuka versus Ino Yamanaka. The fight was over quickly. Kiba was much faster than Ino, and with help from his dog Akamaru was easily able to get behind Ino and place a kunai under her throat, causing Hate to call the match in Kiba's favor. "Ha, take that, Ino pig. You lost to dog breath." Sakura yelled. "Shut it, forehead. You still have to fight, you know," Ino said. "Whatever, I am ready for whoever I get," Sakura said confidently. That confidence was soon erased, however, when she found out just how cruel fate can be. She almost lost her breath when the computer screen stopped revealing the names Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, who had been listening to Sakura's arrogance, couldn't help but smirk a little as he passed her walking down to the arena. "What, you're not scared of him, are you, forehead? I thought you were ready for anyone," Ino asked, pleased the tables had turned. "Shut up. I'm not scared of that baka," Sakura yelled, trying to convince both Ino and herself. "Careful, Sakura. You can pull out if you want," Kakashi said, knowing that his pupil didn't stand a chance. "No, I am going to fight," she said, and made her way to join Naruto in the center of the hall. "All right, competitors ready?" Gecko asked. "Yes," Sakura said, and Naruto only nodded, not getting into a stance and standing with his hands crossed. "Hey, you don't think he is really going to drag this fight out, do you? I don't know how much longer I can wait," Akemi said, looking down at where Naruto looked completely relaxed. "I don't know. You know him better than I do. Do you think he would drag this out?" Haku replied. "Yes," Akemi moped, smacking her head on the railing. Down in the center of the hall, the proctor stated the fight, and Sakura took off, launching several kunai at Naruto while she attempted to get behind him. They didn't get far, however, as the kunai seemed to hit an invisible barrier and just fall to the ground, shocking everyone watching apart from Jiraiya and his team. "What was that?" Kurenai asked as once again another hail of kunai sent from Sakura failed to get even remotely close to Naruto. "I don't know, it seems like he has put up some kind of barrier around him that stops anything from approaching," Kakashi said, revealing his Sharingan to get a closer look. Meanwhile, Naruto had yet to move and was still standing with arms folded. Naruto quirked an eyebrow when Sakura stopped running and started to perform several hand seals. A jutsu, so she is finally trying something else, Naruto thought. The world began to change around him, and he found himself trapped in a rather basic jinjutsu. Naruto simply disrupted his chakra flow, canceling the jutsu. "Are you finished yet?" Naruto asked. "No. You just want me to quit because you don't think you can beat me. In the end, you are nothing but a reject of Konoha that was thrown out because you were nothing but a troublemaker and loser. I remember you, always getting into trouble because you never had anyone to give you any discipline. Who knows, your parents probably just abandoned you," Sakura said, forgetting for a moment just what Naruto did to Sasuke and the team from Oto in the Forest of Death. Up in the stands, Jiraiya cracked his fingers, angered by what Sakura had just said. But that was nothing compared to how angry Naruto was feeling, and he was going to make the pink-haired Kunoichi pay for what she had said. Unfolding his arms, he turned to Sakura and extended one hand forward towards her. In the other, he began gathering chakra. "Bansho Tenin," he said, his voice void of all emotion. Sakura had nothing to grab onto and flew uncontrollably towards Naruto, who had in his hand a spinning ball of chakra ready to finish the fight. "Rinnegan!" Naruto yelled, driving the jutsu into the young Kunoichi's stomach. Everyone in the arena was shocked. Jiraiya for the fact that Naruto would go that far, and the others at the fact that they just witnessed a jutsu that they would never have thought that a young teenager could perform, even if it was Jiraiya's student. The only person who didn't seem to be shocked in any way was Akemi, and that was mostly because she was happy that Sakura had got what was coming to her when she said those things about Naruto, and the fact she was now one match close to her own fight. On the other side of the hall, the team from Suna were even a little scared of Naruto. They had watched the match and saw that every attack that Sakura had tried, even if they were basic, didn't get anywhere near the blonde. Gaara looked at Naruto like it was his destiny and wanted more than anything to kill the blonde. Medics came and rushed Sakura to the hospital, while Naruto silently walked back up to his place on the balcony, ignoring the shocked looks from the other contestants and some of the jounin. "Don't you think you went a little over the top? I mean, you could have won that fight easily without doing so much damage," Jiraiya said once Naruto arrived back with his team. "She deserved it," Akemi said. "Well, I guess she did, but a Rinnegan could have killed her," Jiraiya said. "I didn't use much power in it. With medical jutsu, she should be up and moving again in about a week," Naruto said. "Well, I guess that is better. I mean, a fully powered Rinnegan is a killing blow if it hits a vital area," Jiraiya said. "Look, I don't care about any of this, I just want it to be my turn," Akemi said as the computer came back to life after the medics removed the unconscious Sakura from the arena. She was to once again be disappointed, however, as her name didn't come up. Instead, the names that appeared on the screen were that of Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga. This could be a top match. The Hyuga Taijutsu style is in a league of its own thanks to their Byakugan, Jiraiya said, looking on sagely as the two competitors made their way down to the ring. Looks like Hinata is in a bit of pain though. She was out cold when we ran into her team in the forest. My guess would be Orochimaru, Naruto said. Down in the arena floor, Neji was glaring harshly at his cousin. Just quit, Hinata. You don't stand a chance against me. No matter how much you have improved, you are still a loser and always will be, Neji said. I used to believe that as well, Neji Nizan, that I was a failure and could never change, but I worked hard and improved so that I wouldn't be a failure anymore. Someone encouraged me to be more than I was. And I will not give up no matter how badly hurt I am already. I will fight you. Even if I lose, I do not care because you are my family, and I will still love you like a brother either way, Hinata said before dropping into her stance. If that is your wish, Neji said coolly before entering his own. Naruto-kun is watching. I have to do my best not just for myself, but I want to show him just how much I have improved, Hinata thought. But the second the proctor started the match, those thoughts were gone, and her face held nothing but determination. They met in the center, and both Hyuga were attacking with deadly accuracy. To the untrained eye and those that did not understand the gentle fist taijutsu style would have thought that neither were getting in any decent hits, but when they broke apart after the first little skirmish, Neji had a small amount of blood coming from his mouth, and so did Hinata. Unfortunately for the kunoichi, however, it seemed as though her left arm was also affected. You were actually able to damage me. Maybe you have improved, but you are still a long way away from being able to challenge me, Neji said before rushing in for round 2. As the fight wore on, it became more and more obvious that Neji was superior, and Hinata's prior injuries seemed to be catching up with her along with the damage that Neji was doing, and after a while Neji jumped back and Hinata collapsed. Call the match, she won't be getting back up. Like I said, once a loser, always a loser, Neji said, and he began walking towards the balcony. You are wrong. You may have won this fight, but I do not see myself as a loser just because I lost to you, Hinata said, struggling to stand. Why you? Neji roared, and he charged at Hinata, aiming for her heart. He didn't get there, however, as a massive force threw him into the wall. What the? Neji said, looking for whatever hit him. Neji found the culprit in Naruto, standing at the opposite side of the hall walking forward. I believe she conceded defeat. She was also defenseless. It is a despicable act to attack a comrade when they are already down, and even worse when that comrade is family, Naruto lectured. She is not family. She is the main house born to be spoiled and have everything done for her, while I am in the branch house destined to be nothing more than a servant, a caged bird. But what would an outsider like you know about anything, Neji said. You're right, maybe I don't know. But what has she done to justify you trying to kill her? Naruto said. I do not need to explain anything to you. But it seems the main house gets special treatment even here, Neji replied. Special treatment? Is that what you call saving someone's life? Naruto said. Neji just huffed and stalked away to rejoin his team and the other Konoha genin. His sensei Midiogai looked at him with pity and a little disappointment, but said nothing. Are you alright, Hinata? Naruto asked, turning his attention to the Hyuga heiress, who was just barely standing. Yes, but it will take some time to heal. I should go see the medics. Thank you for your concern, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, fighting down the blush that was creeping onto her face despite the pain she was in. Naruto helped her onto a stretcher before returning to his team. So correct me if I am wrong, but I do believe that young Hyuga girl likes you, Jiraiya said. You're imagining things, Naruto replied. I could see her blush from up here, Haku teased. Oh, come on. She was hurt. That was probably just because of her injuries, Naruto said. Isn't that the same girl that found you in the park the night we left Konoha? Jiraiya asked semi-seriously. Naruto knew his sensei just wanted to tease him some more, but Naruto for some reason answered anyway. Yes, it was. Well then I guess she must have been waiting a long time for your return. Maybe you should go comfort her. I bet she would like that, the Toad Sage joked. I'm telling you it's not like that. Besides, even if it was, it would never work. Once these exams are over, there is no need to stay in Konoha, and she can't just come with us, Naruto said. He's right. If a main branch Hyuga was to leave the village, we would have the whole village after us, Akemi said. Jiraiya dropped the topic after that, and they turned their attention to the large computer screen waiting for the next match to be announced. Come on, there are only 3 fights left. I don't want to be the last one up, Akemi whined. The only other person that looked as eager to fight as Akemi was the green-clad mini-clone of Guy, Rock Lee, and both were highly disappointed when neither of their names came up. Haku Momoichi versus Kankuro Sabaku. The board read, and Akemi deflated. Momoichi, does she have any connection to Zabuza Momoichi, the demon of the bloody mist? Asuma asked, walking over to Jiraiya after he saw the name on the screen. Yes, she is Zabuza's adopted daughter, Jiraiya answered. So she must have been the fake hunter ninja on the bridge in the Land of Waves, Kakashi said from within earshot. Yes, that's right. Haku was traveling with Zabuza when Naruto and Itachi found them, Jiraiya said. Itachi? You mean Itachi Uchiha? Kakashi, you never said anything about running into Itachi on any of the missions your team had, Asuma said, shocked. Well, you see, because of his arrival and the arrival of Naruto, the mission events became classified by the Hokage, Kakashi said offhandedly. Jiraiya-sama, why are you working with someone like Itachi Uchiha? Asuma asked in complete shock. Why not? He is a great ninja, able to teach Naruto about things like Jinjutsu far better than I ever could, and he is no danger to anyone as long as they aren't an Uchiha, Jiraiya answered. But he killed his entire clan. Don't you think he might be dangerous to keep around? Asuma said, still not believing what he just heard. A ninja's life is dangerous. Personally, I would prefer Itachi as an ally to an enemy. And as you said, he killed his entire clan. Nobody else in Konoha was harmed by him. He left without touching a single non-Uchiha. So the way I see it, as long as we don't have the Sharingan and a massive ego problem, we are safe, Jiraiya said, causing Naruto to chuckle, knowing that was exactly what Sasuke was like. The match started and Haku and Kankuro seemed to be rather evenly matched in terms of taijutsu. But Naruto knew that was not Haku's strength. Her strength was with throwing weapons and Hayatan and Suiton ninjutsu. Her futon needed work as she had not trained with her second element yet. Then Naruto noticed something was a little odd about the way Kankuro moved, and he channeled some chakra into his eyes to enable him to see chakra. He is a puppet. The real Kankuro is hiding in the thing he was carrying on his back, Naruto thought, as he could now see the chakra strings quite clearly. He did not share this information with his teammate, however, as he wanted to see if Haku would figure it out for herself or not. Down in the arena floor, Haku had discovered that winning this fight was not going to be as simple as some of the fights in the forest, but she had a few tricks up her sleeve. Shoten, demonic ice mirrors, Haku yelled, and a large mirror appeared behind the newest member of the Yanakuchi. Whoa, ice release. That is a very rare bloodline nowadays, Asuma said, as more mirrors began to seemingly grow out of the first one until they created a dome of 12 mirrors on ground level and 8 floating in the air. Haku then stepped right inside the mirror, shocking most of the genin. Once inside the mirror, Haku was far faster than Kankuro's puppet, but nothing she did would put him down. But similarly, there was nothing the Kankuro puppet could do to even scratch the ice. Then she saw it, the chakra threads that were connected to the puppet. If she was not inside the ice, which was acting to magnify her vision, she would have never saw it. Following the chakra thread with her eyes, she found the real Kankuro and planed her attack. A small section of the ice mirrors vanished as Haku made her way to the opposite side of the dome. Kankuro, who was too busy trying to keep up with the ice user's movements, didn't notice that the section missing was facing his real body. Then it was over. A hail of sunbon needles flew out of the opening in the dome and struck into the real Kankuro's body. Several seconds later, the puppet Kankuro fell to the ground, and Haku jumped out of the ice mirrors and went to inspect the real Kankuro, who couldn't move his arms or his right leg as he struggled to stand. I think it would be wise to concede defeat, Haku said, taking out a kunai for the final strike. Proctor, I concede, Kankuro said bitterly. Kankuro Sabaku is unable to continue and surrendered. Winner, Haku Momoichi. Once Haku was declared the winner, she removed the Senbon from Kankuro and pulled him to his feet. That was quite a good strategy. If it wasn't for my ice mirrors improving my vision, the result may have been different, Haku admitted. Yeah, thanks I guess, Kankuro said grumpily before stalking off back to his team. Naruto found the next match to be incredibly interesting. Shino Aburame versus Choji Akimichi. Two of Konoha's premier clans going head-to-head. For a long while it looked like Choji had the Aburame on the run. But every time it looked like Shino was going to get hit, he dissolved into bugs. Naruto struggled to see Shino's endgame in allowing Choji to attack and only defend, until he remembered the Kikachu beetle that the Aburame had sent to investigate him during the first task. Naruto could see why he was allowing Choji to attack constantly. Shino's beetles were eating away at his chakra. And sure enough, after almost 15 minutes, Choji collapsed into unconsciousness. Okay, there are only 2 damn matches left, and I still haven't had my turn, Akimi wailed. Don't be a baby, Naruto said. Sure you can talk. You had your match already, Akimi moped. They turned expectantly to the board, but Akimi was once again to be denied. Gaara Sabaku versus Misumi Tsuguri. This was not so much a match as it was a waste of time. At the very start, Gaara sent a wave of sand that broke both of Misumi's legs, causing the proctor to call the match after about 3 seconds. Well, that was fast, Naruto said. Akimi didn't hear him. She was too busy jumping up and down in anticipation. She knew that it was finally her turn to compete. And once Misumi had been removed by the medics, both Akimi and Lee jumped from the railing down into the center without bothering to wait for the computer to tell them that they would be fighting. The final match will be Akimi Hayaku versus Rock Lee. Fighters ready? Hate asked, coughing while he talked. Yes, I have been ready since the first match, Akimi said, bouncing up and down on the spot eagerly. Yash, I finally get a chance to prove that I am a splendid shinobi, Lee said just as eagerly as Akimi. Then begin, the proctor called. Both Akimi and Lee moved at the same time, blurring away. This was when Lee got his first shock. Akimi was much faster than he was despite all of his training. Lee's punch missed, and Akimi slipped underneath his strike, delivering a knee to Lee's chest, knocking him back. Wow, she's fast, Kiba yelled. Indeed, but she doesn't look like she has any way near the lean muscle mass to be that fast, Asuma said. It's because she isn't Jiraiya, informed the ninja. What do you mean? Guy asked. She isn't that much faster than most newly promoted Chunin. Her speed is all generated from her unique Kekkai Genkai, Jiraiya said. Kekkai Genkai? So what does she have? Kurenai asked, highly intrigued, seeing that Akimi was now expertly dodging Lee's strikes and getting in her own. The only thing that was keeping Lee in the match was his superior physical conditioning. Her mother had the Kumo bloodline limit, known as Storm Release. But there was a mutation of the bloodline within Akimi, and she didn't get the Suet-un element in her bloodline, and instead just received Right-un and Futon, creating her swift release. She channels the lightning and wind chakra around and through her body to allow for a dramatic increase in speed, Jiraiya said. Amazing, Guy said, turning back to the fight, where Lee had still not managed to land a decent hit. Lee, take them off, he called, knowing it was the only way that his pupil would be able to win this match. Lee heard his sensei and was incredibly grateful for the permission. You are truly a worthy opponent, and as such will have the privilege of fighting me without my weights, Lee said before jumping to the top of a pillar. What are a couple of weights going to do? Akimi thought skeptically, but all skepticism was replaced with shock when 2 sets of weights hit the ground, creating a large crater. Okay, that might make a difference. I am going to need to pick this up, Akimi thought, as Lee charged down from the pillar in a blur, slamming his fist into Akimi, who was just able to block in time by crossing her arms in front of her face. She was still sent sliding back across the arena floor, however, from the sheer power behind the punch. That was some hit. I am surprised the guard wasn't broken, Asuma said. While the Right-un and Futon chakra helps strengthen her muscles and bones, she can take quite a beating and still stand, Jiraiya informed the younger Sarutobi. That is quite a powerful Kekkai Genkai. It almost seems as though she was built for Taijutsu and Kenjutsu, Kakashi said. Akimi lowered her arms from the previous block and let out a sigh of relief. That was a close one. I need to keep my guard up now that speed is intense. He could even be close to my maximum, Akimi thought, as she started to channel more of her chakra through her body. Lee took off in a blur, and not wanting to let him have another shot, while she had no momentum, took off as well. They clashed in the center, fist striking fist, and fought for dominance over the other. Sheer speed and strength from Lee, against the swift release of Akemi. In the end, Akemi was forced to jump away. At her current power level, Lee had more strength in the punch than she did. They clashed again. This time, Akemi blocked Lee's punch with one arm while delivering her own with the other. Lee ducked under the punch and attempted to sweep Akemi's legs out from under her. She saw this coming and flipped over Lee to attack from his blind spot. But the green-clad ninja used the momentum from the leg sweep to spin around and kicked the kunoichi high up in the side of her arm, sending her flying to the other side of the ring. Akemi was able to readjust in mid-air and turn into a flip landing on her feet, but she had to admit that her arm sort of stung. Not wanting to let Akemi have any more time to adjust after winning the last skirmish, Lee charged in again. This time, however, Akemi waited until the very last split second to move that was only possible thanks to the chakra affecting her synapses in a way that allowed for inhuman reaction speeds that rivaled even the Reikich's. Rolling out of the way, she delivered a kick right to the center of Lee's back this time, sending the green spandex-loving genin flying. This back and forth continued as the fight wore on, both shinobi now sporting a fair amount or injuries. Akemi was holding her right arm, trying to shake it back to life after being forced to block a particularly powerful kick from Lee. And Lee was panting heavily after several hits to his ribs. "Hey Akemi, if you lose, the Previo's bet is cancelled and you have to buy us both the lunch of our choice," Naruto called, breaking the silence that had spread over the hall since the fighting had intensified. Akemi couldn't help herself. She broke into a small smile and laughed. "Fine, but when I win, you owe me lunch at the Dango Hut twice," she yelled back. Lee, thinking that her guard was down, went in for another attack, but Akemi was far more ready than he knew and received a palm to the chest, slightly knocking the wind out of him. But he recovered in time to block the follow-up attack of a kick to the side of the head, but missed the quick jab to the pectoral area, causing him to stumble back. "Sorry, but I think it is time to get serious. I don't want to have to buy Naruto lunch. He can eat a hell of a lot, or ramen. But I have got to say, I never expected a fight this good. It is almost worth having to wait to go last," Akemi said with a smile. "Yash, then I too will just have to try even harder to win. You are definitely a worthy opponent," Lee said. Lee bust forward far faster than he had been moving before and got underneath Akemi's guard, kicking her high into the air. "Guy, is that what I think it is?" Kakashi asked up on the balcony. "That's right, the initial lotus," Guy said proudly as he watched Lee untie the bindings on his wrist as he jumped up after Akemi. Akemi saw him following her flight in mid-air using the shadow of the dancing leaf and knew she was in trouble. The exact same moment Lee attempted to wrap Akemi in his bandages, however, she created a clone and pulled herself out of the way. "She escaped," Niji said in disbelief. "Such an expert use of a shadow clone. Impressive for someone so young," Asuma said, causing the other jounin to nod in agreement. "He got a whole lot faster all of a sudden. What was that?" Akemi asked herself as Lee landed and charged forward, still at the highly increased speed. She reacted quickly and pushed a large burst of chakra through her system before rolling out of the way to avoid Lee's strike. "Well, it seems that the gate of opening was still not enough. Looks like I will just have to go all out," Lee said, and he began channeling what little chakra that he had to the various gates that he could open. "A guy, how many of the celestial gates can Lee open?" Kakashi asked. "He can open 5 of them," Guy said proudly. 5? Are you insane? That could do quite a lot of damage to his body. He is still developing after all," Kakashi said. Back in the arena, Lee had made it to the Gate of Life, and Akemi was starting to sense that something big was about to happen. As Lee's skin turned a shade of red, and he started to glow slightly green. "Not good. Looks like he is going for one last attack. I'm going to need to leg it," she thought, and she started rapidly increasing the chakra flow around her own body. "Gate of Pain. Open," Lee said as chakra began to spiral around him. Akemi, on the other hand, had lightning dancing around her and what looked like a tornado rising over her body, causing her hair that was normally tidy and slick to flail wildly in the wind, whipping around like it was alive. "Gate of Limit. Open," Lee said, and completely disappeared from almost everyone's sight. Akemi did the same, and for around a minute nobody could see anything. But they could feel it. Shock waves of the blows clashing against each other without them stopping to rest, knowing that if they did, it would be the end of their fight. Both fighters were running out of steam, and Lee's muscles were beginning to tear. It was now a battle to see which would last longer. Akemi burning through chakra faster than Choji goes through a packet of chips, or Lee whose body could not take much more of the punishment he was subjecting it to. The answer in the end came when Akemi and Lee both appeared in the air over the ring, each having jumped from an opposite wall. At first it looked like they had both missed each other with their attack, which was true. At least true about their initial attack. Unfortunately for Lee, Akemi's reaction time was still faster than his, and she had raised a knee using Lee's own momentum against him. The green-clad ninja fell to earth in a heap, followed by Akemi, who, while she was able to land on her feet, was on her last legs, panting heavily and barely able to stand. "Proctor, check him," she panted weakly. "He's out cold." "Winner is," but Haight was unable to finish his sentence as Lee struggled to his feet. "Impossible. How could he still be able to fight?" Akemi said disbelievingly. She had nothing left to fight with. If Lee could move even 1/10 as fast as before he had begun opening the celestial gates, she knew she was done for. Akemi tried to ready herself for an attack, but even the effort of slipping into her battle stance caused her to lose her balance and collapse. "Well, that's it, I am done," she thought as she pulled herself back into a standing base. But to her shock, Lee hadn't moved. "What the?" she thought out loud, looking at Lee, wondering why she hadn't been pummeled when it was obvious she had nothing left. "He is unconscious. He has been before he stood up," Haight said. "No way. And he is still trying to fight despite being knocked out," Akemi said slowly and carefully, walking over to check Lee for herself. "He is." Rock Lee is unable to continue. "Winner Akemi Hyaku," the proctor called, causing her to sigh in relief and allow herself to sit down and relax. "Oh man, I'm beat," she thought, lying back. Guy arrived to carry Lee over to the medic team, where they had a stretcher waiting, while Naruto approached his exhausted friend. "Need a hand?" he asked, kneeling down beside the fallen Kunoichi. "No. Otherwise you will always remind me of how I got beaten up by a genin," Akemi huffed, although the more she thought about the more she knew she would need help to stand. That was no ordinary genin. He was fighting to prove to everyone that he could be a top ninja with only taijutsu. His sensei told us about him while you were fighting. He has a rare disease that prevents him from using any nin or genjutsu. And personally, I think he has done an excellent job. Not many jounin can keep up with you when you fight at full strength. For him to do it at 14 is amazing. That said, I am already never going to let you forget this," Naruto said, chuckling at the end. "Jerk. Just help me up already, I don't think I can stand," she said, accepting Naruto's hand as he pulled her back to a standing base and allowed her to rest her weight on him, so the pair could move to the front of the hall where all the winners had gathered minus Sasuke to find out what happens now. "So what will you do if we have to fight again?" Naruto joked. "Use you as a human shield," Akemi replied. Chapter 12. It Hits the Fan. Naruto and Akemi arrived with the small group that was progressing to the finals as they stood in front of the Hokage. "Congratulations, all of you, on making it to the finals. They will be held in 1 month's time to give you all time to prepare. Please step forward one at a time and draw a number," the Hokage said as Anko walked forward with a box that rattled with what sounded like ping-pong balls. Kiba, who was highly eager to get his number, rushed to the front of the queue. "5, he called out, raising the small ball over his head. Up on the screen, a table that looked like it was designed for a knockout tournament appeared, and on the 5th line down, the name of Kiba Inuzuka appeared. Up next was Niji, who drew the number 1, and Haku, who pulled number 3. "Looks like we're up next," Naruto said, helping Akemi approach the snake mistress, who had a strange look of envy for the young Kunoichi, who was supported by Naruto. "Ladies first," Naruto said, offering the box to the exhausted Kunoichi, who drew the number 2, making the first match of the finals Niji Hyuga versus Akemi Hyaku. "All right, here's hoping for an early fight," Naruto said as he put his hand into the box and felt around for a ball that he hoped had a number in the early fights. "Number 10, Naruto said in disappointment as he realized that he would be fighting last. Temari went next and drew the number 8, followed by Gaara, whose eyes lit up with excitement when he got a 9. Shikamaru drew a 7 and Shino a 6, which left Sasuke with number 4. There we have it. The fights for the first round of the finals will be as follows. Niji Hyuga versus Akemi Hyaku, Haku Momoichi versus Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka versus Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara versus Temari Sabaku. And the final match of the first round, Gaara Sabaku versus Naruto Uzumaki, Hate said. Naruto and Gaara looked at each other, both seemed confident, but Gaara seemed to be thrilled with the pairing. He had a murderous look in his eye and a very demonic-looking smile to add to the unnerving appearance of the short red-haired Jinchuriki. "I knew you guys would all make it through," Jiraiya said once they made their way back out to the village via a tunnel that ran underneath the forest of death. Naruto, who was still supporting his dark-haired teammate, who was struggling to keep her eyes open from chakra exhaustion, rolled his eyes at this. "Well, I'm glad you had faith in us, Jiraiya-sensei. I mean, we have all had experience in fighting against Jounin, so a couple of Jinin shouldn't have been that hard," Naruto said. "You say that, but look at what happened to her," Jiraiya said, pointing to Akemi, who was dragging her feet as she walked. "Well, she just got a very motivated opponent. But I think I should get her back to the hotel," Naruto said. And without even asking, he readjusted Akemi, so he was carrying her bridal style to allow him to move at faster speeds. Akemi was too tired to argue or fight back at being held that way, and just decided to cling on and hope Naruto, as he jumped from building to building over rooftops. "You drop me, and you're dead." "Got it," she said seriously. It was a rather uneasy experience for Akemi to be completely helpless while someone else carried her, and that feeling of not having any power forced her to cling on to Naruto with all of her remaining strength every time he took another large jump. Before she knew it, however, Naruto was placing her down. Not knowing what he was doing, she refused to let go until she felt the soft bed beneath her. "There you go. I bet you will be asleep for days with the amount of chakra you have burned," Naruto said before turning to leave. "You still owe me lunch at the Dango Hut." Twice, Akemi called out weakly before Naruto could leave the room. Naruto was about to reply with a comeback, saying that carrying her across town was worth far more than 2 lunches, but he stopped when he heard her lightly snoring. "Oh well, I will tell her later," he thought before leaving her room for his own. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen had so far had an enjoyable day. He had been able to witness some good bits of skill from his up-and-coming ninja, and saw that Jiraiya had been teaching Naruto his father's jutsu, if not telling him about the truth that the Yondaime was indeed Naruto's father. His good mood was extinguished the moment he entered the room, however, as he found not only a massive stack of paperwork, but the one thing that could make his life just as miserable: the village elders and Danzo. "Ah, Hiruzen, how were the preliminary rounds?" Danzo asked. "I am sure you were watching. They are shown in all of the Jounin bars and ninja-only areas of the village," Hiruzen said. "Yes, I did see. And I would like to know why it is you kept the fact that Naruto Uzumaki has returned to the village a secret," Danzo replied. "Mostly to avoid this exact conversation," the Hokage said, showing that he was still rather quick-witted in his old age. "He is a military asset to this village, and therefore must be brought under our control. With my emotional conditioning and training, he will become a great asset to this village," Danzo said. "He is not a shinobi of this village, and I will not permit you to turn him into a drone. But don't take me for a fool. You don't just want him because of the Kyuubi. You know as well as I do the power Naruto holds in his eyes. You want them for yourself," Hiruzen said. Danzo didn't reply and kept a calm, expressionless exterior appearance. "Then don't give Danzo the boy, but he must be returned to the village. We have called a council meeting to discuss what is to be done," Koharu said. "Oh, please tell me you didn't. We all know how these things turn out," the Hokage sighed. "I am afraid it is too late. The prospect of the village regaining the Kyuubi and also a ninja who possesses the Rinnegan is too great to ignore. I am sorry, Hiruzen, but this has to be done. We will be expecting you in the council chambers tomorrow afternoon," Hamura said, leaving the room along with Danzo and Koharu. "I knew this would happen once they discovered Naruto was not only in the village but far stronger than they could have imagined," Hiruzen thought as he collapsed in his seat, knowing he was in for hell. "I will advise you not to let the council have their way. Naruto does not take well to being forced to do something. Also, if you do attempt to capture him by 4, I hope you have a lot of body bags in waiting," Jiraiya said as he seemed to grow out from the wall. "I was wondering when you would show yourself. You may be stronger than me now, Jiraiya-kun, but I am not known as the god of shinobi for nothing," Hiruzen said, stating that he knew Jiraiya was in the room the entire time. "I will get you one of these days, old man," Jiraiya joked before taking a seat. So what do you suggest I do about Naruto? Hiruzen asked. Nothing. They will bitch and moan, but at the end of the day, you are the Hokage and have final say of everything that happens in the village. And if someone tries something without your knowledge, they will be dealt with by Naruto however he sees fit, Jiraiya said. So you suggest I just let Naruto kill any who attack him? The aged Hokage asked. I don't see why not. If you make it clear that Naruto is not to be touched under any circumstances, and let them know that he will defend himself if necessary, Jiraiya answered. It may be the best course of action. After all, I am sure you will not hesitate to rescue Naruto should he be taken, Hiruzen surmised. You can bet your life on it. Minato trusted me to look after the kid, and I plan on doing it, Jiraiya said firmly. Then I will take your warning to the meeting. I think they might be a little less likely to target Naruto if he is defended by a member of the Sannin, Hiruzen said. 2. Actually, if Tsunadeheim finds out he was captured, she would burn the place to the ground to get him back. She treats him like he is her little brother, or even son, Jiraiya said. Well, then the warning will hold even more weight behind it. Now is there a reason you came here to see me? The Hokage said, deciding to change the topic. Oh yes. I have the scroll with detailed information that Naruto was able to collect from the Genin team from Oto, Jiraiya said, tossing over the scroll. He waited for Hiruzen to start reading before he continued. Their mission was to kill Sasuke Uchiha. But this was nothing but a ploy to test Sasuke's ability with the curse seal. Naruto was able to discover that Orochimaru does indeed plan to attack Konoha sometime soon, but they were not sure of the time frame we are looking at, Jiraiya said. I see this is indeed disturbing news. Is there anything else? Hiruzen asked. Yeah. Naruto believes, but cannot prove as of yet, that Suna is helping Orochimaru with the attack. As the Oto Genin were given specific instructions to not get in the way of the teams from Suna, Jiraiya said. Thank you, Jiraiya. This is extremely valuable information. I will have my best men look into this deeper, Hiruzen said. We will of course all still be on the lookout for any more leads that may help, Jiraiya said. Yet again you have my thanks. Now I should probably get ready for this accursed council meeting, Hiruzen said with a sigh. All right, good luck with that. I am glad I don't have to go to them anymore. They were always the worst part of returning to the village, Jiraiya said, and he stood up and left via an open window. The years pass, but you still stay the same, Rinnegan, the Hokage said to himself fondly before the depressing reality of an upcoming council meeting struck again. Council chambers, 1 day later. Hiruzen entered the large oval room that was split down the middle by 2 large desks on either side. At the closest point, there was the desk where the Hokage would sit and 2 empty seats reserved for Tsunade and Jiraiya. At the far end, and at the point of 2 large banks of chairs to either side that made up a semicircle, sat the elders and Danzo. To one half of the semicircle sat the clan heads and top-ranking jounin that cared enough to show up. And on the other side, there was the civilian council who were already in full swing yelling demands at the old Hokage even before he sat down. What's this we hear about that thing being allowed back in the village? One loud banshee with bright pink hair screeched over the top of all the other civilians. She was so loud, even Shikaku Nara was woken from his slumber. Troublesome, he muttered before lowering his head back onto the desk. He was not able to return to his sleep, however, because Hiruzen decided to put an end to the civilian councilors' inaudible demands. Silence, he roared with great authority that caused even the stoic Danzo to recoil slightly. Good, now as it was the elders who called for this meeting, I believe they should explain exactly why we are here, Hiruzen said. Very well. We are here because of this, Danzo said, and 2 large screens descended from the ceiling on either side of the room. One hung above the Hokage's head and the other above the elders. On the screen there was footage of a certain match in the Chunin exam preliminaries. Oh look, it's my daughter's match. Mrs. Haruno yelled at the top of her lungs, causing those around her to wince. Then she saw who it was Sakura was fighting. Those whisker marks and that blonde hair. You let my daughter fight that monster, she yelled incredulously. Please, Councilwoman Haruno. Quiet and watch, Koharu said, pointing to the screen as the match started. While the shinobi were all watching with wide eyes, stunned and intrigued by whatever Naruto was using to prevent any of Sakura's attacks from coming close. The civilians were cheering the fact that they thought it was Sakura who was on top. Then came the defining moment, when Sakura bad-mouthed Naruto and his parents, earning roars of approving laughter from the civilians and angry glares from the shinobi, particularly those that knew just who Naruto's parents were. Sakura's mother was just about to yell out how proud she was of her daughter for putting the demon in its place when the match ended. A Rinnegan to the stomach is a definitive match winner. I want him executed for what he did. He attacked my daughter, Mrs. Haruno demanded shrilly. What for? It was part of the Chunin exams. All he did was win his match, Inoichi said, bewildered by the Banshee's statement. Killing this child is out of the question, came the voice of Danzo. You are all ignorant to what this boy truly is, he added. What do you mean? He is nothing but a vile creature that should have been exterminated long before he got this powerful, a short and fat civilian said. Fool. Look at this, Danzo said, and pointing to the screen, it moved into a close-up of Naruto's face, more importantly his eyes. So what? His eyes have changed since he was a child, big deal. That just proved the Kyuubi has more influence on him than before, a balding man yelled. It doesn't surprise me that nobody recognizes those eyes. But maybe this will help, Danzo continued, and put up a picture of a silhouette of a man with what appeared to be horns and hair that spiked off to one side. The only color that remained in the photo and was the 6 red magatama around his neck and in purple ripping eyes that perfectly matched Naruto's own. Several members of the Shinobi Council gasped in shock, realization hitting them in the face like a super-powered Tsunade punch. But most of the room were even more confused. What is that supposed to be? All I see is a person with those same disgusting-looking eyes, the balding civilian scoffed. That is the only known picture of the Sage of Six Paths, although many believed it to be nothing but a hoax. And those eyes are better known as the Rinnegan, the most powerful dojutsu in the ninja world, Koharu said. It is also a very distinct possibility that Naruto may be a distant relative of the Rakudu Sennin, or even the reincarnation, Hamura added. This is why the boy must not be harmed permanently. However, since he has left the village, he has no attachments to it. He needs to be captured and brought back under the control of Konoha. He would be the ultimate weapon for this village. A Jinchuriki who possesses the eyes of the Rakudu Sennin, Danzo said. You say that as though you think it would be easy to capture him. We know nothing about the boy's full talents, and you assume to capture him, and that will make him join the village. That will more likely drive him to despise Konoha, Shikaka said. That is why we will put him through emotional training. He will be a perfect weapon for this village, Danzo said. He will be a perfect weapon for you, Hayashi Hyuga said. We should try and tempt Naruto to stay of his own free will, not by force. And if that fails, an alliance of friendship and understanding would be the best option, Shikaku added. I agree. However, I find the chances of convincing the boy to stay are slim, considering the way he had been treated in this village as a child, Shibi Aburame said. He is our Jinchuriki, and a vital part of Konoha's military. We can't just let him leave the village, Koharu demanded. Enough, Hiruzen said loudly to get everyone's attention. We will not take any action to keep Naruto in this village. I have been warned against it, and the warning has the backing of both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Any action against Naruto would be seen as an attack against both of the two members of the Sannin. Now with that said, this is a warning to anyone who thinks it would still be a wise idea to try and capture Naruto, delivered to me by Jiraiya himself. If you are planning to attack Naruto, you better have a lot of body bags, Hiruzen said, changing the warning just slightly and directing it at Danzo, who he knew would not let the issue rest. The civilians seemed to be neither here nor there. On the one hand, they wanted Naruto dead because they thought he was being controlled by the Kyuubi. And on the other hand, there was a possibility that Naruto was related to the man who was once considered a god and worshipped to the point that he became a myth. And even though Naruto didn't know it for the first time in his life, the entire civilian council did not want him dead. Although those that didn't want him dead agreed with Danzo that he should be stripped of any freedom and locked away to be used as a weapon. We cannot allow ourselves to be bullied by a couple of ninja. It doesn't matter who they are. Allowing Naruto to leave this village will be a sign of weakness that the other villages will see and try to take advantage of, Koharu said. She is right. The boy must be kept in this village, Danzo demanded. You know, I really don't enjoy being called the boy, came the voice of Naruto. Several people were looking around for the Jinchuriki, but he was nowhere to be found. "Where are you, demon?" A civilian who hadn't been swayed in his thoughts yelled. "Oh, here and there. It's rather easy to hide a chakra signature when you have near-perfect chakra control. Something that Jiraiya-sensei still lacks," Naruto said as he seemed to grow out of the wall. He hid himself perfectly. Not even Jiraiya is that good with his chameleon jutsu. Perfect chakra control, indeed, Hiruzen thought as Naruto casually walked into the center of the room. "Hey Gigi, Jiraiya-sensei told me you were having a council meeting to discuss me, and well, I couldn't help myself," Naruto said with a friendly smile. "This is a private meeting. It is not something an outsider is allowed to hear," a civilian counselor said. "He's right. The demon just broke Konoha law. Arrest him," another civilian yelled. "Didn't you just break a law of Konoha? And I have every right to be here as this meeting is directly affecting me," Naruto said. "You have some nerve preaching to us, boy," Mrs. Haruno screeched. "You use labels like demon, thing, and on the far nicer occasions, boy, to make you all feel superior to me because you are scared of my burden. I can assure you I am none of those things, and my name is Naruto. But if you so wish to see or feel the power of the Kyuubi, then I guess that can be arranged," Naruto said. "Are you threatening us?" Danzo said, narrowing his eyes. "Not at all. Simply stating fact that there is a big difference between me and Kyuubi," Naruto said. "Then why are you here?" Danzo asked. "Oh, I just wanted to find out what this village really thought of me, and what they decided to attempt to do about me now that you have found out that I am not only alive but unattached to any village," Naruto said calmly. "And what have you found?" Danzo asked. "Well, the civilians have shown me that I will never be welcomed in this village completely by them. But the shinobi, well, at least the clan heads seem to not only be reasonable but trustworthy. Something that could not be said about you," Naruto said. Danzo didn't respond to the direct attack on his person and simply narrowed his eyes. "So overall, how do you feel about the village?" Hamura asked. "This village is not my home. My home is with my friends and comrades. If I was to live here, I would not be happy, and as such even the thought of me joining the ranks of the Konoha shinobi is laughable," Naruto said. "Then why not all of you stay? The inclusion of 2 new bloodlines along with your own would reaffirm Konoha's place as the strongest of the hidden villages," Hamura said. "While I do appreciate the offer, I am afraid I have to decline. That would be worse than before, because while I may be slightly happier in Konoha with them here, they would be given the same treatment that I received. I will not make their lives difficult just for my sake," Naruto said. "There must be something you want that we can offer you?" Koharu asked. "Sorry, but there isn't anything that I want from this village," Naruto answered. "I see. And is that your final decision?" Danzo asked. "Yes, it is. Now if you will excuse me, I have to go buy quite a lot of dango to repay a lost bet before those civilian assholes spread the word about who I am in the village. And I get banned from all the stores," Naruto said before he puffed out of existence. He was a shadow clone. This can't be over. That boy needs to be returned to this village, one way or another, Danzo thought. With Naruto. Naruto had been meditating, his entire consciousness focused on his clone. But once it dispelled, he picked himself up and, true to his word, he went out to buy enough dango for several lunches, just in case Akemi wasn't satisfied with what he would have brought her when she woke up from her power nap, which had now lasted well over 24 hours. After all, Naruto knew from experience, waking up after suffering from chakra exhaustion made you hungry. He ran into Haku on the way out of the hotel. "Hey Haku, wanna come with? I am going to go get Akemi about a week's supply of dango to pay off the bets I lost," Naruto said. "Well, I would, but if you do that then I should probably wait until she has finished what you get her before I buy some more. That way we can make sure none of it goes off," Haku said. "Suit yourself. Wanna come anyway? It has got to be better than just hanging around the hotel all afternoon," Naruto asked. "Sure, why not? I mean, it is something to do," Haku replied, and the pair left. They walked through the village peacefully. The sun was starting to set on the afternoon, and Konoha was covered in a yellow glow. "I don't think we will be staying in Konoha for the full month," Naruto said, breaking the silence. It wasn't an awkward silence, but more of a comfortable one. Haku was still not that familiar with Naruto, and her stoic nature meant that she very rarely was the one to start conversations with the blonde. Why not? Will we be returning to the hideout? Haku questioned. I would say that is most likely where we will go. As for why, you will probably find out by the time Akemi wakes up. The civilian council found out who I am, so I expect we will all start to be given some rather unfair treatment. It would be safer for us all to just leave the village. Sorry, I know you must have been enjoying being the hospitality and freedom that you may not have had while working with Zabuza, Naruto said. It's all right. I understand completely. I do have one question, though, Haku said, a small smile starting to form on her face. Oh really, what's that? Naruto asked casually. Where are we going? The Dango hut is in the other direction, Haku chuckled. Well, in truth, I had no idea where it was, so I was just wandering around. So why don't you lead the way? Naruto suggested. Haku agreed, and they turned around. With Haku now leading the way, they found the Dango hut in no time at all, and Naruto proceeded to pick up one of the largest orders of dango they had ever been given. Naruto basically got multiple sticks of every flavor they had. He wanted to be sure that there was enough that not even Akemi, who always tried to get the most out of every situation, could complain. They left the dango hut carrying an almost humorous amount of food that Naruto was carrying in a large bag. When Naruto and Haku were about a block away from making it back to the hotel, however, Naruto froze. Haku, can you take this inside? There is something I have to do, he said, handing the large, rather full bag of sweets over to Haku, who reluctantly accepted to take it the rest of the way. Haku watched, wondering what was going on as Naruto jumped off in the opposite direction. The blonde kept his speed constant as he jumped from building to building and didn't stop when he made it to the closest training ground. He kept up his speed until he was far away from any possible disturbances. He landed in a clearing and sat in a meditative position in complete silence until he felt a presence. I was wondering when you would show up, but I really didn't expect it to happen so soon. Chapter 13. The Difference in Power. Are you going to come out, or are you going to just sit there spying on me? Naruto said calmly. He was still in a meditative position with his eyes closed as he spoke. You knew? Came a raspy voice as the newcomer stepped out from the woods behind where Naruto was sitting. I knew you would come and find me the fist chance you got the moment you drew my number in the exams, Gaara. The question is, why are you here? Have you come to kill me already? Naruto said. He slowly rose after speaking and turned to face the red-haired Jinchuriki. I can't wait. Your blood will be the ultimate justification of my existence, Gaara said darkly, and his sand began to swirl around him. Justification of your existence, huh? You know, I was a lot like you. I used to act out to get people to recognize me. It's painful, isn't it, being alone and unloved? I am a Jinchuriki just like you. I know how you must have been treated, Naruto said. Is that why you are strong? Because of the hatred you hold for these people and need to justify your own existence. Did the pain that they caused you make you powerful? Gaara said. At first, that is what I believed. I never knew my real parents, and I was hated and ignored by everyone. I started acting out, playing pranks whenever I could, because the times when the ninja would chase me after a prank was the only time anyone ever acknowledged me. But when I was kidnapped and left to die in the land of forests, all I could think about was getting back to Konoha and getting my revenge on the people who kidnapped me. I was saved, however, by a civilian family. They took me in and treated me with love and kindness, something I had never really experienced before, and I would say has been denied to you as well. Things were great for me, and I didn't even care about Konoha or even being a shinobi anymore. But things ended badly, and my family was killed right before my eyes. I was so angry, all I could think about was killing the people who had harmed my family. And I was given the power to do just that. Although I cannot remember it, I am positive that I killed the ninja that had killed them, Naruto said. Did you lose control, like I can? Gaara asked. He had come here to kill the blonde, but he couldn't help but be enthralled by his story. Well, I did lose control, but not in the way you were thinking. Anyway, when I woke up, I was in the ruins of my old house, and there was my soon-to-be sensei Jiraiya looking over me. He explained that what had happened was a side effect of me awakening my Kekkei Genkai. When I thought about it, I believed that it was my hatred and anger that had made me strong, Naruto said. Gaara grinned his evil grin, thinking that Naruto was indeed just like him, and the only thing that mattered was his own power. But I was wrong. Jiraiya-sensei told me that it wasn't hatred that made me powerful, It was a need to save the ones I loved. I never really understood what he meant when he said that until I met Haku. My teammate, she told me that true strength comes from the need to protect something special. Because when you have that need, you will push beyond your limits, something that is not possible if you are only fighting for yourself. When I look at you, I see what might have become of me if I stayed in this village, and people continued to ignore and hate me, Naruto said. Gaara was slightly annoyed. He thought he had found someone just like him, someone who fought for himself and his own power. Nothing else mattered. Your blood will make Mother very happy, Naruto Uzumaki, he said before sending a huge wave of sand towards the blonde. Naruto rolled out of the way and prepared a jutsu. Katan, great fireball jutsu, he yelled, and with only one hand seal, being the one for fire, Naruto blew out a massive ball of flames that went careening towards the red-haired Jinchuriki. Naruto hit dead on, but he knew it wasn't over. And when the flames cleared, Naruto wasn't disappointed. There Gaara stood with a shield of sand blocking the flames. Well, it is good to see you are not beaten so easily, Naruto said. You don't need hand seals. How is that possible? Gaara asked. Near perfect chakra control, I only need hand seals for summoning and to decide what type of jutsu I need to use. At least for most jutsu, some top-ranked jutsu still require hand seals, Naruto replied. Gaara didn't reply in any other way but sending several spears of sand towards Naruto. Suiton, water encampment wall, Naruto yelled and pulled water from a nearby river, forming a large wall that blocked Gaara's sand. You are annoying me, just die already, Gaara yelled. Tempting, but no thanks, Naruto joked as he rolled away from another onslaught of sand. Back in Konoha, Haku had placed the dango that Naruto had brought into his fridge and gone to check on Akemi. She was still sound asleep when the ice user entered the room, but it looked as though she had begun to stir in her sleep. Haku decided to stay as she knew that Akemi would be waking soon, and it would be best that someone be around to at least tell her how long the speedy kunoichi had been out. 15 minutes later, Akemi slowly opened her eyes. Well, it's about time you woke up, Haku said from beside her bed. I feel like I have been asleep forever, Akemi sighed while stretching and rolling out of bed, the same clothes she had been in during her fight with Lee. Oh man, I am still in this. I must stink, she whined. You haven't been asleep that long. Only a little over a day and a half. And you are still in your clothes because Naruto dropped you back here and you went straight to sleep. I didn't return until later, and by that time you were already fast asleep. So Naruto chose to leave you as you were not wanting to undress you himself, Haku said. I see, so where is he now? Haku asked. I don't know. We went out to pick up the dango that he owed you. But on the way back he gave me the dango to return to his room, and he went off on his own. It was sorta weird. He was fine one moment, and then the next he just took off towards the other side of the village, Haku said. That's weird. Maybe I should go out and find him. He could be in trouble, Akemi said as she got out of bed, but still felt weak. You have said yourself that he is unbeatable, Haku asked with a small chuckle. In one-on-one I think he is. But if it is a group of people he is as vulnerable anyone else, Akemi said. My oh my Akemi-chan, are you worried about Naruto-kun's safety? Haku teased. Why would I be worried about him? He can take care of himself. I just want to make sure he is not under attack, because if they target him we will be next, Akemi said angrily. If you say so, no need to get angry about it. I guess I will go find him. You need to stay here and regain your strength. I'll get the dango for you, Haku said before leaving the room, returning later to set down a large box full before leaving again. With Naruto. You can't keep running forever, Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara yelled as Naruto dropped down behind a tree, using it to block the sand. Maybe not, but I can try, Naruto joked. Damn you, Uzumaki. Gaara yelled, and the sand that was swirling around him began to thicken, covering half his body in sand, forming a demonic body that had the ears and tail of a raccoon. Looks like this is getting extreme. I really don't want to have to kill him. I need to question him about Suna's plans with Orochimaru. Also, he reminds me so much of myself. I want to help him. But how? Naruto thought as Gaara's sand started moving even faster and began to form a fist as it chased right after the blonde. Gaara was becoming more and more frustrated at Naruto's ability to avoid every attack and be able to counter each of his moves with what seemed like little effort. In fact, this was true in the fact that Naruto rarely had to use his gravity manipulation to counter the sand. But the longer the fight went on, the more Naruto noticed Gaara was being influenced by the Ichibi. He is really not stable. There must be something wrong with his seal, Naruto thought before creating a large wall of mud to stop Gaara's sand. Gaara's sand cloak had now fully enveloped Gaara, and his eyes had changed from green to yellow with black scrollia. All in all, it was a shocking sight to anyone who knew that inside the large monster made of sand, there was a small red-haired teenager. Okay, enough playing around, Gaara. Let's just call this a tie. I have no desire to fight you like this, Naruto said, trying to get through to his fellow Jinchuriki. No, you will give me reason to live. I will not let you live, Gaara yelled back. So, I take it you wouldn't want to talk about this over ramen then? Naruto joked, but quickly ducked under a sharp spike made out of sand that was about to impale him in the head. Naruto shot forward, expertly dodging the attacks Gaara used in an attempt to slow him down before he delivered a punch right to Gaara's face that sent him flying back, but left him otherwise undamaged. Damn, that is some good armor. My guess is it works the same way as the chakra cloaks of other Jinchuriki. That makes most physical attacks pointless, Naruto said to himself, but he then noticed that the sand was falling slightly from his face where Naruto had struck with his punch. So it can be removed. I will just need a big enough bang and to attack a weak area in the armor, Naruto thought as he channeled chakra into his eyes to enable him to see the chakra in Gaara's sand. There, just above the tail. There is far less chakra, and it is more spaced out. But I don't want to kill him, so I guess I will need to use an explosive tag to get the job done, he thought as he humped back looking for something that he could use as a distraction. Nothing Naruto could find would work, so he began running those some hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Naruto yelled, and after slamming his hands down onto the ground, a large ox appeared with the Rinnegan, and several back piercings appeared, and without any thought, charged forward. It was now Gaara's turn to run. He didn't expect such a large summon to come from Naruto and had to react quickly. He didn't have time to notice just where he jumped to, however, and Naruto appeared from baying him, placing an explosive tag on the small of his back, just above the Jinchuriki's tail. Naruto was just able to jump out of the way of Gaara's retaliation punch before the explosive